At dawn the next day, the lady tour guide arrived all excited to receive the group, picturing humans digging up graves to hunt flags and then being chased by Rakshasa ghosts all night. She couldn't wait to see their ashen faces, yet the travelers looked bright-eyed as if they'd slept soundly, not a hint of torment. Her face fell at once. All 10 flags are here. I choose to go to Daudu Mountain, Phan Trong Mountain, La Phong Mountain, and Badak Mountain, Van Han said. The guide hadn't even finished being shocked at the choices when she saw the 10 flags laid out neatly together and gaped. With the vast La Phu Mountain, to find all 10 in one night, how could a human do that? We agreed already. Don't tell me you're backing out. Truna's voice cut off the guide's retreat. The guide thought, back out what? The mountains are crawling with ghosts. She wishes every traveler would run into them. She sensed nothing of the looming problem and only felt the group was courting death. At the foot of Daudu Mountain the travelers disembarked, and Van Han produced a blank real estate deed. The next second, congratulations, player becomes the mountain lord of Daudu Mountain. Congratulations, player obtains the 3rd tract of territory. Congratulations, player gains a great portion of world essence. Each day you may use an additional 180 seconds, 3 minutes. While within 100 meters of Daudu Mountain, Mountain Lord privileges apply. World essence time increases by 300 seconds, 5 minutes. You have obtained the Mountain Lord token, the Tiger Head seal. You have obtained Mountain Lord authority. Authority 1. Vagrant ghosts may lodge in Daudu Mountain Cemetery, paying a stopover fee of 20 ghost stars per day. Authority 2. If an outside ghost purchases rights to a burial plot somewhere on Daudu Mountain and resides long-term, it falls under your command. Use the Mountain Lord token to issue orders. Van Han, sightseeing? Nope, this is a procurement trip, guide. As she stood within the Daudu scenic bounds she received the notice too, and, aghast, thought, lodging in a mountain cemetery costs a fee. Are you a devil? Van Han, if we must say it, I might be. Cast off shackles and don't fret about people. Van Han, each blank real estate deed stands for attractive land. If you choose big. The guide had never seen such a human and needed a long while to recover. Nearby, other players chimed in. You chose the in route, now you sulk, can't hack it? If you didn't want to bring guests to Daudu Mountain, don't put it in the pool. The die is cast and the ending fixed, why allow a change of heart? Furious and flustered yet unable to argue, the guide could only watch Van Han pocket the entire mountain. The Wild Ghost Collective on Daudu had a partnership with the inn. Now that the whole mountain was cleared, it was plainly a major work blunder. The guide stood dazed, already weighing how to write her self-critique. Unexpectedly, at Phan Trong Mountain there was another blank real estate deed, and at La Phong Mountain the same again. By the end the guide went numb. Surely they wouldn't take all 5, but fate is perverse. Van Han just happened to have 5 deeds. At the 5th, Badak Mountain, congratulations, player becomes the Mountain Lord of Badak Mountain. Congratulations, player obtains the 6th tract of territory. Congratulations, player gains a great portion of world essence. Each day you may use an additional 180 seconds, 5 minutes. Within 100 meters of Badak Mountain, gain another 300 seconds, 5 minutes. You have obtained the Mountain Lord token, the Tiger Head seal. You have obtained Mountain Lord authority. Authority 1. Authority 2. New prompts appeared. Congratulations, player becomes Lord of the 5 sacred peaks of the Ghost Realm. World Essence usable time plus 60 minutes. Thus the piled-up rewards made daily World Essence time nearly 2 hours. Van Han beamed dazzlingly. If she hadn't packed 5 deeds, even inside the Death Tour instance across 5 great peaks she couldn't have claimed the summits. If she hadn't entered this instance, even with 5 deeds she'd at best nab salted fish sundry shop type small storefronts. Funniest of all, the Death Tour was a trap meant to bury her. Truly, fortune and misfortune trade places. Van Han sighed as the corners of her mouth refused to fall. The tour guide felt she needed oxygen or she'd faint. This was no longer a mere major work mistake solvable by a memo. In 2 days the inn's regular route lost 6 points of interest, the cafeteria plus 5 mountains, and the boss would likely want her hacked to pieces. While she fretted, Truna solemnly offered thanks. Such harvest from one trip owes much to the guide's help. Indeed, tip money wasn't for nothing. The guide. That T-money tip she'd taken only twice, each time 100 ghost stars, originally just skimming during duty, yet this made it sound like she'd reaped a windfall and colluded. I'm not, she tried to deny it, but the ghost driver's pensive look showed he already believed it. The guide petrified. If this reached the innkeeper's ears, she'd be deemed bought by humans, a traitor. True nah, You took tip money and whispered in secret, if we don't set you up then who, Van Han, in. Truth, I saw her take the money but not work, so I took back the tip on the spot, thus no money in hand and the black pot carried fair and square, poor thing. Seeing the two female travelers' sly smiles, the guide ground her teeth, but before she could explode it was time for players to exit the instance. White light flashed and the 4 human players vanished. The guide, nowhere to vent her blaze, felt like kicking anyone. Congratulations, player has cleared an A rank. Instance. Your current composite strength is rated SSS. Your performance was exceptional. Rewards, 3,500 ghost stars and 1 blank real estate deed. Good thing I chatted last night and gifted a snack pack plus my shop address. Had I told Taon only today, she'd likely be hated by that ghost guide. With the run finished, Van Han headed to the refectory for a meal, planning to rest, but in the center hall 3 big screens now hung. On the middle one, Senior Kyo Dike Tin was beating down a yaksha. Van Han? The times are really on trend, even disaster flicks with ghost themes. In a blink, students swarmed their savior. Coach, last night the real world had a major event. Vengeful ghosts invaded on a large scale. Targets were 3 cities. Senior Kyo led a team to assist, but even now there are leftovers not yet purged. The truth that vengeful ghosts can invade reality can't be hidden. Everyone's panicking and wants to flee to safe ground, yet the world is vast and nowhere dares to claim absolute safety. Luckily the government unified long ago, or internal and external chaos would be worse. Senior, what do we do now? All turned expectant eyes to Van Han. Carry umbrellas in fair weather, store grain when full. Those who think ahead don't wait for trouble to plan, they prepare earlier. Van Han's steady tone calmed them. Player manpower is insufficient and can't reach every region? No matter, where they can't go, the exorcist candles will. As if to prove her right, the screen cut to another view. In ruins, a young mother shielded her child behind furniture while rummaging drawers in panic. Overhead, a yaksha sniffed the air, heard the human scent, beat its wings down, and stalked closer. A caption appeared, Yaksha, rank B, sense of smell extremely keen, can catch human scent beyond 100 meters, violent, warlike, revels in killing. The child glanced at its savage face and burst into tears. The Yaksha, target confirmed, was about to dive when the mother finally found what she needed and struck a flame. The exorcist candle burned steady. The Yaksha was kept outside the light, tried to approach, grimaced, and after 7 or 8 minutes gave up and flew off. The mother, candle in one hand and child in the other, sobbed with the joy of survival. Elsewhere, a family of 3 retreated along their planned route. Mother gripped the candle, father carried the little daughter. A yaksha on patrol stared for a long while, then, seeing the finger-sized burning candle, left disappointed. In a park, a young man fled shouting, "Help me!" A yaksha stooped like a hawk, but an elderly man thrust a burning candle between them and roared back. Back! Back! The yaksha circled unwillingly, then truly backed off. The students watching were full of question marks. At a neighborhood gate, a relief squad of players fought fiercely, cutting down over a dozen yaksha, but the complex held too many, about 23, and all rank B. Players' ghost arms and talents had limits. Their power waned while the enemy grew fiercer. A fresh graduate, out of ghost stars, eyed the packed complex, bit his lip, and prepared to sacrifice himself to finish. The rest, when residents poured out, men and women, old and young, forming a ring, brandishing candles like torches to drive off evil birds, shouting, "Filthy bird, be gone!" The yaksha tried to attack the players but couldn't approach through the human cordon. After more than 20 minutes, reinforcements arrived and the remaining ghosts were slain. The students escaped. This wasn't how they pictured it. Weren't players the heroes? How were civilians saving players? Senior, someone ventured, those exorcist candles, did you supply them? All eyes turned to Van Han. I did, she admitted. After unconditional donation and hard push and logistics, we got 1 candle into every household, with instructions and use cases included. The hall froze, then odd whispers, a master right beside us. Humans can rely on tools to repel and overcome stronger beings, and can foresee danger to prepare. Van Han looked around. You're not yet grown enough to hold a front alone, there's much to learn. The students wept inwardly. We know, coach, please stop scolding. Though the state had prepared in advance, the reality wasn't rosy. Candles were limited and could only be supplied region by region, not nationwide yet. Fortunately, luck was decent this time. The 3 ambushed cities had been covered. Preliminary tally, each city suffered 4,000 to 5,000 casualties, more than 100 in the relief forces. Our academy's teams also took losses. Without the candles, casualties would be Many times higher, True Na reported. Van Han fell silent. She had foreseen the two worlds would go to war someday, but not which city would be hit first. In the end, it was like drawing a blind box and hoping. This time they guessed right. What about next time? True Na. Because of limited supply, many cities didn't receive candles. Locals are making a fuss, asking why others have them and not they. The chair sent me to ask your thoughts. Van Han, I only supply the candles, the rest is your handling. When donating, she'd set two conditions: priority for her hometown and the academy city, and strict anonymity. Lives saved met the aim. Let public noise be someone else's. True Na, the chair proposes to publish the selection process. Say the academy received an anonymous batch and drew lots to decide the order. In fact, aside from the two cities she designated, the rest were indeed by drawing. Van Han understood this would blur the donor and funnel dissatisfaction toward the academy. Won't that be costly? Of all candles distributed, 8 parts in 10 are yours and 2 parts the institute's. You've done more than enough, let the academy carry the rest, True Na said firmly. The chair added, whatever happens, donor safety is paramount. Van Han was moved and at a loss for words. We're grateful for all you've done, True Na continued softly, and we've been trying to show it. Some people watched your livestream and tried to dig up your identity. We helped hide every lead. The welfare home once slipped and revealed you came from there. A player tried to kidnap everyone there to coerce you. We dispatched people to take down the criminals and rescue the kids, then placed them safely and had all who knew your origin sign confidentiality, not only for you but to keep them safe. Whenever we can do something, we will. Except vacations, the duty cycle was 2 days, and once she took leave, no one could fill in. Moreover, the academy truly needed Van Han to run the rookies' special training, because others who mimicked her style were rejected by students as not that person, so no one could replace her. I know, Van Han thought, some things aren't absent, just too habitual to notice. Her welfare home is public and funded yearly by central and local governments. She attended public schools with tuition reductions in primary and middle school. The poor could work study, and the excellent earned scholarships. Even the subway at 2 coins a ride carried subsidies. It looks like she owes nothing anywhere, yet in truth she's indebted everywhere. Therefore, when blessed, aid the world, she was willing. After seeing True Na out, Van Han opened business little assistant to manage the 5 mountains. At first she planned to set deadlines so wandering ghosts would leave on their own, but after seeing Yeksha rampaging in reality, she changed course, scrapped the eviction and post a bounty notice. 1. Buy-in market for ores, list as follows. 2. Buy-in market for herbs, list as follows. 3. Buy-in market for timber, list as follows. 4. High-price purchases of topographic maps of the Ghost Realm, accuracy rewarded from 100 to 10,000 ghost stars. Error rate must not exceed 30% or it counts as deliberate disruption. 5. High-price purchases of the 100 Ghost Compendium, Dungeons, and Missing Volumes acceptable, rewards from 100 to 10,000 ghost stars according to detail. 6. Successfully inviting a new ghost to lodge on a paid basis earns 60 ghost stars per head. Ores, herbs, and timber are staples that teachers hammered home, demand enormous and supply long short. Some players had drawn maps, but only partial. Pay high to seek a full panorama. The compendium is native Ghost Realm paperwork recording over 100 ghost types, with taxonomy and traits. In full contact war you explode on touch. Pre-battle prep must at least reach this level. She checked and posted. As soon as it went up, the ghosts skipped items 1 through 5 and locked onto 6. 60 ghost stars for bringing each new tenant. Are they mad? You can tug any lone ghost along the way. It costs 20 ghost stars for 1 night's lodging, and you earn 60 for bringing them in. Minus plus nets 40. Such a fat fleece. I'll share it clean. One greedy ghost grabbed a pauper ghost, fronted 20 ghost stars, and settled him in Lafu Mountain Cemetery. You successfully brought in a new ghost, reward 60 ghost stars. It really pays? Books. Creed ignited. It eyed other pauper ghosts hungrily. The paupers ignored him and found other contacts, soon lodging smoothly. The paupers funds plus 20 ghost stars, the introducers plus 20, to thank new patrons. For the first 3 nights each new tenant gets 1 free dinner. You receive 1 drumstick. The drumstick was huge, bigger than an adult's palm, and smelled amazing. The pauper couldn't resist and tore into it, mumbling, "Move in and they give you money, plus free dinners." The mountain lord is wonderfully kind. After eating he lay in the grave and slept a rare, peaceful sleep. Next day the sun was high and his stomach growled. He hugged his belly in silence. He could endure hunger if he'd never known a full meal. A new ping popped up. Salted fish sundry shop grand opening at the foot of Lafu Mountain. Stock limited, first come, first served. Note, Shop opens only to tenants. The free dinner for new tenants is also sold within the shop. Reading the last line, the pauper sprang up and jogged to the store. When he arrived, several ghosts already queued calmly around a coil incense post. Not far away, a miner poured ore into a machine. The interface read, Netherstone, weight 1.7 kilograms, impurities 22.9%, by price 13 ghost stars, sell? Yes. After a few repeats, the miner held a wad of ghost stars and sprinted to vending machines for snacks. Many did the same. The pauper stared only a moment and most of the 20 machines were empty. He panicked, worked the nearest machine, and snatched the last drumstick, then realized his purse was bare save for a little change plus the 20 ghost stars reserved for last night's lodging. So good, he said tearfully around the bone, unsure whether he cried from cost or deliciousness. Another herb picker sold his haul, got paid, spun to buy goodies and found the machines sold out, wailing, I went out to earn for you, why didn't you wait for me? The mournful cry made others detour far around. By state statistics, over the past years those dragged into the horror game were only 8 to 10% of the population. To most, ghosts were abstractions seen only on screens, but now rifts appeared, 3 cities were ambushed, and ghosts crossed dimensional walls to stand beside people, terror akin to Sadako crawling from the television. Many, shaken, swarmed the Academy's official page to demand, why give exorcist candles only to a few cities? What about us? Is there shady dealing? Investigate. Roll out to our city now, or we'll move to one that is covered. Some victims even accused, why didn't you say earlier that the candle was critical? Had you told me, I wouldn't have sold it for $50,000. If I hadn't sold it, my wife, my son, my daughter-in-law, my grandkids might all be fine. Before the Academy replied, residents of the supplied cities countered, come on. When distributed, it was made clear this is a strategic tool that can keep a household safe at critical times. Staff told us to keep the candle handy and light it at once in danger. Before trouble, strategic tool must fetch a high price. After trouble, you didn't explain, so I sold it. Please, adults own their choices. They said supply was limited and nationwide rollout would be step by step. Seeing those from disaster zones speak, others changed tune. Heaven bless, may the next draw pick our city. A player also confessed, a week before, being dragged into the game is bad luck. A week after, being a player is great, stronger body, innate abilities for defense, can protect the whole family. Don't be ridiculous. The net seethed while the Academy stayed quiet. Then the Research Institute suddenly issued a bulletin. They had overcome the technical hurdle and successfully manufactured exorcist candles, but nationwide coverage would still take time, and they thanked the Horror Academy for strong support accelerating the progress. This clearly implied the Academy's donations were private acts, whom to help is their choice, while nationwide rollout is the state's job, in a sense taking the burden upon themselves. With that reminder, many realized rollout is a national project and attention shifted. Power to our country. Players stockpiled one by one. The Institute targets production volume, that's a national body. Waiting a few more days is fine. Crowds flocked to cheer the Institute and urge breakthroughs. Under the Academy's page, censure turned to praise for social responsibility and putting greater good first. The Academy responded, guarding our nation is everyone's duty. It has been 30 days since the previous game. The 13th game is about to begin. This instance contest for the Ghost Emperor, Yellow Spring Street difficulty, as current survivors, 4 out of 4 main quest survive, live 5 days in the instance side quest, find a job, in a chaotic ghost world, without a job you're easy prey. Side quest election, the once-a-decade Ghost Emperor contest has begun. Choose a target and help your chosen candidate ascend to Street Chief. Rewards split by contribution, failing the side quest carries no penalty. Note 1, the Ghost Realm randomly draws a street. Once selected, the Ghost Gate is sealed, no entering, no leaving. Travel resumes after the election. Note 2, within the election zone, each ghost has only one vote. Once cast, it cannot be changed. Missing the deadline forfeits the ballot. When the contest ends, all votes are tallied. Highest wins. Note 3, Street Chief elections are a competitive zone. No live broadcast to the wider Ghost Realm for now. Van Han sums up, basically a Ghost Emperor contest run like a variety show, flashy. Her SSS talent may be called Calamity Walker, Empress raising daily sign-in system, but she's never planned to become an Empress. Being dragged into the Ghost World games every month is tiring enough, gunning for the throne too? That's begging for burnout. She'll just keep signing in, staking turf, and helping humans win. Once the two worlds go to war and humanity takes the final victory, she'll retire with honors and fade away. That's her life plan. As for the Empress raising system, the system chose the name and does the bragging. If there's a problem, ask the system. While she's thinking, the system pings, proceed with sign in 47? Yes. Sign in successful. Since you've kept up 30-day sign-ins, rewards tripled. 15-day double 30-day triple, since you own 3 shops, the Salted Fish General Store plus Scarlet Pear Theater plus Obsidian General Store *, rewards quadrupled, since you own 6 territories, the Safe Ghost Tower plus the 5 peaks of the Ghost Realm, rewards multiplied by 10. Cap 10 times, cap reached, the sign-in loot becomes, Milk Candies * 1,200 packs, Tranquil Mind Tea * 1,560 boxes, Beef Jerky * 1,320 packs, Chicken Drumsticks * 1,440 packs, Tomahawk Steaks * 1,200 servings, Incense * 1,560 sticks, Mung Bean Cakes. Daughter's Red Wine * 1,200 jars. 3 times 4 times 10 equals 120 times, you gain 200 cubic meters of personal space. Daughter's Red, 18-year wine, drinking increases satiety, 1 big bowl can knock you out for a whole night. You gain 3 strands of world origin, daily usable time plus 3 seconds. Before, a single sign-in gave at most 1 strand of origin. After taking the 5 peaks, more land means richer origin. She's about to review the list again when the lone male in the match, Ji Fuang Tran, speaks up. I know the chainsaw doctor at Yellow Springs Clinic, I recommend propping him up. Ma Hai Noyet giggles, the lady boss at the Yellow Springs Tavern is my friend. She's smooth and well-informed, dislikes fighting, absolutely the best pick to nurture a thriving street. Nonin analyzes, I think the Slaughterhouse Pighead Ghost is most likely to win. I've been to Yellow Springs Street, that abattoir's old lineage, Pighead's high rank, overall conditions the strongest. Van Han, 3 people, 3 positions, yes, this feels like campaign season. Everyone looks to her for her stance. Van Han, so, is this side quest absolutely mandatory? She prefers just coasting. The 3 go speechless. If so, we can't cooperate. Ji Fuang Tran leaves first. Among the 3 women, No Nin offers an olive branch, join me and lie flat to victory? Aren't you not exactly close to Pighead? What if he refuses to take you? Van Han asks. No Nin chokes, she can't pound her chest and promise, weak factions urgently need help and will court talent, the abattoir is powerful and has no prior ties, walk in cold and they may not treat a player seriously. Van Han turns to Ma Hai Noyet, can I go drink and chat at the tavern? Whether she drinks doesn't matter, taverns are hubs for intel, sit and soak up gossip. Come on then, it's lively. Ma Hai Noyet laughs. In an S-class instance, no one's stupid, 1 more helper beats 1 more foe, worst case, run a Big Ten slate. Some players think they can flip heaven and earth, so they aim absurdly high. No Nin shakes her head, clearly not approving, then leaves. If Pighead secures a decisive edge, the rest will switch camps later without prompting. In a blink, 2 remain. To Yellow Springs Tavern, says Ma Hai Noyet, leading. In a long, dull eternity where the horizon never ends, only booze and brawls spice life, so in broad daylight the tavern is 80% full, and 5 ghosts beating each other to a pulp in a corner is normal. Long time no see, dear customer, the lady boss greets warmly. Heard Yellow Springs Street is electing a chief, so we came to watch. Ma Hai Noyet smiles. You'll be disappointed, that once-a-decade contest isn't the fun you imagine, the lady boss says, unenthused. How so? Picking a street chief alone drags on for months, then all the chiefs gather for a brutal trial, then 3 Ghost Emperor finalists are chosen, then a realm-wide vote, the winner must take over half the realm's ballots to sit the throne. That's why the last few cycles never crown an emperor, all that hustle for nothing. You haven't seen it yet, so you think it's fun. Ma Hai Noyet freezes, she'd thought the problem was hoisting the lady boss into the chief's seat, turns out the real problem is getting her to care at all. Her live room cackles, the ghosts find elections boring, only players are fired up. Lady boss, this is dull, several cycles, no emperor, all a mess, player, don't care, you go run. Forcibly promoted. JPG seems hard to find a candidate, player must like them. The ghost must want to run, that's why No Nin went to Pighead, strongest, hungriest. Right now she's most likely to finish the side quest. Better pick a reliable ghost, preferably human-friendly. Van Han has picked a seat, ears up. Nearby, drunk ghosts chatter. We have 2 days to file candidates. The earlier the filing, the earlier the voting starts. You can't run for chief that easily, there's a threshold, you must own a fixed asset on the street. Worst part, you can file someone else. Upstreet, a chief was so spaced out he didn't know he'd been filed, only when results dropped did he learn he'd won. He fumed, said he'd never govern, turns out the street voted him because he's mild and leaves them alone. Anyway, the title sticks to him, as long as we don't pick a bully who throws his weight around, life goes on. Exactly, not our problem, we sit and watch. If the chief is uninspiring, I move, no home purchase, I can leave any time. Yap. We'll camp here and enjoy the show. Good chief, we stay. Bad chief, we switch. Another drink and their words stop making sense. Cheapest drink for me. Van Han waves cash and smiles. The server brings a cup. She doesn't drink, treating it as a seat fee. Cup in hand, ears wide to harvest dialogue. Yellow Springs Clinic. A pustule-ridden ghost howls, "Doctor, it hurts. All over." The chainsaw doctor replies evenly, "Don't worry, we'll cut the necrotic tissue." Ha! It eyes its body, stammering, "But I'm covered head to toe." If you cut it all then, before it finishes, the doctor's right arm morphs into a chainsaw, the blade whines, "No more talk. Just listen." The ghost turns to flee but is pressed to the bed, screams echo, then fade. Ji Fuang Tran arrives as a skinless ghost walks out. Before leaving it clutches the doctor's hand, effusive, "Your skill is divine. I'll come again." Naturally, all my patients sing praises. The doctor advises, if any friends need treatment, bring them. Of course. It departs, elated. Ji Fuang Tran says sincerely, "Doctor, your hands are genius, everyone you've treated praises you. In my opinion, no one is more suited to be street chief." The doctor beams under the praise, still pretending modesty, "You're a grateful one, I didn't save you for nothing. I'll help you win, please don't refuse." After a token demur, the doctor is persuaded and agrees. Ji Fuang Tran burns with zeal. If he streamed, chat would scream, "Bro, wake up. Something's off." Slaughterhouse. No Nin volunteers to serve Pighead. He strokes his chin, grinning false, "Then go assassinate the horse-faced noodle boss to prove your sincerity." Okay. She takes the task. A puny human dares help me? Once she's gone, his fake smile turns feral. "When you're used up, I'll fatten you for my pigs." Hidden in mist, eavesdropping, No Nin is speechless. Talk about burning the bridge before crossing it. Strong, yes, but his character, yeesh. Chainsaw doctor at Yellow Springs Clinic was ambushed, now comatose. Tea house proprietress murdered. Horseface noodle boss ran into Pighead on the street. For some reason he smirked and they fought. Pighead lightly wounded, Horseface gravely. Question: how do you win an election? Normies, write speeches, persuade the public, grow a vote lead. Ghosts, remove all rivals, secure the win. The trick is all candidates think alike, so schemes erupt back to back, each eager to prune enemies. Bad news keeps coming, Mahai Noyet goes rigid. No wonder the lady boss didn't want in. Run like this and who dares be a candidate, you'll shave years off your life. Horseface won't last, he tops Pighead's kill list. Even if he survives now, he'll get got in days. No Nin pops up. Van Han, surprised, weren't you seeking Pighead? Why are you back to drink? Don't ask, we've barely met and he gave me a crazy hard first job, and he's already planning to use me as pig feed after he wins. With that, why would I work for him? I made an excuse and ran. Fast on your feet, Van Han chuckles. Not wanting to dwell on bad luck, No Nin lowers her voice. What did the lady boss say? No interest in running. Now I get what a true leader is hard to find means. In chaos, leaders are scarce. If you meet one, the great work succeeds. Those words go straight to her heart. Van Han, she's got ambition. Unlike me, whoever is Ghost Emperor, I just dragged the timeline to the war. Knowing the lady boss won't do, what's your plan? Drink, Chat, watch? Idle till the instance ends and go home. And the side quest? Optional. To her, non-mandatory tasks might as well not exist, that's policy. I'll come lie flat with you later. Whether we bet right or wrong, at least pick someone, maybe they win. After a few words with Mahai Noyet, she hurries off again. Her days are eventful, Van Haan says without envy, sitting to await fresh news. Pighead injured. Once-in-a-lifetime chance, destroy the strongest foe. The street chief seat is mine. Assassins swarm to topple Pighead, but he casually snaps a neck and sneers, idiots. I leaked I'm hurt on purpose, none of you checked and just lined up to die, the attacker dies wide-eyed, unavenged. Candidates fall one by one, a drunk jokes, this isn't a candidate list, it's an obituaries page. The lady boss leans on the bar, worried, everything else I can ignore, but surely they won't let the dead pig-headed brute actually become street chief? Mahai Noyet, you're not running, why fret who wins? You don't know, she sighs, street chiefs have special authority, as long as they stay on Yellow Spring Street, even an SS Ghost King can't touch them. That pig already loves to throw weight around, if he wins, will the others have any way to live? Even I would have to sell cheap and flee. Van Haan's ears twitch, she leans in, if you really want to sell, why not sell to me? The lady boss blinks, thought it'd be hard to offload, who knew a buyer sat right here. This corner lot prints money, even cheap it won't be low. Like a property worth 100 million, cheap still means 70 or 80, not pocket change. I know, Van Haan nods, name your price. She'd already eyed it, install vending machines for booze, lay a few tables, fully automated. The beauty is the Q-style avatars and bubble chat on the monitor, she can sell drinks and harvest intel at once, two birds. The lady boss hesitates, years here made her attached, you don't sell just like that. Pighead only likely, not certain, she wants to wait. Think it through, miss this village, no other inn, Van Haan says gently. In a few days you might want to sell, but I may not want to buy. The lady boss startles, true people aren't fools, once it's sure Pighead wins, who'd take this mess, everyone will run, then the tavern might be stuck, sell now and recoup. Fine, you bring this number and it's yours, she shows a figure with her hand. Deal. Van Haan whips out a wad of star coins and pays, the lady boss beams, pulls the deed, changes the name to MacDone, and hands it over. As soon as Van Haan completes the info, the system pops, congrats, you now own Yellow Springs Tavern, congrats, this is your fourth shop, congrats, you gain 1 world origin, daily usable time plus 30 seconds within 20 meters of the tavern, you can use proprietor authority, world origin usable time plus 30 seconds business assistant, spend 30,000 ghost stars to install a super security system? Yes. The tavern is caked with grime, spend 1,500 ghost stars to deep clean? Yes. Instantly the place gleams, not just dust gone, even ancient stains vanish. The lady boss stares at her methods, Mahai Noyet still hasn't recovered, she just got, congrats, player 351147 is now the Yellow Springs Tavern proprietor, fighting and theft are banned within managed bounds, 3 strikes and the offender is blacklisted and expelled, blacklisters may not step inside, violators will be struck by lightning, players can own businesses in the ghost world? Is it just my lack of knowledge that I've never seen this? After a long breath, a bold idea pops into Mahai Noyet's head, maybe, you're interested in running for street chief? Van Haan glances over and pops the bubble, no, a cold bucket, her heart goes icy, why is everyone so indifferent to fame and fortune, Van Haan, if you're not indifferent, then you run, don't force others. Seeing the resistance, Mahai Noyet sighs and drops it. Day 1 of the race, candidates go at it until brains almost spill, the roster doesn't grow, it shrinks, the missing ones were ambushed and exited the stage forever. Van Haan has no interest in joining, she just waits for closing to open the business assistant and tidy the new shop. At dusk, the tavern shuts, earlier the lady boss confirmed she didn't need to leave staff, then took the ghost waiters and Mahai Noyet away, customers trickle out, only Van Haan remains. Rename shop? Yes, Salted Fish Tavern. Set up beverage base machines? Yes. She configures 10 on the spot. Spend 10,000 ghost stars to install a warehouse zoning system? After that, only the owner and whitelist entries may enter, other beings are barred, yes. She loads Finjo and Daughter's Red into the bases and replaces all the furniture. A bit later the tavern shines like newly renovated. Much cleaner, she says, pleased, and thinks, I still have a blank property deed, maybe time to use it? While candidates squabble for the seat, she'll wait aside for a chance to pick up bargains. Asterisk the Salted Fish General Store in the Five Peaks counts under the territory and not as an independent shop. Li Rua's death quip, Le Tuen Dai Ban, Tam Kwak Ngan. Under Chow Chow there were two immoral strategists whose advice was never taken but who still drew full pay because he feared they'd defect and ruin him from the other camp, called Keeping Talents on the Payroll. 46 10,000 nutrition fluid extra updates, loan, spare nutrition fluid, dump it here, the next pot is huge. On the first night, Van Han chose to sleep in the tavern. Owner's privilege, when the owner is inside, an invincible state activates, any attack below SSS tier has no effect. Note, this is a general privilege, if the player later owns other shops, the same privilege applies. With the super security system stacked on top, she slept like the dead, without fear. At dawn she switched the mode to open for business and went out for a leisurely forage. A passing fiend saw the door open early and gaped, normally it opens at 10, why so early today? Looking closer, even the signboard had changed, from Yellow Springs Tavern to Salted Fish Tavern. Bored and idle, it stepped in for a drink. Inside was brighter, a banner read limited rations of alcohol, customers place orders themselves, with a row of wooden cups and 10 drink dispensers. Flashy makeover, a stray fiend muttered, then fed a banknote into a machine. The dispenser swallowed it and offered two choices, Finjo and Newer Hong. The screen explained, Finjo has a mellow grain aroma, refreshing on entry, long finish, not easy to get drunk. Newer Hong is rich and strong, very easy to get drunk, so try one cup first. Taking the hint, it chose Finjo, the machine signaled for a wooden cup, poured to 8/10 full, fragrance blooming. One big sip and its eyes lit up, aroma. Sweet. So good. Curiosity surged about Newer Hong. The former proprietress wandered over out of habit, reached the door and recalled she had sold the place. She meant to leave, then thought, even if it is not mine, I can still be a customer. She stepped in. The tavern bustled, business unaffected, better than before, in fact. Two fiends squabbled, you've had 3 cups, my turn. There's no limit here. If I can pay, I can drink. If I can hold it, that's my capacity. It drained another cup and camped at the dispenser. The one behind fumed, tempted to cut the line, but remembered what happens to troublemakers: lightning, ejection, humiliation, so queued quietly. The proprietress was stunned, since when was the underworld this orderly? Another patron scoffed at the warning on the screen, what wine forbids drinking your fill? I'll do 3 cups of Newer Hong. After the first cup it slurred, not that strong. Midway through the second it thumped down cold. Others shook their heads, bold to get drunk in a tavern. A shady fiend hurried over to help, fingers itching to steal. A crack of thunder hit it on the spot. The security system boomed, warning. No stealing from or harming customers. Everyone froze, this place is serious. Such duty of care made goodwill spike. From now on I'm drinking here, someone laughed. The old proprietress felt complicated, standards like this will raise the whole industry too high. Out on the street, a giant fiend brawl toppled a roadside house. A patron sobered up at once and retreated inside. Then a wild swing punched a hole in the tavern's roof. The system barked, no attacks on buildings. The giant ignored it and kept brawling, so the system hurled a chain of 9 lightning strikes, hair fried, skin charred, knees on the ground. Compensate for damages. Pay up, it demanded. Terrified, the brute forked over 100,000 ghost stars. Due to malicious assault on the premises, you are blacklisted, do not approach, the system added. It fled, shrinking to human size to blend into the crowd. Patrons stared, awed by the system's might. Someone whispered, that mental distress compensation, was that real? Dream on, it'll pocket everything. Yet the system announced, each customer present receives 200 ghost stars as compensation. Shock turned to tears of gratitude. Drink and get paid, who understands this joy, one wailed happily. The old proprietress was dumbstruck, this security not only suppresses but also buys hearts. Take 100,000, share a tenth to hook loyalty. Pocket 90,000, and yesterday I sold the whole tavern for less than half that. Meanwhile, Van Haan, strolling nearby, received alerts, Salted Fish Tavern under attack, damage at 18%, repair cost 8,000 ghost stars. Emergency handling revenue plus 90,000 ghost stars. She blinked, first day and profits already soaring. Elsewhere, Ji Fuang Tran scowled, the giant says it's quitting the race. He had schemed to help the chainsaw doctor seize the ward chief's seat, yet the main piece failed on entry. The doctor sat up from his feigned coma. What now? We swap plans. One way or another, I'll seat you, Ji vowed. No Nin, having sneaked out of the clinic, was still shaken. Van Haan paid the repair fee, the tavern restored itself. She kept scouting for unclaimed property. Campaign chaos had wrecked many shops and killed unlucky owners. Mahai Noyet appeared from nowhere, sighing, the pighead fiend is S-tier and violent, a few A-tiers together can kill an S, so everything's on edge. Van Haan stayed quiet. No Nin surfaced in the distance, the two greeted each other, while Van Haan thought, as long as they don't drag me in. The second night passed peacefully. On the third morning, the system asked, mark day 49? Yes. Success. For 30 days of persistence, rewards tripled, with 4 shops, rewards multiplied by 5, with 6 territories, multiplied by 10, cap reached. Satisfied, she closed the window. Another popped up. You are now a candidate for Yellow Springs Ward Chief. NK Books. Currently ranked 3rd. Keep it up. They really put my name in, she muttered, speechless. The leaderboard showed the pighead fiend first, the chainsaw doctor second, and her third. At dawn, No Nin checked the list, first the pighead, second the doctor, then she paused at third, number 3, owner of Salted Fish Tavern. Van Haan's face stared back. She rubbed her eyes, flopped onto the bed, mumbled, I must be seeing things. Restart. 15 minutes later it was still there. She sprang up, shouting, heaven leaves a path after all. Mahai Noyet also froze for half an hour. I meant to push any tavern owner, turns out it's her. Still, a human player as chief is better than a vicious fiend. Then she frowned, but how did she pull this off? That day, Van Haan opened as usual, a line already waited. Wine here is superb. Nuerhong is full-bodied. Funjo is gentle, sip and you won't get drunk. With that safety system, even drunk you're safe. A connoisseur cut in, didn't you notice after drinking your belly feels full, not hungry? The crowd paused, then nodded. Maybe because you were drunk, one guessed. Makes sense, others agreed. The connoisseur regretted speaking and queued quietly. At 8, doors swung wide and the crowd surged, shoving for spots. The connoisseur picked a corner dispenser, filled a gourd, paid again, filled it to the brim, then swapped in another gourd, 5 in total, and sauntered off. The fiend behind gaped, stockpiling? None of your business. Imitators fetched bamboo tubes and did the same. Chaos swelled, all 10 dispensers ran dry. Latecomers wailed, damn it, how are you all so fast? Salted Fish Tavern? A passing ghost had already walked past the tavern, but a glance at the sign made it double back for a closer look. First floor of Peaceful Ghost Tower has an affiliated shop, Salted Fish General Store. Could this be the same chain? With a curious tilt, it pushed the door in. Isham, a custom vending setup. No, in a tavern it should be called mixed drinks. The place runs a super safety system, patrons absolutely secure, and that is real. It watched a troublemaker get lightning zapped and tossed straight out. The snacks fill you right up, really boost satiety, and the drinks clear the head. Now that is brilliant. It did not even need to test it. One look at the crowd of ghosts pounding drinks and buying like mad was enough. The ruckus just now started because the front-ranked ghost came with its own containers, flaunting 3 big barrels, still not satisfied and wanting more. The ghosts behind could not stand it and swung first. Still, if the salted fish shop and the salted fish tavern are one house, why is the tavern not limiting purchases? While it puzzled that out, low voices nearby drifted over. The tavern's only been open for 2 days and ghosts are already brawling for it. Before long you'll have to rip your scalp to snag a cup. That's nothing, this morning in less than 1 hour all 10 drink stations sold out. Good thing the boss, seeing it was bad, pushed out a batch of second-grade stock so folks could keep drinking. Otherwise the fight would have started earlier. When sales are this hot, give it a bit and the boss might put in limits. That shameless one had it coming. Drinking inside was fine, but hauling a whole jug out? If I were the boss I'd cap it too. Passing ghost, great, case closed. Looks like it is just because they are newly open, so the limits aren't live yet. Next up, odds are they will arrange them soon. It remembered hearing that the peaceful ghost tower's first floor shop sold satiety food, so it had sprinted there. On arrival it proved true, but with a catch: stock was sold only to households registered in the tower. That rule barred a host of outsiders at the door. Unwilling to give up, the passerby ghost thought to pay for a long-stay unit in the tower. Sadly it learned too late. By the time it arrived, every room was full. It waited a whole week and never saw a single tenant move out. Discouraged, it went rootless, drifting the 4 seas. Who knew that on Nether Springs Street it would stumble on a treasure? Instantly its spirits soared. Plan first, queue up, down a few cups. Once the tavern closes, pull an all-nighter to buy a room next door. From then on it would check in at Salted Fish Tavern every day and be among the first through the door. Failing to catch first place is one thing, but getting overtaken by third is another. Chainsaw Doctor drooped, too listless to talk. Ji Fuang Tran eyed the leaderboard, brow furrowing deep. I know the one in third. I'll go talk her down, tell her not to muddy this pond. Really? Chainsaw Doctor snapped to attention. Ji Fuang Tran smiled and nodded. I will make her accept my proposal. If words could not do it, force would. Once he left, Chainsaw Doctor rolled off the cot in a tumble. Competition's too fierce, no more lying down. The slaughterhouse's boar-headed ghost was a given. It had long foreseen those two would clash. But who was that other candidate popping out of nowhere, a face it did not even recognize, with votes surging so fast? Chainsaw Doctor had his own plan. After sending Ji Fuang Tran away and just as he headed out, a figure with twin blades dove in through the window. The next instant a short blade pressed to his chest. He reacted in a flash, left hand parried, right hand morphed into a buzzing saw to counter. Ma Hai Noyet slipped aside, but a lock of hair at the end still got shorn off. Her expression went blank with panic, as if baffled that a household bound by love was suddenly crossing blades. No Nin, ruined, another Dit's turn. Alarm bells clanged in her heart. She hurriedly summoned her contract ghost. No Nin's contract ghost had been made into a mannequin while alive. After death it kept the same form. The moment it took the stage, the mannequin ghost glowered at Chainsaw Doctor. Why do I have no hands and no feet while you have everything? Chainsaw Doctor? If you have none, then wake up and hand them over. With that, the mannequin ghost took his right hand. Ugh! Pain lanced him, a cold bead of sweat rolled down his brow. Give me your hands and your feet, all of them. Greed unending, it grabbed for left hand, left leg, right leg. Dream on. Cursing, he turned his left hand into a chainsaw and tried to take its head. But the mannequin ghost smiled oddly. His saw hand had already stuck onto its body. Now they are mine. It laughed with delight. He nearly coughed blood from rage. In that moment he knew the gap and bolted without a flicker of hesitation. Left leg is mine. Right leg is mine. Everything is mine. The mannequin ghost laughed, snatching piece by piece until it stood four-limbed and whole. Chainsaw Doctor collapsed, pitiful, writhing yet unable to crawl a single step. Ma Hai Noyet's face flipped between daze and distress, mind on the verge of fracture. No Nin strode up and, with no hesitation, drove a blade into his heart. The longer the night, the more the dreams, you die, the road unblocks. Chainsaw Doctor's eyes bulged. He stared at Ma Hai Noyet in unwilling disbelief. as if accusing her of watching coldly and refusing to aid him. Nether Springs Clinic head physician died by accident, 2 candidate slots remain. With his death the prompt chimed, clarity returned to Mahai Noyet. Thinking back on the enthrallment, she sighed, lucky you were here. No Nin, lucky indeed. Her contract ghost, for all its show of ripping off right hand, left leg, was only B-class. Its sole attack was to target foes who had hands and feet. If the target pretended not to hear and ignored it, the mannequin ghost had no moves, at most tailing and hurling curses. The trick was that Chainsaw Doctor was a chatterbox. When the contract ghost spoke one line, he answered one line. When it fell silent, he still babbled on. Every line cost him a hand or a foot. That was how he handed over all 4 limbs himself, a perfect counter. Play long enough and you learn, victory is not just about talenteers. For instance, a logistics S-class who only knows how to siphon ghost stars, without a suitable ghost weapon at hand, will struggle to beat an A-class, sometimes even a B-class is too much. Piles of ghost stars are useless if the weapon is trash, no amount of mixing will carry you. Many a genius falls like this. Reliving the fight in her mind, No Nin felt secretly pleased. One glance at Chainsaw Doctor on the floor and she could not resist cursing. Pick on an S-class player, serves you right. Ji Fuang Tran was hurrying off to reason with Van Han, but halfway there Chainsaw Doctor died, and he stalled. Where am I? Who am I? What was I about to do? Once the threads clicked, his face went dark. Back in his newbie days in Nether Springs Street he had oversupplemented, got poisoned, and gone to the clinic. Chainsaw Doctor had scraped away rot and dusted powder. From that time on, he had been under a ghost's mental leash. Thinking of the stupid things he had done, he gnashed his teeth. The man was dead and he still wanted to shock him back to life just to kill him again. Van Han had napped in a back room of the tavern. When she woke, the world had shifted. On the leaderboard the former second had dropped to third and then vanished, while the hall swelled with drinkers until not a seat remained. Nothing but ghosts as far as the eye could see. A ghost who knew her sidled up to whisper, "Manager. The Salted Fish General Store in the peaceful ghost tower sells snacks, our tavern. Should stock up too." Right, the drinkers chimed, "Wine without food halves the joy." "You're too kind a soul to watch us go hungry, aren't you?" Among the noisy lot was one show-off who raised a hand proudly, "Manager, it was me who entered you as a candidate for street chief." Van Han, so it was you. The ghost, unaware doom loomed, still crowed, "With such great service, how about treating everyone to a round? When you become street chief, we should celebrate a whole street for 3 days, right? No need to be too polite, but if you insist on thanks, 7 days of free tab for me will do." "How can you enter someone else's name?" another ghost asked. "How did you do it?" The braggart snickered, "Easy, just say I enter the Salted Fish Tavern's manager as a candidate, and it goes through." See all those candidates? You think they all self-applied? Plenty were entered by enemies. Races for street chief are cutthroat. In a sense the candidate list is a death list. Then why rope me in? Trying to get me killed? Van Han cut in. Ha? The braggart froze, mind a muddle, words stuck. You said it yourself, candidate list equals death list. Her tone turned cold. You shoved me into danger. She only happened to have the strength, not only unharmed but with a shot at the throne. Switch the person and they might not last till voting day before the corpse goes cold. Well, he stammered. Enough, she said, for acting on your own, you're barred from the tavern for 7 days. Braggart, what? Never in a dream did he expect this ending. Had he known, he would not have bragged. He tried to argue, but the super safety system hoisted him up and flung him out. The hall gaped. An acquaintance tried to intercede. He meant well, good intentions still spawn bad ends. The manager is right, a furious drinker snapped before Van Han spoke. If she lost to the boar-headed ghost because of his meddling, would we have any good days ahead? What if she got too heartsore and left the city, or never opened shop again? The thought of that grim future left every ghost shaken, and A-Class even shouted on the spot, "If you haven't voted, get out there and vote. The manager must win." Out the doors, who does not have friends and kin, the drinkers rang up their circles and rallied votes for Van Han. In a blink, the second-place tally surged, tailing first place by a hair and ready to overtake. The boar-headed ghost felt the heat. It could not fathom how she was pulling votes so savagely, some charm-type talent, perhaps. But no matter, once the candidate list has only one left, the game ends early, vote counts won't matter. It stared at the board and smiled thinly. To thank everyone for the fervent voting, Van Han worked the back end and rolled out vending machines. Thus, beyond mixed drinks, the tavern now had 5 vending units stuffed with snacks. Milk candies, clear heart tea, beef jerky, drumsticks, steak, mung bean cakes with scarlet pearls, fizzy drinks from the Fleetfoot app, cigarettes from the Dark Obsidian shop, rice clusters from the Casino of Fate, Serious Make chocolate from the Death Trip tour group, so many kinds it made Ghost's eyes spin. There were even some new teas from the peaceful Ghost Tower era, but since they were not snacks she left them out. Even so, the lines at the machines snaked long the moment she restocked. Ghosts howled and scrambled to spend, though the queue stretched on, they stuck it out. She considered adding
NK
5 more,
books.
but this was still a tavern, too many snacks would drown out the main act, so she let it be. With a new opening, no purchase caps yet, a few rich ghosts strode up and paid by scan instantly. Those behind fumed, how can they shop at will with no limits? Limits. We need limits. Set them now. Van Han, keen to the crowd, added a daily maximum per customer. The well-heeled shut their eyes in pain, so this is what having money you cannot spend feels like. One ghost took it too hard and shoved ghost stars into its mouth to gnaw, raging, "If I can't buy food, what good are you?" Another ghost, patient at first, saw the line static and snapped, "Per ghost quota's still too high. Maybe shave it down." Before it finished, several ghosts clapped hands over its mouth. "No. Don't you dare. Promise me you won't speak." It thrashed and mumbled, "Why the hands, I must say it. The quota per ghost is too high. Reduce it so more can benefit." At that, more in the line chimed in, "Right. That will speed things up, raise queue efficiency." The one in front dithered so long even the devil's time ran out. Feels like decision paralysis. Fewer choices help it decide faster. Seeing over 7 and 10 backing further limits, Van Han opened the panel and tweaked again. With the outcome settled, a few ghosts shot hateful looks at the muffled one and pulled their hands back in despair. Once the new cap locked, a ghost came and whispered to her, then the two of them slipped out of the tavern. Back at the machines, the line clearly moved faster. "Ha, I am a genius," the previously muffled ghost thought, jauntily stepping up to buy only to see personal daily quantity 5, snack types 10. Not enough, nowhere near enough. It turned to stone. As smug as it had been while proposing, it was that regretful at the screen. If only it had held its tongue a moment, how many treats it had just lost. The more it thought, the more its guts twisted. I know a fatal weakness of the boar-headed ghost. A few minutes earlier, a drinker had whispered by Van Han's ear. Her face flickered 3 parts shock, 3 parts delight, 4 parts urgency. What weakness? The ghost scanned around, taught with caution, not safe to talk here. Outside. All right. She followed without fuss, leaving Salted Fish Tavern. When they were far and found a quiet nook, the informer ghost finally said, "The boar-headed ghost's fatal weakness is," the voice dipped lower and lower, nearly inaudible. Logic said she should hold her breath and listen, instead she grabbed its neck, slammed it to the wall, and barked, "You eat yet? Speak up." Informer ghost? While they grappled, the boar-headed ghost crept up behind her, snarling as it lunged only for a black shadow stalking it to pounce and swallow it whole. From its angle the informer saw everything. "What the, are you two still acting?" The black shape licked its meal down and loomed over the informer, ready for seconds. "Why insist on talking outside if not to spring a trap? You think I am a fool?" Van Han tightened her grip until the informer's eyes rolled. Informer ghost. Thought the scheme seamless, turns out the idiot was me. Kill if you must. It flared with a rare spurt of spine. "Why?" she asked. Is my wine bad or my snacks inedible? Why stand with the boar-headed ghost? Because they are too good, I want more. Its eyes flashed with stubborn want. It promised me that if it won and became street chief, the tavern's storehouse would be mine. Lining up and paying daily, how much can I drink in a month? Better to risk it once. If it works, everything is mine. With that quality, it could rise and keep its promise? Van Haan shook her head. Besides, the storehouse holds nothing. Everything sits in her personal space. Impossible. The informer rejected the truth outright. All that plotting had been for nothing. With her answer in hand, she could not be bothered to argue and flung the ghost to the shadow. The shadow gulped it down. A few hours later, S-Class boar-headed ghost fully digested. Bloodreek Slaughterhouse Arena Master died by accident. One candidate remains. System declares your automatic victory. Congratulations, you are now Street Chief of Nether Springs Street. Additional permissions unlocked. Congratulations, you have gained S-Class talent unspeakable. Unspeakable, S-Class, upgradable. The Emperor's name cannot be spoken. Those with kind intent will instinctively avoid you. Those with ill intent shall be cursed. Curse effects can stack. A few days earlier, after reading the election rules, Van Haan had sniffed, let anyone who craves the ghost throne take it. A few days later, seeing the new permissions, she chuckled, well now, that is tasty. At the same time, other players received notices. Bloodreek Slaughterhouse Arena Master died by accident. One candidate remains. Congratulations to player number 351,147 on becoming Street Chief of Nether Springs Street. Within this jurisdiction, brawling and theft are forbidden. Accrue 3 violations and you are blacklisted and expelled at once. Blacklisters may not set foot within Nether Springs Street. Violators shall be struck by lightning. Those who complete the branch quest election early may leave now, or stay in the instance until the game ends. The trio plotting in the clinic, still discussing countermeasures, and we jump straight to the big ending. With the vote cut short, players could leave any time. Leaving safely is for the best, Ji Fuang Tran said, bolting first after the mind control mess and all the foolish deeds. He did not want to remember and had no face to linger. If only she had streamed, No Nin muttered, I'd love to watch how she cleared the stage and took the seat. To prevent leaks in a Street Chief race, broadcast was restricted. Apart from the first day at kickoff, every streamer's room was closed. Ma Hai Noyet said, a habitual streamer herself, unless you missed that window, she never went live at all while inside. A pity, No Nin sighed and ended the run. Elsewhere, with enterprises now sizable, Van Haan did not grind the instance. As soon as the system said, you may leave now or stay until the game ends, she chose to leave. Congratulations on clearing an S-Class instance. Branch Quest election, your contribution was 72%. For exceptional
books.
Performance you receive, Ghost Stars, 12,000, Special Item Blank Real Estate Deed, 1. The last S-Class instance, Casino of Fate, had been danger on danger, so this time, even though her SS-Class Shadow devoured an S-Class boar-headed ghost, she still had it lie in ambush and finish in a single strike. This is how an instance should be, light and delightful, Van Haan said with a smile, stowing the blank real estate deed into her personal space. Back in the real world, Van Haan was about to grab a meal then return to the dorm to rest when a student, seeing her like a savior, clattered up crying that something was wrong. Van Haan, weary inside, kept a calm face and asked what happened. The student said part of the dorms had been shrouded in white fog and had become a life-forbidden zone. All the seniors living there had been out of contact for 2 days with not a word. Senior Zhao Nao was away and could not be found. The dean of students had rushed in to rescue people the moment the fog appeared and had not come out since. As for Senior Kyo Dike-tin, the day the fog rose other cities also had incidents and the government borrowed him. The lecturers were swept in too. Van Haan sighed and accepted overtime, telling the freshman to steady himself and recount from the start. 2 mornings ago a white fog rose over the central zone of the academy. At first everyone chalked it up to weather, but as time passed it fell off because the fog sat fixed over one patch and never spread. Many classes were missing students and lecturers. Someone went to the faculty dorms to knock and never returned. The news reached the dean, who strung warning banners around the fog and forbade other students to approach. Then, after arranging everything, stepped into the forbidden zone himself, promising to bring everyone out and telling the freshmen to wait for word. A whole day and night passed without a peep, so the new cohort grew anxious for a trustworthy stabilizer. Just then Van Hahn came out of an instance. She analyzed that the situation did not sound terrible yet. It was only the next day, those inside might be fine, and even the dean would need time to break a life-forbidden zone. What to do next was wait, trust the dean, and under no circumstances allow any student to charge in. The freshman received the orders solemnly. Meanwhile, inside the fog, Duong Tiham sat on the ground too lazy to move, the digital watch on her wrist had long since frozen. Within the fog she felt neither hunger nor thirst and so had no idea how long she had been missing. She had gone to sleep fine and woke to find everything changed. She tested the surroundings only to meet nothing but boundless mist whichever way she walked, circling back to the same place no matter what. She wondered if she had been kidnapped to some unfamiliar where. Who could be so capable as to snatch people inside the horror academy itself? After wandering fruitlessly and seeing no one, she reasoned the dorm disappearances must be a group event and decided to stay put for rescue. She waited and no one came, muttering that surely she could not be the only unlucky one and telling herself to wait a little more, then pick any direction and commit. In that fretful moment her elder brother Duong Tan Duong appeared, face anxious, scolding that she had scared him to death. She gaped and asked how he got there. He demanded whether she could possibly get out on her own if he had not come. She jogged toward him grumbling that she had been studying hard and though not yet an elite player she would be in the future. He waved her over urging that he would take her out, and Miss Duong, seizing the opening, slapped a talisman square on his brow. Blank-faced she said he was possessed and she would paste a charm to dispel it. Duong Tan Duong stared wide-eyed in disbelief, then screamed and dissolved into wisps of smoke. Duong Tiham watched coolly. Since she had changed her name her brother always called her Milo. This wretch wearing her brother's face had called her Tiham so naturally that she had been shocked to the core and reflexively plastered the charm to kill it. Unawares the fog thinned and the road ahead brightened. She walked on muttering, what kind of instance is this? How terrifying. Elsewhere in the fog, sight, smell, and sound were smothered. The buzzcut youth felt no passage of time and wondered if he was trapped in a dream he could not wake from. As he stood dazed, Van Hahn came out of the mist, saying the fog was strange and had trapped many students, that she had come to take them out and he should come quickly. He suspected this was a coach in a weird world drill and, without a word, quietly lit an exorcism candle and closed the distance. Van Hahn involuntarily stepped back. He advanced 2 steps and Van Hahn, as if seeing filth, spun and fled. He snuffed the candle and thought to himself that the acting was awful. Elsewhere, it's me, I'm here to save you, follow and do not stray. A dean of students beckoned. The student, overjoyed, followed. In the next instant the dean punched a great hole through his chest. The student forced his lighter to the exorcism candle and drove the ghost off by compulsion, then pulled out a poison-warding doll and, with his last strength, shunted the wound onto it. A moment later the hole in his chest vanished while the doll split and glowered with rancor. He hurriedly burned it and, shaken, cursed that they even disguised themselves as the dean to trick people, and grew twice as wary. Elsewhere again, a freshman spotted a lecturer and sprinted over crying for help. The lecturer, stunned to see a familiar pupil inside, asked how he had gotten in. The freshman said he had slept and woken up like this and, talking, edged behind the teacher with fear. The lecturer, unused to anyone at his back, shifted his body and thereby dodged a killing blow as the freshman's 5 blade-like fingers stabbed for the small of his back. The teacher escaped with a light wound, sprang back to open distance, and, eyeing the other party, said, "You are not my student." The student licked his fingertips with a counterfeit smile and sank into the fog. The lecturer pressed his waist, ripped his clothes, bandaged the wound, and sobered up, realizing the mist not only penned people in but also hid ghosts that could steal familiar faces. Carelessness meant death. As for the dean, the moment he entered he invoked his talent and became a 3-headed, 6-armed fiend, 3 heads for 360-degree sightlines with no dead angle, 6 arms to wield 6 ghost tools at once for any scenario. He shook a bell in one hand and the white fog gradually drew back to open a lane. He strode forward resolved to break the zone as fast as possible and, upon meeting a ghost, barked to know what fiend dared run riot in the academy and harm his students, then slashed a deep wound across its chest. The ghost, wary of something, only dodged without striking back, then produced a candle to light. The candle looked familiar enough to turn him to stone. It was an exorcism candle. What upright ghost would light such a thing on itself? The wick caught. The ghost fixed him with a grave look and even tossed him a milk candy, clearly trying to throw it into his mouth, as if believing the dean had lost control in his fiend form and meant to restore his reason with candy, though his fiend state normally made him hot-blooded. The clear oddity nudged his rusty thoughts into motion. Anyone who carried milk candy and would throw it to him was no ghost. What he saw was a tampered image and he did not know when he had been duped. The ghosts hiding in the fog likely wanted to use his hands to kill every trapped human. Having reasoned that out, he dismissed the fiend talent, returned to human form, and dared not act rashly. The candle burned on, and by its light the lurking nightmare wraiths could not freely approach, only watch from the depths. As the candle stub shortened and neared its end, the wraith rejoiced, laid plans, and began to stir, only to see its target pull from a pocket an identical candle. The wraith fell speechless. It could do its best work by riding sleep, pulling a human's true body and carried items into its woven dreamscape, stealing pieces of memory, garbling the senses, and assuming familiar faces to confound. Yet it simply could not get close to the body. Who could understand such frustration? The situation looked stable but was not. Each candle used was one gone. Those trapped could not find their teammates and would end up merely stranded in the fog and parched to death. The silver-haired youth knew this too well, yet, limited by his talent, could not think of a way to break the game. While he brooded, another wraith sidled near. The earlier one snarled from the depths that they had agreed on one ghost per prey and this was its quarry. The newcomer said it would not eat, only sniff the scent, then flared its nostrils and took several greedy sniffs. The yoking wraith snapped that even sniffing was forbidden and told it to scram. The newcomer jabbed a finger and nearly poked its nose, calling it overbearing. The yoking wraith raged that each wraith possessed its own dreamfield, and though they were linked, one must not step on another's turf without cause. Had it no common sense? None, said the newcomer honestly as it drove ghost chi into the wraith's belly. Then it sloughed the duplicate hide and became a human. My talent is turning into a nightmare wraith, the human explained good-naturedly as he drew the ghost chi back and then stabbed once more. The wraith bulged its eyes and died unappeased. The human stepped into the candlelight perimeter and, with an irrepressible bounce in his tone, said he had groped alone in the fog forever and finally found a living human. The silver-haired youth recognized him as a nearly graduated senior whose talent was to take on a ghost's form. Seeing the man approach naturally with no oddities, he dropped his guard and discussed a way out. The senior said each wraith held a personal dream field and those fields were linked, so if they cleared the fields one by one they should be able to leave. The silver-haired youth found the logic sound and they set off at once, only to hit fresh snags in practice. After half a day they had seen neither person nor new wraith, as if bobbing lost at sea with no bearings. The senior could pass freely through the linked dreams but could not lead someone else. If he stayed he would have to crawl along with the silver-haired youth. If he left alone the team would split up again after a hard-won reunion. They traded looks and admitted this was a vast project not for one or two people. Just then a sheet of black shadow covered the sky above the fog and, gulp by gulp, ate the white away. It's the senior's sister. The coach is back. The two brightened with hope. The next instant the black mouth yawned and swallowed them both. 20 minutes earlier, looking at the fog, Van Han had a queer thought. Her shadow could swallow anything. What if it swallowed the life-forbidden zone? There were players inside but no problem. Swallow then spit them out. The zone would be digested, the trap saved, the matter resolved without her having to charge in. She ran the thought over and over and found no holes in the logic, meaning the plan would work. So try. Quietly she bound the world root to her shadow. Shadow resistance surges, temporarily empowered. Shadow digestion rate increases 100-fold, temporarily empowered. Shadow swallow capacity expands 1,000-fold, temporarily empowered. Then the black spread its speed and swallowed the foggy quarter clean, after which Van Han received a string of prompts. World root has devoured high-grade energy, daily usable time increases by 10 seconds. World root has devoured high-grade energy, daily usable time increases by 8 seconds. World root has devoured high-grade energy, daily usable time increases by 13 seconds. Shadow has swallowed an A-grade human player. Do you choose to digest? Van Han jolted. This one could not be eaten. The black, aggrieved, spat the person onto the ground. After a while the earth was dotted with the unconscious, the gravely wounded, and several dazed students who did not know where they were or why they had wandered there. Seeing the special training students still spry, Van Han sent them to the infirmary to summon help and treat the injured. Then all players received system notices. On that night, the Nightmare Wraith clan shattered space and time and entered a brand new world. Nightmare Wraiths are born with weave dreams, ride sleep, steal target memory fragments, and phantasm that mimics acquaintances. The gifted can even bewitch enemies into seeing elaborately woven false displays, as when the dean mistook a lecturer for a ghost. They nursed grand ambitions to seize this land and revive their kind, but as they raised a hand they met annihilating blows. Note, due to unknown factors, the current instance is disappearing. Congratulations, players, on clearing an S-grade instance. Everyone stared at Van Han in bafflement and she said it was not that they could not do it, only that her talent fit the problem and having her handle it was more economical. The others were speechless yet grateful for the ladder she offered them to descend by, though the forbidden zone was cleared. Many small matters remained, as the chief contributor Van Han was rewarded with an extra long vacation and simply returned to the dorm to rest, while the hard-working dean, fresh out of the instance, took up task after task and arranged everything in order. 2 days later, senior Kyo Dike-tin brought his team back. With manpower topped up, the academy returned to tidy order. Meeting on the path, Van Han teased that he was back fast and the matter must have been easy. Kyo said the situation was truly complicated and not resolved. She stayed his tongue and said if it was complicated he need not tell her. She was on leave and not thinking. The look on her face made him laugh. As they were about to pass each other, students swarmed them, gushing that she had dispelled the forbidden zone and saved everyone, asking if her talent was a growth type now at S or at double S and who was stronger, her or Kyo. The chatter rose until Kyo frowned and told them to get to training and stop making a racket. The students wilted. Then Van Han piped up that she too was curious. The students crowed that even the senior sister was curious. Kyo looked helpless. Van Han asked if he had time to join her on the training ground, just the two of them. The crowd turned to stone. This had been their question. How had it become a real fight with no crowd allowed? Kyo felt a mischievous itch and nodded. So the two of them headed straight for the field and threw the melon-eating onlookers out. Too much, someone wailed, and someone else watched her receding back and murmured that she truly was a coach. Sly, with 100 ways to make students behave. At the field, Kyo asked how to train. Van Han said she would punch him once and he would punch her once, taking turns. The force could increase or decrease, if increasing then at most by 10% each time, and if it was too much call stop in time. Kyo said she should strike and he would defend, because an attack talent and a support talent were not the same thing, and, if he got serious, he feared he would break her. Van Han said he would agree and, speaking, bound the world root to her fists and, like thunder, shot a punch. Kyo took off on the spot, smashed into the wall, and left a crater. Van Han blinked because she had clearly reduced her force and still sent him flying. She glared at her fist as if scolding it for overdoing it. Kyo slid down from the wall and stared at her as if profoundly shaken. Van Han said she had told him he would agree to throw a punch back and raised both gloved fists with spirit. Kyo rolled his shoulders and stood lightly, saying she must have learned a new way to use her talent inside the instance, that the ability had always been there, merely hidden. Van Han smiled without explaining and waited, trusting her judgment. Kyo threw a real punch. Bang! Van Han caught it solidly and returned one. This time he caught it too. After a bit of back and forth, Kyo remarked that in a real fight, besides taking force, you needed matched speed. If you could not catch the line of attack, great force was wasted. Van Han proposed they stop playing and go all out. Kyo looked deeply at her and said fine. 15 minutes later he was on one knee, unable to rise. Van Han giggled, stripped off her gloves, and thanked him for the spar. All this time he had thought she was support or logistics. After half a bout he finally confirmed that she was absolutely not support. She was superlative at fighting and could even floor him, and no one in the academy knew. That degree of concealment was frightening. He blurted out, "Why?" She said this was a one-life clear game, so of course she would hide herself well until she had absolute force. Her tone and acting were exactly like a villain. He fell silent and said everyone in the academy was very kind, so there was no need. She smiled that the world was vast and there were endless places beyond this school, and she preferred to keep fate tightly in her own hands. Although her power had grown greatly, Van Han stayed as lazy as ever. If she could avoid going out she would, if she could take a long break she did. The very image of a blissful couch potato. A few days later some students cleared an instance and discovered that on a certain street the baleful spirits were holding a vote for a ward chief. Once back in reality they filed a report. The school convened an emergency meeting and then organized all faculty and students to watch a live broadcast to analyze the instance's changes. As a coach, Van Han was forced to attend. She sat in the auditorium, opened the stream, keyed in the room number, and pretended to watch Ghost Emperor Championship Ferocious Ghost Street with utmost seriousness, while in truth her mind was 9 clouds away. The instance format matched one she had played: mainline, survive, sideline, find work and run for office. On screen 5 players were discussing in earnest. One said, "We should nominate a ghost-friendly to humans to take the seat." Another said, "If it is a puppet obedient to human use, even better." A third asked, "Do we know a ghost who fits and can be manipulated to win?" Up to here it was still normal, although the players' secret scheming made them look bad. Humans and ghosts were bound to fight someday, and if one side seized a chance to weaken the other it was still within reason. The oddity was what happened next. The players had not finished talking when a rousing shout broke out on the street. "Our turn for riches and glory has finally come." A flock of burly ghosts came thundering out to cast ballots, plainly already smitten with a candidate. Ferocious Ghost Street likely has a People's Choice Ghost King sitting in town, a double S level, one player said gravely. This sideline will be tough. She opened the ranking to see what the revered Ghost King looked like, and number 1, the longtime proprietor of Peaceful Ghost Tower, owner of the Salted Fish General Store. On the first floor, the half-body photo showed a smiling woman with a kindly face, looking every bit the good person that is the Ghost King venerated by myriad ghosts. The players were baffled, and number 1's votes climbed insanely fast, proving she truly had gravitas. The players stared at one another, frozen. Outside, the students all turned to look at Van Han, because the number 1 had her exact face. Coach, a special training student hesitated. The one on top of the board, could it be? It's me, Van Han admitted breezily. To sway the ghost world from outside the instance worthy of a coach, the trainees cheered, while the lecturer was left speechless. He had planned to sneak in some explanation during the stream, but once he saw the feat his brain stalled. His mental process went like, I've seen every kind of case, except this. What even is this? What kind of play is this? Better say nothing and pretend there is nothing to explain. Within the instance, a female player stared at the ranking a long time, then scanned the tip messages from viewers and grew excited. Number 1 is a famous human player. We can safely push her into office. At the same time, thanks to the viewers' frantic DM intel, the other players also received tipped messages one after another. Another player said hesitantly, it seems we do not need to push on our own. The front runner was in another league, her vote count far ahead, throwing all other candidates a whole block behind, and within a blink she was 5 times the runner-up. He had reason to suspect it would become tenfold in a little while. The female player skimmed the tip flood and grinned. The audience says we should just chill, let number 1 handle the rest. Even if she isn't inside the instance, with her ghost network she can win easily. The others traded looks. This sideline looks super hard, but is it actually a welfare run? Unlike the apathetic residents of Yellow Spring Street, the residents of Ferocious Ghost Street joined the vote with fervor. Some ghosts spontaneously took to street corners to stump. Do you know Yellow Spring Street? Since that lady took office, there are bans on brawling and theft. You can even leave doors open at night. There are vending machines along the sidewalks. Every food sold can truly fill you up. Nibble a bit and you won't be hungry all night. And those goodies only appear on Yellow Spring Street and are sold only to its residents. If Yellow Springs can enjoy such blessing, so can Ferocious Ghost Street. All we need is to push that lady onto the seat. At the alley's end, another ghost harangued with passion. Heard of Peaceful Ghost Tower? Ever heard of the Salted Fish General Store on its first floor? If not, go ask now. If we make the tower's proprietress our ward chief, all ghosts will be akin to being registered households of Peaceful Ghost Tower. Friends, seize the moment, time will not return. Low-level ghosts, do you want a full belly? Do you want a calm life? The chance is right in front of you. Pick her as ward chief and our good days will never end. In the Great Hall, the entire academy once more fixed their gaze on Van Han. Van Han, the instance's ghosts were drawing pies on paper. Why look at me? Everyone else, have we not cleared instances before? Normal ghost instances are nothing like this. Van Han, not my business, I am innocent. The instance ghosts did not seem very bright. Her ghostly fans hoodwinked them with a few lines and they surged to the polls. I heard when Coach went to Keonton she duped half the half-human half-ghost villagers. Jokes aside, those ballot-pulling ghosts are really good at canvassing. Even I was moved. Maybe they attended some kind of message transmission training. While they debated, a new challenger appeared as number 2 on the board, the owner of Eternal Flower Shop, the picture showing the shopkeeper ghost encircled by greenery. Oh. Eternal Flower Shop is on Ferocious Ghost Street too, the students tensed. Eternal Flower Shop? Van Han suddenly recalled she had seen that shop in the runner-up instance. She had heard the owner placed a daily order on the runner app to buy 10 meat buns for delivery, and if a player accepted and followed the instructions without thinking, they would likely be added to the shop's potted greenery as fertilizer. That ghost's character is bad, Van Han muttered. The street's ghosts thought so too, and upon seeing the shopkeeper's rise, countless residents cried, "We cannot let it take office. The whole street will be eaten clean by it and its plants." Then they rallied friends and crazily cast ballots for Van Han. But the flower shop owner was no easy mark. It camped by a polling station, lurking like a tiger and watching the voters, ready to pluck a lucky ghost to feed its darlings. Under pressure, many residents who had planned to vote for Van Han switched to number 2. Occasionally one or two thought they were far enough away that the shopkeeper could not see, but after they Voted in, stepped out, they won the lottery and became reserve stock for the greenery. Seriously, is it sick? A player who secretly saw this despised the behavior and harshly denounced it. Teacher. In this situation, how do we break the game? A student raised a hand, wanting an answer to forward via tips to the players inside, yet the teacher did not reply. The dean had just summoned him to an emergency meeting. Forget others, our junior is absolutely reliable. Tuanwu felt there was nothing to debate and backed her openly. Kyungton and Hidden Ghost, both death-restricted zones, she cleared them. Not to mention the unbound exorcist candle items she has donated all along to help everyone. Yuan Xiaodan added, Heaven's Way counts 50, Heaven in X 49, man must hide one. From long ago I have felt our junior is humanity's hope. Even Duan Jin, who had not liked her, said, the exorcist candle saved ordinary folk in 3 cities, the milk candy item helped veteran players regain reason, in Kyungton she helped bring the rescue team back, and days ago she saved academy students and teachers. If such a person is not trustworthy, who is? Xiao Yixing, listening to a hall full of praise made his scalp prickle. He had recently realized one thing, the stronger a side is, the less it needs to watch its words. Take the junior, though she had said the candles were unbound donations. What if she had merely feigned harmlessness to safely pass through a weakened period, with the situation in her favor? If she wished to change her mind, there were many ways to demand compensation. He was in knots when someone else spoke up. I agree to support Van Han too. The little lady is patriotic and fervent, always gentle to people, not a prickly fighter by nature, most fitting to be ward chief from the side of the road. Xiao Yixing. Why does that sound so off? More like implying she is fit to be a puppet. The speaker, oblivious, went on cheerily, when the nation is in peril, one's own honor and shame should not matter. Van Han has high awareness and will surely agree. Speaking frankly, our choosing her is also her blessing. The world is vast, there is not only one academy. I prefer to hold my fate firmly in my own hands. The junior's previous words rang by his ear, so even within the academy there were small minds to guard against. The thread of reason snapped. Xiao Yixing swung a fist and smashed it into the speaker's face. Teibai, unprepared, took the punch head-on and lost a few teeth. The sudden fracas stunned everyone. Yuan Xiaodan tried to pull him off but failed and cried awkwardly, Senior, anger is one thing, you cannot hit someone in public. Could you not sack him in a sack at night? Is this not serving up a weakness on a platter? But Xiao Yixing did not care, face dark as he snarled, if your awareness is so high, sacrifice yourself first to solve the national crisis and stop arranging other people. Teibai? He looked dumbfounded, even now not understanding which sentence he had said wrong, and Xiao Yixing finally understood why the junior had deliberately stayed low-key. There are always those who, seeing someone easy to talk to, try to arrange their life, how others spend their savings. He wants to arrange, how others use their rare items. He wants to arrange, even how others stake their very lives. He insists on inserting himself to arrange and arrange. Kindness can be a mask, but can risking one's life to enter a double S instance like Kyungton to save people be a mask? Simply put, she had sensed ever deeper danger and, forced by circumstances, had to keep extra watchful eyes to protect herself. The more he thought, the angrier he grew, pinning Teibai down and thrashing him. Hey, others had not expected that after being stopped once he would still keep swinging, so in an eye blink Teibai's face was swollen blue with lumps. Enough. Chaos, the dean barked, halting Xiao Yixing and sentencing him to 10 days of confinement to cool off. Then the dean gently comforted the victim, Teibai, and sent him to rest. After the ruckus, the room's air changed. They adopted public opinion, considered standard measures, planned to boost Van Han into office, and ended the meeting in haste. Once the others had left, the dean kept Jaya back alone. There's a problem with Teibai. Go check his background, according to the usual process. After arriving at a plan, they would talk to the person of concern. Van Han explained the pros and cons, and hoped she would cooperate. Best if she agreed at once, if not they would try again. But they would respect her well even if she was displeased and firmly refused. But Teibai had not even asked her and directly agreed on her behalf. Such contempt revealed by thought showed he was very problematic. The dean had seen it since morning, and was only waiting for a chance to pull the roots, so he had played along. He had not expected Xiao Yixing to explode and punch on the spot. To keep up appearances, he had to punish Xiao Yixing. We celebrate the new and cannot let such a one be antifreeze for the blizzard. Xiaoya did not think Xiao Yixing was wrong at all. In truth, Teibai was destined to be beaten. At most the difference would be between a face-to-face beating and being sacked from behind. In the campus, who does not respect the junior for 200 floors? All of you are full of ideas now, the dean glared, then waved them off with a grumpy, willful indulgence. Go do your work. After Jaya left, he allowed himself a brief well-done smile, then tucked it away and returned to paperwork. On his way back, Xiaoyixing had planned to head to the dorm immediately, but halfway a brand new freshman popped out, all familiarity, and asked, Senior, last time you and the senior sister sparred at the training grounds, who won? Seeing the innocent face, Xiaoyixing thought, so it's you, kid. First you asked an unlucky question, now you chase me for the result. Are you not afraid curiosity will kill you? He immediately abandoned returning to the dorm, hooked an arm around the newbie's neck, and said, I happen to be short on hands, come help me a bit, we'll talk details later, and the two walked farther away toward the training grounds. In a single dorm room, Taebai wrote in cipher, pen flying. As he wrote he cursed in his heart, a long-lived support-type player, what is she if not a money tree or a treasure pot? The high brass of the academy are fools, with no idea how to correctly use personnel capabilities, and Van Han herself is a fool, with so many rare items yet not selling them for money nor trading them for fame, status, and benefits, but giving them away for free. What a waste of a talent. Van Han, I am doing all this for your own good. Once this message is sent you will have a bright future. His lips curled into a satisfied smile, being kidnapped and confined, handing in every newly obtained item daily, entering instances under expert guard. How is that not a bright future? As the recommender he would reap not small benefits once it succeeded. Fired up by the thought he coughed on his own spit and hacked violently. Cough, cough, he pressed a fist to his lips to steady himself, but a few breaths later he was spitting blood. You have been cursed. Taebai? Impossible. When he racked his brain yet could not remember when he had been hit, he had always been extremely cautious and never revealed his stance. Only this time, seeing the fat target that was Van Han, he had gotten giddy and, unable to hold back, had echoed a few lines. But even so, does it merit a curse? Who within the academy could lay a hex on him without a sound? There are indeed a few who are close to Van Han. He listed suspects, trying to find who did it. Xiaoyixing punched me in public. For Van Han, Xiaoya, both are female players and said to be very close. Tu Wenwu, rumored to have cleared instances with Van Han, always assisting her. Yuan Xiaodan also cleared instances with her. The more he muttered the heavier the blood he spat, yet the more gravely he was injured the more he wanted to catch the hidden hand, because Van Han now was not only a rare item production machine but also a human tool through which to indirectly control the ghost world, with value that great. He would never give up. Thus, anyone in the way must be found and erased. He selected a name, then another, analyzing and eliminating, and after a dozen minutes his eyes bulged and he collapsed, strength gone. Before death he hacked violently, a thin smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. Unspeakable, S-rank talent, upgradable. The name of the sovereign is not to be spoken. Those with goodwill will instinctively avoid it, those with ill will be cursed. Curse effects can stack, in the end, bearing malice and repeatedly calling Van Han's name, Taebai was crushed under the weight of layered curses and died without treatment. In the auditorium Van Han was still watching the stream. Because all the players wanted to help the nominee take office, they kept their rooms open and, working together, called on viewers to help with ideas, deal with the obstructing pest. The dawn of victory is right ahead. With a tongues up and down the flower shop owner dies. Is that how to handle it? Words are easy, real fighting is hard. In fact there is no need to confront head-on, just impede it and forbid it from harassing voters, and number one will win. The chat boiled, and before they settled on a pretext the households of peaceful Ghost Tower could no longer sit still. Ordinarily they did not rush to vote for their proprietress, because whether she became ward chief or not their good days were unchanged, but the flower shop owner dared to block votes for their boss, and that could not be stomached. Eternal Flower Shop is a fearsome S-rank instance. Peaceful Ghost Tower is also S-rank, with a longer history and deeper qualifications. So what if it has a dozen A-rank ghosts and a few S-ranks? Who doesn't? Our boss knows a double S-ghost king. If not for the constraints of election season, with no free in and out, would we let you run wild? If today you dare block ghosts from voting for our boss, tomorrow after she takes office you will dare to pull S on our heads. Resist, we must resist. Flower shop owner, the ghosts paused a beat, then nodded. The words made sense. Go, vote for the boss. They split into two columns to the polling places and, in passing, occupied the other two to keep the flower shop faction from meddling. Number one's vote count started crackling upward again. The flower shop owner fumed and wanted to drive the greenery to hunt, but recently the plants moved sluggishly, and the other side was no pushover. With few plants it would lose, with many the other side would run straight into peaceful Ghost Tower to hide. Having heard much about that tower's fearful ward, it did not dare chase in, and finally it simply turned around to vent on innocent passers-by. Voted yet? If not, vote now. I will not say who to vote for, but you know it, the situation is stronger than you, do not bring trouble on yourselves, other ghosts, help, why is it so deranged? If it is like this before taking office, what will it be after? Ghosts who had not been caught sprinted to other stations to vote for the peaceful ghost tower boss. Never mind whether the person would honor promises later, at least the propaganda painted a lovely future. The flower shop owner, judging by the result, it had just run a reverse propaganda campaign for its rival. It fumed, refused to accept it, and wanted to harshly educate those blind fools, but the peaceful ghost tower proprietress has secured more than 50% of the votes in Ferocious Ghost Street. Congratulations on the win, the shopkeeper. How do you know she will not die unexpectedly before the race ends? Its face changed as it practically demanded, wasn't it that more than 70% is required for an early victory? That rule applies when the candidate is physically present, the gate guard said with disdain. Our boss is not on Ferocious Ghost Street, since she was not present. Once her share exceeded 50%, then even if rivals slaughtered every other ghost, the final winner would still be Van Han. Upon thinking it through, the flower shop owner's expression sagged like a defeated cur. At the same time, Van Han received a system prompt. Congratulations, you have become Ward Chief of Ferocious Ghost Street. Additional permissions have unlocked. Congratulations, you have obtained an S-rank talent Unhearable. Permissions merged. Unhearable, S-rank talent. Upgradable, you are an existence that cannot be heard and cannot be spoken. Van Han, though being Ward Chief adds a bit of workload, the continuous unlocking of new permission-sealed skills is truly sweet. After taking office, the first thing she did was seize the eternal flower shop owner and free all innocent surviving residents, since it always turned others into fertilizer. It was time it personally experienced what it felt like to be treated as fertilizer. The election ended early. Coach wins, the hall erupted in shrieks. The lecturer who had been dragged to a meeting and only now sauntered back gaped. What? I left for a moment and the election is already over. Amid the cheers, Van Han casually closed the stream and let a faint smile tug her lips. Before, with a weak foundation, poor talents, and pitifully few offensive means, she had to rely on successive battles of wits to eke out an edge to win. Now the trend was established, the hearts of the people pointed the way. Destiny itself leaned her way, and naturally, the momentum was irresistible. It has been 30 days since the last game. The 13th game is about to begin. This dungeon, Kantai Psychiatric Hospital. Difficulty, S, current players, 12 out of 12. Main mission, survival, stay alive in the dungeon for 7 days. This site is special, live broadcast function disabled. Van Han kept staring at the interface, confirming this was the ordinary employee mode, not another mayoral election event. While she was spacing out, a ghost in a white lab coat approached and said, "For new intern doctors just arrived. Draw lots to decide which floor you'll be in charge of." Van Han drew number 1, another female intern drew number 2, a young man with golden-rimmed glasses drew number 3, and a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a calm face drew number 4. The moment he saw the number, the middle-aged man's face stiffened. In any dungeon, the number 4 was never lucky. First floor, second floor, third, fourth. All right, NK get books. To work, the head ghost ordered, waving everyone away. The middle-aged man said nothing, just left in silence. Want to team up for ward rounds? The female player asked Van Han and the man with glasses. Even if we don't fight, just standing nearby helps. The ghosts will restrain themselves. Agreed. The man with glasses nodded. Sure. Van Han replied. As they walked, the three exchanged names. The woman was Jing Chun, the man was Lin Dong, obviously aliases. They first visited room 101, a 4-ghost ward currently at full capacity. Van Han stopped by the first bed and checked the patient's chart. "Doctor, do you think I'm pretty?" asked the ghost lying there, a patchwork creature, stitched together like a doll, watching her expectantly. Its face and body were covered in fine seams, as if sewn from mismatched parts. It would have been creepy enough on a doll, on a living thing. It was nightmare fuel. Van Han didn't answer, just focused on the diagnosis report. Preliminary diagnosis: patient shows symptoms of social anxiety, general anxiety, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Social anxiety: A common anxiety disorder where patients fear being judged, criticized, or rejected, causing extreme unease or avoidance of social contact. General anxiety, persistent and uncontrollable worry over daily matters, including excessive concern about others' opinions, often leading to physical symptoms. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, knowing a thought or action is unnecessary but being unable to stop repeating it. Van Haan sighed internally, maybe she should lie down on an empty bed and be roommates instead. Doctor, you've been silent so long, do you dislike my face? The stitched ghost asked nervously, clawing at its fingers. Tell me what's wrong with it. I can fix it. Van Haan sighed, handed it a milk candy, and patted its head. You're fine. Don't change a thing. If anyone says otherwise, they're lying to you. The stitched ghost froze. The next patient immediately spoke up, Doctor, I'm not sick. I just really like it here and don't want to leave. Van Haan read the chart. Paranoid delusion, patient firmly believes they're being persecuted, monitored, followed, or harassed, and sees Kong Tai Hospital as the only safe haven. Van Haan? In a world of ghosts, being watched, followed, and hunted was normal, wasn't it? So this ghost pretended to be sick just to stay? Thinking so, she handed another handful of milk candies to bed 2 as a greeting gift. Be good while you're here, that way, you can stay as long as you like. Doctor, you're so kind, the patient almost burst into tears. The last interns never listened to me. It was so hard to talk. They're terrible, Van Haan scolded. After soothing the patient, she went to bed 3. Preliminary diagnosis: patient shows signs of binge eating and anorexia. Binge eating. Uncontrolled overeating. Anorexia, vomiting and stomach pain from overconsumption leading to appetite loss, a pathological reflex has formed. The ghost on bed 3 was so weak it looked lifeless. Van Haan gave it a few milk candies, then pulled out a big chicken leg. Eat a little. The ghost didn't respond, as if deaf. Van Haan simply placed the food beside it. Moving to bed 4, a ghost chuckled darkly, fight me. Win, and I'll obey you. Lose, and you can't control me. Van Haan skimmed the chart. Mania, patient has extreme mood swings, impulsive behavior, boundless energy, talks excessively, prone to throwing objects, anger, and fighting. All right. Van Haan agreed immediately. Before the manic ghost could react, the shadow beside her swallowed it whole, then spat it back out a moment later. I win, Van Haan announced calmly. I like obedient patients. You can walk around freely but no fighting. We agreed if you break it, you know the consequence. The manic ghost trembled, cold sweat dripping. Van Haan comforted it with 2 candies and finished rounds for room 101. The 4 ghosts weren't hard to handle, but each floor had 8 such rooms. Is this dungeon wholesale selling vengeful spirits now? Before even reaching the 2nd floor, Jing Chun already sensed doom. Van Haan toured all rooms 101 through 108, then asked, where next, 2nd floor or 3rd? Jing Chun and Lin Dong discussed briefly. Let's start with the 2nd, compared difficulty. The higher the floor, the stronger the ghosts, probably. The 2nd floor was a 2-ghost ward. Jing Chun pushed open room 201. Plates, forks, dishes were flying everywhere. 2 identical-looking ghosts were fighting like they wanted each other dead. Jing Chun, definitely the wrong way to enter. She slammed the door shut, inhaled deeply, waited a minute, and opened again. No miracle, the ghosts were still brawling. Jing Chun stomped down on both their shadows, they froze instantly. She grabbed the chart. Diagnosis: unspecified psychosis, twin sisters attempting to kill each other, believing only one's death grants freedom. Note, as they only attack each other, danger level low, assigned to 2nd floor. Jing Chun, the room was wrecked top to bottom, low danger, huh? Even immobilized, the twins glared daggers at each other, itching to tear flesh. Jing Chun tied both to their beds, finally peace. Room 202 had 1 patient, talking lovingly to its own shadow. When the doctors entered, it didn't even glance up. Jing Chun thought, please just don't start a fight. She checked the file. Diagnosis: delusional love toward own shadow, refuses anyone to harm it. Note, mostly clings to the shadow murmuring sweet words, danger level low, assigned to second floor. The addenda reported several incidents, other ghosts accidentally stepping on its shadow. The patient then exploded, beating them senseless. Once, it claimed the shadow fell for another ghost and demanded a duel to the death. Jing Chun? What even is this place? From rooms 201 to 208, she saw all sorts of bizarre cases, her worldview completely shattered. If floor 2 is like this, can floor 3 even be worse? Lin Dong said, we have to find out. Having drawn the short straw, he sighed and followed. The three entered room 301, another two-ghost ward. Seeing them, the ghost on the first bed asked casually, new intern doctors? Who's in charge of this floor? Me, Lin Dong answered truthfully. You, ha. The ghost in patient gown got off the bed, follow me. Lin Dong? None of the previous floors had ghosts leading the rounds. Still, he stayed alert and followed. The ghost guided him straight into room 304, then gestured proudly. This is our boss, the Nightshade Ghost. Almost S rank. Everything on floor 3 is under its rule. Whatever you do, get its approval first, understand? Lin Dong, wait, wasn't his role an intern doctor? Since when did doctors take orders from patients? If you want respect, earn it with strength, he said coldly. Insolence! You dare disrespect our boss, the first ghost yelled. Lin Dong met the Nightshade Ghost's gaze. If you don't dare talk, just take your meds and do as I say. You're dead. The Nightshade Ghost lunged, man and ghost clashed. Lin Dong threw 3 ghost artifacts in quick succession, immobilizing it, then unleashed his combat talent punch after punch, all to the face. Soon, the Nightshade Ghost's face was a swollen mess, pinned to the floor. Lin Dong himself bore several gashes but had one by a thread. That's all you've got? And you call yourself the ruler of floor 3, he sneered. Wake up. Not worth my time. With that, he left room 304 radiating dominance, looking 10 feet tall. Behind him, a pair of hateful eyes followed, dark and lingering. Walking out of room 304, Lam Dong's face fell at once. He had relied on ghost chi, burned ghost stars, and leaned on a bit of talent just to suppress the extra ghost. The third floor was already this hard, and above the third was a fourth that said, could the fourth floor sick ghosts really roam at will? He was on the third floor often. Was it really just a coincidence to run into them? While he was lost in thought, 2 orderlies pushed a medicine cart into the ward to deliver drugs. The seasoned ghost nurse led, a young human player trailed behind. Passing Lam Dong, the boy shot him a pleading look. Hold on, Lam Dong raised a hand. What medicine is that? Sedative, tonic, special formulations. The ghost nurse rattled off a string of names, neatly spinning Lam Dong around. Finally it added, doctors are responsible for preventing patients from causing trouble. Nurses are responsible for making sure they take medicine on time every day. Please do not obstruct our work. Lam Dong had no choice but to step aside. The instance had just begun, the situation was unclear, and the other was a stranger. He could not risk it. Seeing him yield, the player nurse looked briefly crestfallen, with a hint of grievance and a reckless, hard-to-name resolve in his eyes. Lam Dong, ahem. Before he could make sense of the hint, the ghost nurse had ushered the trainee into room 304 and called to the patient, up you get, medicine time. Watching at the side, Kenshin muttered, annoyed, wasn't the whole third floor supposed to be ruled by the Yeksha ghost? That nurse's attitude sure does not look like it. Van Han glanced at her and murmured, outside that door, rank is what you claim, Kenshin. So she believed it, turns out it was bragging. The hide was blown up that big, so the Yeksha ghost must be confident. I am not eating, take it away, you swallowing is swallowing, us feeding you is also swallowing, why seek suffering, the ghost nurse said, voice low and cold, force feed. You and what army? The Yeksha ghost sneered. If it were the head nurse, I might hesitate. You, roll. The ghost nurse and the Yeksha ghost traded barbs, turning back and seeing the newbie assigned to the third floor standing there like a post, not helping at all. It flared, why are you standing there staring? Get over here and help. At that, the player nurse eyes welled up, tears on the brink, looking utterly pitiful. the Yaksha ghost started, then blurted, "Wait." The ghost nurse blinked, and the Yaksha ghost went on, "I will take it, just do not make things hard for him." Ghost nurse, "Ha." It looked at the Yaksha ghost, then at the trainee, and felt a jolt. Lam Dong. That pitiful trainee was a lad about 1 meter 85 and around 180 caddies plus. He regrets it now, Kan Xian whispered. He, meaning Lam Dong, must be thinking he should have lent a hand earlier. Plainly the player nurse had a strange talent, but that talent harmed the enemy 800 and hurt himself 1,000, putting huge mental pressure on teammates. No wonder his first instinct was not to break free on his own but to seek aid from other players in the instance. Not far away, the Yaksha ghost, mind beguiled, took the pill from the ghost nurse, gulped it down, then cast the player nurse a soothing look. Those eyes that were ruthless in a fight now held a trace of tender feeling. Lam Dong could not bear to watch, and turned away. First floor has the most patients, 8 wards, nearly all full, but the illnesses are light, lowest tier, mostly just make trouble for themselves. Second floor is mostly tricky syndromes, but they attack single targets only, no area strikes, not indiscriminate. Third floor is called the Twin Ghost Ward, but in truth only 3 rooms are packed, the rest host a single ghost. The others are the Yaksha ghost's underlings, following orders. So if we pin down the Yaksha ghost, things are fine. If we cannot, big problems follow. As it stands, surviving 7 days is not hard. The only unknown is what the 4th floor is like. In a few lines, Kan Xian laid out the board. "What are your plans next?" Lam Dong asked. "Map shows a staff cafeteria that serves doctors and nurses," said Kan Xian. "I want to check it out." Lam Dong looked to Van Han. "Van Han, wards inspected, tasks done. I am finding a spot to rest a bit." Lam Dong did not insist, only said, "I want to go see how the nurses make patients take their medicine on the 1st and 2nd floors." The drug, forced down and required to finish, gave him a bad feeling. Together, Kan Xian sought the other's thoughts. "I am out." Van Han shook her head and drifted toward the doctor's office. Kan Xian and Lam Dong fell into step and kept scouting the new map. On the way back, passing room 108, Van Han had not yet gotten close when she saw a player and a ghost locked in a grapple. "Take the medicine." "No, you must take it." The player spoke as he pinned the ghost, clamping the neck, prying the throat, jamming the pill in by force. MMMMNGH, the sick ghost thrashed wildly, refusing with life on the line. Next door, the doors to rooms 105, 106, and 107 were all ajar, a row of heads poking out to watch the fun, bright-eyed in a way no hospital patient should be. Before Van Han could intervene, the ghost nurse leaped out first, yanked the player nurse off, rough as a bouncer. "Did you not claim you could handle it alone?" "Sure, and I got the pill in." "No," the player retorted. The ghost nurse rubbed its temples, then growled, "We told you to medicate, not to kick up a ruckus that big. If you cannot do it, do not force it to merit." The player gaped. Who would have thought getting the pill in but making too much noise still counted as negligence? "You never said that before," the player grumbled. The ghost nurse grew angrier. "We medicate them so they will behave and stop thinking about fighting all day. And you fought fiercer than they do and made a bigger scene than they do, knowing he was in the wrong." The player was struck dumb. The ghost nurse pinned the troublemaking ghost again, pried its jaw, popped in the pill, then shut the mouth. With a single glug the tablet slid down. It let go and allowed the troublemaker to bolt. "Got it. I will only demonstrate once." Player. He did not lack a demo, he lacked a perfect rewind. The ghost nurse ignored him, prowling the trainee like a hawk, not allowing another mistake. The player nurse's thoughts turned and he hatched a plan. Pretending to feed the pill, he secretly stowed it in his inventory. He shot the sick ghost a look to keep quiet about not swallowing. The ghost understood and promptly hollered a guarantee. "Do not worry. I absolutely will not mention you helping me hide the medicine." Player. Ghost nurse. Hiding the pill yourself, demerit, negligence at work, demerit. With 3 demerits tallied, the player's eyes bulged. Before he could explain, he was gone. The system prompted, 1 player died. Current headcount, 11/12. Van Han. How did that guy slip into an S-class instance? He did not look very bright, he made mistakes of the unsalvageable kind. Knew it, newbies are unreliable. The ghost nurse fumed, then personally grabbed the sick ghosts one by one and dosed them. Van Han watched for a while, thoughtful. Room 101. After Van Han left, the Stitcher ghost cradled its milk candy, blissful. "The new doctor is so nice, she even gave me sweets." The manic ghost on bed 4 scoffed, "Bold of you to eat anything of unknown origin. The intern doctor is a good person," the Stitcher ghost argued, peeling a candy and popping it in. "People know how scary ghosts are, ghosts know how vicious human hearts can be." the manic ghost huffed as it saw the candy go down. Like you, sold off and still counting money for her. If the doctor were bad, why would she make you spit it out after you swallowed? The manic ghost despised the Stitcher's naivete. The Stitcher in turn mocked it as clumsy as a big fool. Making a good person do a bad deed or forcing a bad one to reform are both hard, both run against nature. Creak, creak, as they bickered. The candy was chewed to bits. The Stitcher ghost paused, its expression turning odd. Beside it, the manic ghost kept ranting. If she had not pulled a despicable sneak attack, I would never have lost. To gamble and still ambush shows rotten character. It finished grandly. In short, anything she gives, I will never eat. Then give it to me, I will eat it for you, the Stitcher said blandly. Manic ghost. So all that talk was for nothing. Seeing the other refuse to hand it over, the Stitcher teased. No way, you hate her and will not eat it, yet you ought to keep the sweets as a souvenir. Face dark, the manic ghost tossed 2 candies over. If you were not afraid to die, have at it. So generous, the Stitcher beamed and pocketed them, tucking the candy away. I'd bet 3, the anorexic ghost, you have an eating disorder, so you definitely do not want it either, right? Under its eager gaze, the anorexic ghost stripped a wrapper and shoved a candy into its mouth. Stitcher. It turned to bed too, and before it could speak the other had, quick as lightning, crammed a candy in, as if hiding it from thieves. You all, the manic ghost was dumbstruck. It asked for more after eating once. How could it be bad stuff? The anorexic ghost had seen through it and could not be bothered to argue. The patient on bed 2, the paranoid delusion ghost, said as well, there is no malice or killing intent on the doctor. She can be trusted. Manic ghost. If the sweets turn out wrong, on the road by the Yellow Springs, the 3 of you will have company. It felt a twinge of regret but kept a hard mouth. After a while of eating, the hunger pangs were gone, and the anorexic ghost froze, almost unable to help itself. It fished out every last candy and stuffed them in a rush. When it finished its own share, it stared, dazed, at the Stitcher on bed 1. Give me the candy, huh? The Stitcher blinked. Were you not the anorexic one? Why so ravenous? Give me the candy, the anorexic ghost repeated, its gaze turning dangerous. Without another word, the Stitcher clutched the sweets and bolted, crying as it ran, help, robbery by ghost. Van Hahn entered the doctor's office and had barely sat when the corridor alarm blared. The ghost nurse shouted itself hoarse, Doctor, where is the doctor? Get over here, room 101 is fighting. A shadow flashed out, splitting into several black rope-like strands that bound the brawling ghosts. Van Hahn arrived a beat later, took in the bared fangs and bulging eyes, opened with a scolding, and asked in a low voice, what happened here? Doctor, they tried to snatch my milk candies, the stitching ghost sobbed to accuse. The picky eater ghost said, bed 4 grabbed my drumstick. The manic ghost at bed 4 cried grievance, unjust, hey. It and I were fighting, the drumstick got knocked flying and dove into my mouth on its own. Van Hahn. She turned to bed 2, the persecutory delusion ghost. What exactly happened? You tell it. Who knew that ghost, desperate to live, insisted that it had just stepped out, was not in the room, saw nothing, knew nothing. The nurse ghost, too lazy to rescue the truth, said, if everyone's involved, then lock everyone up, plus 1 day of fasting. The stitching ghost stared in disbelief, then glared at the picky eater ghost, all your fault for stealing my sweets. The picky eater ghost turned to blame the manic ghost, all your fault for sneaking my drumstick. Manic ghost? It pointed at the stitching ghost, all your fault for tricking me and swindling my milk candies. Van Hahn, these 3 are truly something. Because none would explain the specifics and each kept blaming the others, in the end none were spared. The trio, neatly hand in hand, were punished together. The nurse ghost took them to the holding room, while bed 2 crept to Van Hahn's side to whisper a tip. The stitching ghost ate the candy first. After eating it, it coaxed with flowery words and tricked the manic ghost's candy into its own hand. The picky eater ghost loves milk candies. After tasting, it wanted more and asked the stitching ghost to hand over 2 pieces it had swindled from the manic ghost. The stitching ghost refused, words heated and a fight broke out. The manic ghost's candies got tug-of-war back and forth. It stomped in anger, snatched the picky eater ghost's drumstick, took a huge bite, then chaos. Van Hahn facepalmed. No wonder no one would speak, turns out none were innocent. When they come back, tell them there will not be a next time. I've told you everything I know. The persecutory delusion ghost pointed at its foe, aggrieved and pouty, you did well. Van Hahn rewarded it with a drumstick and a bag of milk candies. The persecutory delusion ghost's eyes lit up at once. Word spread, the new intern Dr. Snacks are too good. The 3 ghosts in room 101 fought over them. Stitching and manic I get, but even the picky eater joined the scramble. If it wins, can it even swallow it? Is it really that good? I don't buy it. Van Han started her rounds from rooms 101 to 108. Upon meeting patient ghosts, she would hand out some food here and there. The news traveled, and many ghosts, skeptical of fate, pulled out the snack cards Van Han had issued to try how good it tasted. One bite and they were thunderstruck by deliciousness. Patient ghosts, ignoring any martial virtue, scrambled freely, and the scene turned to instant chaos. Upon hearing, Van Han hurried over and used her shadow form to bind the troublemakers. Then, disappointed, she said, I hate most when the sick won't rest and make trouble without cause. Next she took out even more snacks to reward the honest ghosts who did not join the fray and kept to themselves. The soon-to-be jailed crowd? No, listen to our explanation. Van Han did not listen. She waited for the nurse ghost to arrive, then had the nurse escort every troublemaker to single occupancy holding. Shaking her head with a sigh, she headed back, so disappointed that even her silhouette looked a little desolate. The doctor treats you so well, and you still will not try. The well-behaved ghosts who were not locked up kept shaking their heads and sniping, but inside they were blooming, because the doctor gave them many snacks and no one competed with them. The jailed bunch beat their chests and stamped their feet, full of remorse, wishing they could rewind time to about 1 hour earlier. What acting! Every time you perform like this is the last time and you will never re-offend, but not long after release you are dragged back in. The nurse ghost snorted in contempt, sure that these drama goblins were acting again. The patients, this time it is real, thinking that because of brawling they would get far fewer snacks, they ached so badly they could hardly breathe. In the workers' canteen, Ken Xian and Lam Dong looked around without casually picking a window to queue at. Workers' canteen, free food collection, 1 portion per person, prevent waste. Someone at a window shouted like singing, players. The two exchanged a glance and, together, joined the players' window. The ladle-wielding player was generous and heaped them each a giant ladleful. The savory sides piled so high they almost fell. Then he added a pointed remark, each worker can claim only 1 portion per meal. Once eaten there is no second helping. Keep your own portion and do not take it to share with the patients you are in charge of. After thanks, the two stowed the food into their spaces and found a hidden corner to talk. In an S-tier instance, which player lacks a space item, and who would enter a dungeon without stocking some food, there is basically no shortage. Ken Xian analyzed, so what she said sounds like a contrarian hint. Doctors and nurses drawing food from the workers' canteen are not for themselves but as special items to build rapport with the patients. Lam Dong, that item does nothing for me. On floor 3 the patients are mostly Yiksha ghost lackeys, and I have fought Yiksha before, so I can only take the suppression route. Switching to grind favor now is too late. Since he could not cozy up before the raids, Lam Dong simply took out the food and ate it himself. Munching, he said, it is fragrant, sure, but nothing special, just regular canteen fare. Ken Xian. If you cannot give it to patients, give it to the nurse ghost or other staff ghosts. At that, Lam Dong's eating hand froze. Ken Xian, face complicated, continued, each worker can claim only 1 portion, which shows it is a limited quantity item and likely has a special effect. If you cannot use it yet, store it first and think of something later. Do not eat it on impulse, that is too much. Honestly, I just wanted to test whether the food has any special effect on players. Lam Dong calmly packed the leftovers, pretending he had not been eating like a reincarnated starved ghost. Ken Xian saw through it but did not say, and shifted the topic. Even if workers' meals are not great, they still have other uses. Any ideas? Speak so everyone can discuss. With most of floor 1's patients locked up, Van Han suddenly had plenty of time. She curled up in the office, went nowhere, and basked in leisure. Hello, I am the new custodian, here to clean the office. Van Han looked up and saw a player. You clean then? She vacated the spot on instinct. Custodian player. Yielding the seat without making things hard is nice, but put beside a dungeon it became one resting easy while another toiled. Quite the contrast. At first he thought his job was tiring and dirty but safe, and as long as he survived the stage the hardship did not matter. Yet seeing another player clear without labor made his heart tilt. He thought, same as players, by what right? In a flash he even wanted to pull out a rename card and a job post exchange card to swap roles with this person. So you were here. The nurse ghost entered already displeased. Why are you spacing out? Hurry and follow me to floor 4 to clean. The custodian player tried to explain, but the nurse ghost, without hearing, dragged him away and, while yanking, threatened, there are priorities. Cleaning floor 4 is the most important, must be done first, do it badly and you get a bad rating. On hearing that, the custodian player dropped all stray thoughts and straightened up to work. Seeing one ghost and one man about to leave, Van Han rose and caught the player's wrist, soft in tone yet firm. Everything has an order. Since you started cleaning the office, finish it then go. You can just clean your office yourself, no. The nurse ghost snapped. The custodian player also said, I will come back to clean the office after I finish over there. Van Han glanced and let go. That is right, do not shuffle back and forth for nothing. The nurse ghost shot her a disgruntled look and took the player away. This time no need to tug, he followed on his own. A place even worker ghosts do not want to go cannot be any good, and you do not even bother crafting a reason to keep him. Having failed to fish him out, Van Han gave up struggling, found a seat, and continued being a salted fish. At the stairhead of floor 4, the nurse ghost delivered the custodian player, Din Vu, to the door, gestured for him to go up, and prepared to leave. Wait. Din Vu, frightened, you are not going in with me. Cleaning that simple still needs me to go alone, useless. The nurse ghost barked, Din Vu? Great, to leave him alone it even started insulting. He had accepted precisely because he thought the nurse would accompany him, but the nurse thought otherwise. I have other business, go clean, I will come back to inspect. With that, it vanished in a blink. Din Vu. When Van Han stayed his hand earlier, he thought she wanted to set him up for a bad rating, but what if she was trying to save him? Seeing how the nurse ghost refused to step onto floor 4 and ran like the wind, Din Vu drew from the bottom of his pack a rename card and a job post exchange card. Job post exchange card, E-grade special item. Have you been driven mad by heavy work? Do you feel someone else's post is always better? Use this card and you and the specified target will swap jobs. At once, never again worry about not finding a good post. Note, please write clearly the target's name on the card. After confirming use, the card takes effect. Since Van Han had just tried to pull him back with goodwill, Din Vu ultimately did not set her as the exchange target. While hesitating whom to pick, Lam Dong happened to appear in the corridor on floor 3. You then. Din Vu used the rename card together with the exchange card. Use successful. You have become an intern doctor. Ha, a rename card. Lam Dong looked up and saw Din Vu. Without a word he also pulled out 2 cards and used them together. The next second, Din Vu received, you have become a custodian. Din Vu. He chose the wrong opponent. The other party also had a rename card and an exchange card. Lam Dong fanned open a stack of cards like playing poker and grinned, I have a lot of cards, still want to play. Din Vu had only one set, and it was spent. Gripping the railing till his fingers hurt, he bit his lip to bleeding, regretting being soft-hearted and changing the target at the last moment. He said nothing and quietly went inside. Running already, cannot handle it, huh? Lam Dong sneered. On floor 4, Din Vu's heart was heavy. With no cards left and no substitute to find, he had to do the job himself. He took the cleaning tools and, very carefully, started from a tight corner. Floor 4 was so quiet it felt like no one else existed there. He could even hear his own heartbeat clearly. He wiped perfunctorily while thinking, even if I clean poorly and get a bad rating, it is better than dying here. And to say I clean poorly you have to point out where is not clean, would. That bold-faced nurse ghost truly circle floor 4 to check carefully, give me a bad rating, and what, later no one will come up to clean this most important post, then again, there are 2 custodians, why me? For floor 4, did the nurse just grab whichever and happened to nab me? The more he thought, the less right it felt, as if he had been duped. At one point he even wanted to abandon cleaning and go downstairs, but if he did not stay on floor 4 for the required minimum time and got caught by the nurse, he would not be able to explain. His head throbbed. At last he threw away stray thoughts and worked in earnest. After half an hour, the corridor was spotless, not a speck of dust. He hesitated. Before room 401, knocked lightly. I am the custodian, here to clean, may I enter? He waited long with no reply. He turned the handle and looked around. All rooms on floor 4 were single occupancy, and 401 was empty with no ghost inside. He quietly exhaled and then immersed himself in work, cleaning from 401 to 404. Gradually his nerve grew, and while he cleaned he also poked and peered, using the chance to gather clues. In room 405 he found in the bedside cabinet a sheaf of documents. Nai YY, female, 21, lovesick syndrome. Vang Bao Bao, male, 26, world-weary syndrome. Halak Lak, male, 18, depression. So these are the floor 4 patient files. He took them and read closely. Lovesick syndrome. In a world where no one loves her, she imagines a world where someone loves her deeply. The patient is mired in the delusion of dating someone. World-weary syndrome, he is equally disgusted with everyone around and yearns for isolation. Depression shows a persistently sinking mood along with diminished interest. He has lost the capacity to make himself feel joy. A male still called Bao Bao and Lack Lack, nauseating. He tossed the file back into the drawer and picked up the mop. After cleaning room 405, he stepped out to head for 406, when, in the very next instant, his eyes bulged. He could not even cry out, and he toppled straight down like sudden unexpected death. At the same time, other players in the instance received the system prompt: a player has died. Current living count, 10 of 12. Speaking of it, after Lin Dong beat Ding Yu, he walked back in high spirits. In a deserted corner, the Rakshasa ghost had a wall pin on the male nurse player of the third floor, its tone forceful yet low, faintly carrying grievance. I clearly obeyed, took all the meds, so why won't you pay me any mind? The nurse player, a sturdy guy about 1.85 m, Lin Dong happened to pass by. This charm-type talent's effective time, is it absurdly long or what? It's been ages and the Rakshasa still isn't lucid. Step aside, the nurse braced his hands and shoved. The ghost did not budge at all, yet the next second the Rakshasa curled its lips in a wicked, doting smile and backed off. The nurse bolted. The Rakshasa chased at just the right speed, not quite catching, not letting him shake it either. Lin Dong. He runs, it chases, neither will escape. Passing room 304, Lin Dong meant to walk on, then turned back to check the chart. Diagnosis result: preliminary judgment, patient has severe Chunny syndrome. Chunny syndrome, the patient often immerses in a self-spun fantasy world *, aiming to dominate Kangtai Psychiatric Hospital and unify the world. Lin Dong was speechless again. A Chunny meets a super strong charm talent. This is a big mess. As he worried, outside the room the nurse ghost roared, no chasing around in the hospital hallways. With a nurse ghost present, the situation isn't too bad. Lin Dong set down the chart and slipped away. On the first floor most patients were locked down. The few left hugged snacks, lay on beds munching happily, without a hint of troublemaking. Thus when Han slept soundly and breezed through day one, Jing Xian was not so lucky. After repeated weighing she distributed food to rooms 203, 205, 208, those ghosts, having benefited, behaved. Rooms 202 and 207 were naturally quiet, but 201, 204, 206 were another story. Tossing all night, twins brawling in 201, a self-styled superstar in 204 singing at midnight, thinking she was holding a concert right in the psych ward, and 206 claiming insomnia, proposing to wake everyone for a party. Jing Xian shuttled among the three rooms, mentally and physically spent. Still she could not stem it. Let the ruckus last a little and a nurse ghost would pop from a corner, harshly punish the noisemaker and dock the intern doctor's grade. How did she know so well? Because while she was persuading the diva in 204 to stop, warning that anti-fans would come if she kept singing, she missed the twins' fight in 201, tarried too long in 204, and was promptly downrated by a nurse ghost out of nowhere. After the fact she calculated a 10-minute threshold. If the intern arrives within roughly 10 minutes and suppresses the troublemaker, even if the nurse ghost comes first there's no penalty. Fail to suppress, then even if on time you'll be marked incompetent and docked. To avoid a second downgrade, she napped in snatches, popping up for patrol, again and again with no peace. Even so, near dawn the twins went at it again. Furious, Jing Xian froze both and tapped each with a stun blow, sure to keep them out till the sun was high. Add a touch more force and it might be eternal sleep. To handle ghosts, this method really works best. After that she visited 204 and 206, each got a slap. And at last before morning she slept well. On the third floor, with the Rakshasa sitting on everyone else, other ghosts rarely made noise. The problem was the Rakshasa itself. Sleepless, it went to the third floor duty room to chat up the human nurse. For you, I not only took my meds, I also held others down to make them take theirs. Is this still not enough? Tell me, what must I do for you to smile at me? Also napping in the duty room, Lin Dong, save me, what karma doomed me to hear pillow talk. The nurse, named Dong Han, about 1.85 m, head back first. Dong Han deadpanned, tomorrow afternoon I'm free, I'll come find you then. The Rakshasa beamed, deal, and flitted out like a happy bird. Lin Dong stared at Dong Han, face complicated, this talent of yours is murderous. I've had hard ones before, but none as hard as this Rakshasa. Dong Han ground his teeth, I never imagined meeting such a bizarre thing. Bear with it. Lin Dong did not know whether he comforted Dong Han or himself. At least it upholds your work and even helps press others to take meds. Though the sight of one man and one ghost chasing soured his eyes, he had to admit with a Rakshasa around they were safer and passing the instance was easier. I cannot stand it. Dong Han's cold face radiated resistance. If this keeps up, who knows what will happen. He had developed rakshasa. Whenever he saw it, his hair stood up. Only iron will kept him from sprinting off. Honestly, the problem isn't big, Lindong said. It's genuinely kind to you. When you're here it flatters you, won't spare a glance for others. I even fought it before. When it entered duty tonight I thought it came to settle scores with me, turns out it ignored me. It's male, and I'm male, Dong Han snapped. Its fixation on me is a huge problem. Still workable, the bystander could not feel the party's pain, Lindong analyzed. In a dungeon, use all you can use, not shameful. It wants to please you, raise your posture and don't let it get what it wants. 7 days and we bail, who will remember whom? Feeling quite reasonable, he was waved off. 7 days more, 1 extra day is too much, said Dong Han. Quit posturing, Lindong muttered. Your life's on the line and you posture. In reality, a polite smile from a girl can draw suitors. Why are you surprised now? Both male, so what? It's just 7 days, grit through. Though he hated the eye-stinging scene, in a dungeon survival first, do not add trouble, if you won't help. I'll fix it myself, Dong Han laughed. How big a deal, overcome it. And move on, one way or another you have to grind, Lindong mumbled, then crashed. Next morning, on opening eyes the system popped, a player has died. Current survivors, 9 of 12. On day 1, aside from Wen Han spacing out in the office and Jing Xian, Lindong keeping to themselves, other players had probed more or less and exchanged notes. They had set to meet at breakfast in the staff canteen to dump all scattered info and reconstruct the design. There are 12 matched players, for intern doctors for floors 1 to 4, for intern nurses likewise 1 per floor, plus 2 janitors cleaning the whole hospital, and 2 canteen workers, kitchen helpers, and food servers. The first to die was a first-floor nurse, too dumb, even the nurse ghost roasted him during lunch. Second was a janitor, cause unknown, only that at some time the other janitor's workload spiked. Third was the fourth-floor nurse, cause unknown, death time around this morning at roughly 7. Faces tightened, the second and third deaths cast a pall. Until causes were known no one could be at ease. The janitor was called up by a nurse ghost to the fourth to clean, then met trouble, when Han appeared like a wraith behind them, startling everyone. How do you know? Lindong asked. Before being called up he was about to clean the office, and I happened to be in it. I even suggested he linger and think up a reasonable excuse to stay, but he insisted on going. Since I couldn't stop it, I let it be. Shortly after came the manpower down notice. Seems the 4th floor is a forbidden zone. Absolutely do not go, said Han Lu, the female canteen server who had earlier warned Jing Xian and Lindong about calls and singing. She quietly flagged going up to 4 as absolutely forbidden, not a matter of wanting. Sometimes you cannot refuse. The remaining janitor felt a chill. If a nurse ghost orders me up to clean, how can I disobey? Fail to make it spotless, that's dereliction and a downgrade. Stack enough and you're done. Then go up briefly and slip away, Han Lu casually suggested. After all, once cleaned, who says the nurse ghost would dare check in person? The janitor pondered and found it tempting. Before he decided, from upstairs burst a panic scream. Is it you? Is it you trying to kill me? I will never let you succeed. The other canteen server, Xiao Man, looked up, knit his brows. 3rd floor, a player is fighting a patient. Even the nurse ghost cannot lay hands on him. Looks like overstimulated, gone mad. 3rd floor, having the melon land on himself, Lindong jumped up and raced over. The others exchanged a look and followed. Arriving, they saw the 4th floor intern doctor ignoring the nurse ghost, throttling a patient, weakly fierce. I'm not afraid of you, rather I kill you than let you kill me. The strangled patient was baffled, seeing the other was about to truly act, cried, who wants to kill you? Wrong person, don't drag the innocent. The nurse ghost, finding it too absurd, brought a tranquilizer and jabbed the 4th floor intern's neck, then declared, from now he is no longer an intern doctor but a patient. By the look of it the case is serious. Admit him to room 204. Jing Xian, I only came to spectate. How did this tie to me? That won't do. 204 is already heavy on paranoia. Adding someone now may worsen it. She lowered her lids, mild. The 3rd floor has many empty rooms. Keep him here, it's convenient to care, Lindong? He just meant to object, but the nurse ghost cut him. 2nd floor or 3rd floor is fine, small details. The real problem is that the 4th has no intern doctor nor intern nurse. Now what? Its eyes probed the players, hoping someone would step up, but they studied tiles, ceilings, and scenery. None answered. Irked, the nurse ghost was about to flare when Dong Han suddenly jumped out, loud. I'm willing to go to the 4th as intern nurse, Lindong? Good, not afraid of hardship nor danger. that's responsible staff. The nurse ghost rejoiced, obedience free of charge. With the matter settled, Dong Han glanced at Lin Dong, the meaning plain, better risk the fourth than stay on the third being doted on by a Rakshasa, Lin Dong. He now must alone face a big-shot ghost with agonized chunny heartbreak, and may also receive some veteran player's random manic episode. This life, is it human? The patient is agitated and unstable, better leave the scene and send to the second for treatment. Lin Dong tried to toss the hot potato. Unexpectedly Dong Han chimed, I think housing on the third is more suitable, maybe it breaks the Rakshas's fake hegemon setup, then third it is. The nurse ghost now found Dong Han pleasing and granted his wish. Lin Dong stood there, long silent. From afar when Han watched, this wave comes from a backstab by a fellow player. With the matter tidied, the nurse ghost left satisfied. Dong Han also moved to go, but Lin Dong called, you'd throw away your life just to dodge a Rakshasa to this extent. What flood beast is it that makes one so desperate to flee? Dong Han had a bellyful to say yet felt it was casting pearls before swine. In the end one line, to me it's worth it, because many misty, intangible things are heavier than life. With it he ignored Lin Dong and went straight up to the fourth. Lin Dong, to put survival not first in a dungeon, truly a personality. Why must he meet such people? With the dust settled, players returned to posts. In a quiet spot Xiaoman wore a delighted smile. He bragged so loud, yet died so easily. He had known Ding Yu long, fixed partners often teaming in dungeons, along the way as long as they joined forces. D rank, C rank, even A rank rarely stumped them. It had been pleasant, but Ding Yu, whether loose-tongued or truly believing, kept bragging in front of Xiaoman about how strong he was, saying that thanks to him Xiaoman lived this long, otherwise he would have died long ago. Once or twice could be ignored, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, too many to overlook. A fellow wasted by brute strength without brain, unaware of his own weight, spouting daily. Xiaoman had corrected him to his face. Clearing instances was the joint result of both, and Ding Yu sneered back that Xiaoman was good at hugging credit. Xiaoman said nothing, but resentment piled up. Coincidentally this first S rank, they were assigned different roles. Xiaoman did not go to rendezvous, he stayed alone in the canteen. Ding Yu, all brawn no head, leaving Xiaoman was like limbs walking without a brain. One day without him and he was lost. I told you, it is you who cannot leave me, not I who cannot leave you. Xiaoman's gaze turned icy. If you don't believe it, let facts speak. He did not need to plot murder, just stand far, no advice, no backup, and Ding Yu would find his own death. And still think I took advantage of him. Xiaoman shook his head, no interest in further words. The next day, the unruly sick ghosts on the first floor were released. The nurse ghost, face cold as ice, warned, if it happens again, confinement for 72 hours, starting immediately. No, the sick ghosts shook their heads like rattles. Kidding. One day without snacks they were already anxious, 3 days and they'd die. They all agreed it was just a moment of foolishness that made them fight. They'd never do it again. Hope you mean it. The nurse ghost, unconvinced, left after repeating the rules. Once freed, the sick ghosts rushed straight to Van Han's office. Doctor, I stayed put, didn't escape. Wasn't I good? The leader's words stunned Van Han. Good. Be kind to each other from now on, no more fighting. She calmly handed out 3 milk candies as encouragement. The obedient ghost took them happily and started eating. Behind him, another ghost rushed up, puffing out its chest. I didn't escape either. It froze, then suddenly saw the one behind and shouted, we only fought because someone tried to steal the candy you gave me, so you weren't the troublemaker, just caught in it. Van Han stroked its head gently, giving 4 milk candies and a drumstick. The ghosts behind quickly mimicked, me too. They started at first, Doctor, don't believe him. He's lying, he was the most violent, he ate all my share. Didn't leave a crumb. The victims all cried out at once. Van Han's face turned cold. Go back and reflect. No hint of snacks this time. The ghost's eyes flashed fiercely. Taking advantage of the distance, it lunged forward to snatch Van Han's spatial ring. Still not learning, audacious fool. Van Han slapped it straight into the wall, then said to the rest, someone, go fetch the nurse ghost. Before she finished, a quick-footed ghost ran out. Soon, the nurse ghost arrived in a rush. Van Han pointed at the culprit, freed for minutes, and already attacked the doctor in public. Extremely bad behavior, knew it. You all talk sweet but can't stop causing chaos. The nurse ghost, furious, grabbed the troublemaker, growling, this time, not just 7 days. And no meals for a day. Go hungry and reflect. The troublemaker wilted like a rabbit being dragged away, leaving the airlighter. Van Han, realizing, gave the runner ghost a bag of milk candy, a drumstick, and a soda. You went out of your way, well done. The rest, shocked, Had they known there was a reward, they'd have gone too. The runner ghost, thrilled yet vaguely enlightened, smiled. Van Han looked around and smiled. Next, the group froze for a blink, then shouted, "Me! Me!" One ghost wanted to rush ahead but thought better and lined up. Van Han went down the line, giving 6 candies to the first, 3 or 4 to each following. The greedy ones that had pushed earlier now quietly moved to the end, getting 1 or 2 candies only. "Eat up and go back." Van Han waved them off. The sick ghosts grumbled, only the runner got soda, the rest got nothing. Some lingered. The first in line waved, "Doctor, I'll be good. Going back now, see you tomorrow." The others watched, confused. They'd promised to visit the next day. The night demon ghost waited all day, afraid to miss her, but by sunset she still hadn't come. What's wrong? Something happened. The night demon grew anxious, wanting to go look. His underlings entered room 304 timidly. "Boss, don't wait. She's higher ranked." Went to the 4th floor herself. The night demon felt struck dumb, standing frozen. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, the nurse player Van Thursday found Kanxian, quietly pulling out a stack of ghost stars. "I know your talent is control type. Come with me to administer meds, help me restrain some disobedient ghosts." Kanxian glanced at the stack, unimpressed. Van Thursday said, "It's not that I can't handle it, but you're better priced." "Don't want to? Fine. Didn't say that." Kanxian casually took the pay deal. In the cafeteria, Han Lo whispered to Two Man, "Something's off. Normally the chef orders everyone around, but once he starts cooking, he kicks everyone out. The food here's too good. I bet there's something added. No clue what it is. Could it affect us? Can we counter it?" "I thought the same." Two Man frowned, "Wanted to use my talent, but the chef's an A-grade ghost. My B-grade talent can't read him. Visual and auditory link. B-grade talent, cannot upgrade. Player may bind up to 8 targets to see what they see and hear what they hear. Note, target strength difference must not be too great or the ability fails." Two Man, being intelligence type, barely B-grade overall, was heavily restricted. If he were A-grade, his power would grow much stronger. Because of this, Ding Vu had often mocked him, thinking the ability useless, but Ding Vu forgot even limited, that talent was invaluable for intel gathering, the most crucial part of dungeon missions. The chef ghost's tight-lipped, "But I heard he wasn't the hospital's original cook. He was hired 2 months ago because he's skilled and makes great food. Everyone loves him." Two Man spoke quietly. Some suspected he tampered with meals, but since everyone eats 3 times daily and only feels healthier, they dropped it, assuming he just has a secret recipe. One employee said a door broke once and he saw the chef secretly pour something into the food. When caught, the chef didn't explain. He accused the worker of theft and got him punished. After that, he got even more cautious. "No more slips, facts clear as day," Han Lo admitted. "Seems we can only grind favorability to get the secret. Be careful, if he's shameless, he might take all the benefits and stay silent." Two Man warned, "I'm not aiming for side quests anyway, just exploring lore. I've got time to hang around the cafeteria." Han Lo grinned, "I'm curious to team up?" Two Man offered, "Whatever we get, we split 50-50, deal." Han Lo agreed, and so they schemed together. After that first night's experience, the next was smoother. Kanxian knocked out all 2nd floor patients, ensuring rest, then went to the duty room. Lam Dong assumed the night demon and the manic player would make noise, but the demon, still dazed by rejection, stayed silent all night. Once the patients settled on the 3rd floor, Lam Dong gave him an empty room, moving others to share. He locked the door, letting the player rave safely inside. Satisfied, he finally rested. Van Han, before sleeping, sent her shadow out to patrol and guard. The shadow was the model of the Ghost Army's honor guard, split itself in 2, half guarding the duty room, half patrolling, fulfilling its task without complaint. At midnight, most players slept. The sick ghosts either slept or stayed locked in. Just then, room 107's door on the 1st floor creaked open. A ghost sneaked toward the duty room to steal. Before it got far, a dark shape blocked its path. "Rules say no wandering after 8. Disobedient again, the ghost began, but the shadow swallowed it whole and went on patrol. In this world, plenty of wicked thoughts, and the stronger they are, the worse. At dawn, Van Han woke to news that 5 sick ghosts had violated curfew. She yawned, told the shadow, "Hand them to the nurse ghosts for punishment." The shadow nodded and spat them out. Van Han tidied herself, frowned. "Why do they look so drained today, Shadow?" "Because of guilt, sleepless all night." "Then why did their power drop?" she asked. The ghost glanced fearfully at the shadow, speechless. Not its fault. Now swallowing ghosts was like eating candy. The candy melted on its own. Clearly, the candy's fault. Fine, they're alive. Losing a rank might boost memory. Van Han shrugged it off. The shadow almost wagged its tail with joy. The victims, dumbfounded, so that's it? No one speaks for us. Van Han's gaze turned cold. Breaking rules at night, defying hospital orders, death is deserved. The victims shrank in terror. Van Han thought, some need a fierce lesson to learn restraint, bullies especially. Van Han caught the troublemaking ghosts. She'd planned to have the nurse ghost lock them up under disciplinary rules, but the nurse ghost merely lifted a brow and said lazily, going out at night isn't a big deal. Let the intern doctor block them and give a light lecture. Van Han? That's not what you said earlier. Earlier they ganged up and fought, that's serious. Ambushing a doctor is unforgivable. But this time? Just scold them a bit. The nurse ghost pouted, we only have so many isolation rooms, if we jailed every patient who caused a fuss, we'd run out of space. She waved her hand for Van Han to handle it and hurried off, leaving the rabble behind. The culprits hung their heads, defiant yet unsurprised. They'd guessed the nurse would shrug it off. Some even smirked, assuming Van Han could do nothing worse than minor, painless punishment. After thinking a moment, Van Han said to the shadow, swallow them again, keep them in your mouth for a while. The troublemakers? Van Han turned to the patients, smiling kindly. You did wrong, but no need for heavy punishment. Losing a bit of power and dropping to the bottom rank will help you remember. When they first got locked up, the ghosts looked calm, indifferent, but when they heard drop in strength, panic swept their faces. Doctor, please, let me explain, one began. No explanation needed. Just accept responsibility, Van Han said warmly. Remember not to repeat the same mistake. The troublemakers were spat out by morning. When released, they were pale and limp, utterly drained. Soon the story spread. The new intern doctor not only handed out delicious snacks, but punished the disobedient cruelly, far worse than old solitary confinement. Fear bloomed, none dared provoke her again. Van Han observed calmly. She'd expected this. Pure reward can't keep ghosts in line, pure punishment only breeds resentment. Only by mixing carrot and stick can you tame them. Thanks to her strictness, the ward stayed quiet for a bit, but the ghost realm never lacks bold fools. A day later, another stunt. Doctor! This is my family heirloom jade. For you! A patient ghost shoved a black inkstone jade into her hand, eyes sparkling. Doctor, was I super well behaved today? Ink jade, grade B special ghost artifact. Blocks 3 grade B or lower attacks per instance. Activates automatically when danger is sensed. No ghost stars required. You were. Then I deserve a lot of snacks. The ghost looked up, hopeful like a puppy begging treats. Van Han couldn't resist the cuteness, handing over 3 packs of milk candy, 1 of beef jerky, 3 bottles of soda, 5 drumsticks, 1 box of mung bean cakes. The ghost's eyes blazed. Doctor! You have so many tasty things. Van Han couldn't deny it, she was indeed a bit rich. Other ghosts watched, drooling with envy. They swarmed closer. Doctor, I have something too. This is my finger bone. Got yanked off in an ambush, kept safe ever since. Here's my blood. Freshly drawn. One ghost searched itself all over, found nothing of value, and stared helplessly. Suddenly inspiration struck, it rushed forward shouting, Doctor, I have nothing, but I can give you me. I'll be your servant, your contract ghost. The rest were stunned. Such shamelessness. It didn't even want a fair trade, it just wanted to mooch. Outrageous. They cursed it while turning to Van Han, Doctor, it's weak, a waste to feed. Me, I can do anything, eat less, why not make a contract with me? Contract me. I'm cheap and obedient. Just a few milk candies a day. Before Van Han could reply, the scene had devolved into chaos. Within seconds, their expected daily ration had plummeted from full meals to starvation level, almost volunteering for free labor. Then one ghost screamed, You're all insincere. Unlike
NK
me, I'd
books.
follow Dr. Even for free. Others? Shut up. They glared murderously. If Van Han weren't present, they'd have beaten it to a pulp. Van Han, she could feel their enthusiasm, but not their intelligence. They were spiraling inefficiently. Having lived 2 lives and worked office jobs, she knew there's effective competition and pointless competition. As an old joke says, once a penniless swordsman found a secret manual and trained hard to rise in the world. If that sacrifice led into success, it's effective competition. But if the manual got mass published, and everyone trained it, so all achieved the same strength, he'd still be ordinary. That's ineffective competition. Watching the ghosts hustle uselessly, she could only sigh. This instance's players were mostly veterans. Aside from a few newbies dying early from ignorance, the rest soon learned the ropes and drifted through peacefully. The lone janitor ghost was frustrated. Others dying was expected, but how did that guy on the 4th floor survive unscathed? Everyone else who entered the 4th floor died horribly, yet he's fine. As the only cleaner left in the hospital, the janitor finally bribed Ton Han with ghost stars to ask how he did it. Ton Han pocketed the money and said flatly, "Don't talk, don't touch anything on the 4th floor. Just clean and leave." That's it? The janitor doubted the simplicity. That's it. Ton Han nodded. With no better option, he obeyed. Everything went smoothly, not even a ghost shadow appeared. Then why did those before die, he wondered until he found a framed photo in a drawer, an elderly woman holding a young boy, probably grandmother and grandson. Usually he'd assume it was a clue and take it, but he remembered the warning, clenched his teeth, and left it. Once done, he bolted down the stairs, heart-pounding. 4th floor, certain death? Not today. He lived. Cafeteria. For days, the 2 meal-scooping players worked together, running errands for the kitchen ghost, smuggling snacks from reality, gradually building rapport. Knowing the cook ghost loved wine, Xiaoman gifted several fine bottles from the real world. After a few rounds, the cook ghost slumped to sleep, mumbling, "Good wine, truly worthy, see? Drinking ruins everything." Han Lo shook her head. A wine ghost bragging about being careful, ridiculous. Recently it couldn't go without booze. After 2 or 3 glasses it forgot its own name. "You wrong it," Xiaoman said calmly, picking up the empty bottle. "Its tolerance is high, it doesn't get drunk easily. I mixed other liquor into its usual brew, that's why it misjudged." Han Lo blinked, surprised, so the cook ghost wasn't stupid after all. She'd thought it was an idiot. "Quick, while it's out, check what treasure it's hiding." They crept into the kitchen, searched, and found a jar of wine deep in a cabinet. Han Lo gaped. All that secrecy for this? Disappointment hit. She'd spent days probing for secrets, only to find a jar of booze. Competing with a wine ghost? Foolish. What's next? Treasure hunting sunrise light? Xiaoman thought a moment, dipped a finger to taste, then nodded. Not ordinary wine. It's a special item, effective on ghosts. There's a strange tavern in the ghost realm called the Salted Fish Tavern. It sells 2 wines that increase a ghost's satiety. 1, Daughter's Red, makes them drunk easily. That's what I mixed earlier to knock the cook out. This jar should be fun wine. The cook uses it as seasoning to remove odor and enhance flavor. Xiaoman had once met the tavern's ghosts, learned about those 2 magical wines, even bought some to sample. Wow! Han Lo gazed admiringly. You know so many secrets. Xiaoman flushed, uneasy. Just lucky. Lucky? That's skill. Han Lo said earnestly. In a ghost world, useful intel saves lives. Anyone with a teammate like you is blessed, sharing info straight up, no need to flatter ghosts. 4 crumbs. Xiaoman only felt more disgust toward Ding Vu. Useless fool, no help, no value, only criticism. Such a big jar, split it? Han Lo asked eagerly, clearly intrigued by an item that boosts affinity. No, Xiaoman refused. If we take it now, when the cook wakes, it'll know we drugged it. We wait till the last day, grab the wine, and run. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Han Lo agreed, made sense. Xiao Man sighed inwardly, he should have ditched Ding Vu earlier. Talking with normal people was such a relief that he started doubting how he'd endured the misery before. From the bottom of her heart, Van Han disapproved of pointlessly getting swept up in things. Noticing the group of pathological ghosts becoming fiercer the more they fussed, she first stepped in to stop them. But the pathological ghosts would not listen, shouting, "Perform well and you can get as many as 1 to 3 milk candies. And there's a chance to taste other snacks." After shouting, they kept rolling toward death. Today you gift a wooden comb of grade A, tomorrow it gifts tiger head shoes of grade B, trading presents with feverish enthusiasm as if in a showy rivalry. Van Han, if they would not listen, then let them be. Reward what should be rewarded, punish what should be punished. If they really start a fight and it's serious, they can be thrown into solitary confinement. If they get shut for 1 week, she will likely avoid running into them before she exits the instance. 3rd floor. Though nothing had happened lately, Lam Dong's heart often raced. He kept sensing a nameless unease, so he counted down each day, longing for the 7-day term to end so he could leave the instance. Today, while resting in the duty room, a figure slipped in, swung the main door shut, and said at once, "The Yaksha ghost is gathering subordinates to revolt." Lam Dong's expression turned complicated. "Are you not crazy?" The newcomer, a middle-aged man, was the very one who had originally supervised the 4th floor as an intern doctor. He should have been a patient locked in a ward, somehow he had slipped out. "My name is V. Kwok," the man said, "because I could not buy a post-rotation slot and did not want to keep staying on the 4th floor, I had no choice but to feign madness." Lam Dong, truly worthy of a player from an S-grade instance, to think of a trick like this. Sounds over the top at first, but on second thought, not so bad. After all, he did leave his original post and was lucky to keep his life. "Have you not been locked in the ward lately? How did you hear the Yaksha ghost plans to revolt?" Lam Dong asked. V. Kwok did not answer. The next second the upright shadow gradually turned into V. Kwok's appearance, while the original V. Kwok slowly tilted, lay down, and became a strip of shadow. Then the shadow slipped out through the door crack, leaving behind a guileless-faced V. Kwok who would not speak. Lam Dong thought, good heavens, the shadow and the body can swap at will. If a player becomes a strip of shadow, what corner of the hospital can't he reach? No wonder he knows secrets unknown to others. Soon the shadow returned the same way and changed back into player V. Kwok. The hospital has only so many places. If pathological ghosts and staff start fighting, players will be splashed too, so we must prepare early. But why? Lam Dong could not figure it out. The Yaksha ghost reigns on the 3rd floor, the other pathological ghosts obey it. What else is it dissatisfied with? Though the chart did record that Chinibyo led the Yaksha ghost to harbor the ambition to dominate Kong Tai Psychiatric Hospital and unify the world, he felt that was a symptom for severe cases. In a mere 7 days the condition should not worsen, that far and likely had nothing to do with him. At this moment V. Kwok's face turned a shade subtle. Its slogan is, "Smash obstacles, rule Kong Tai Hospital, win back the beloved." Lam Dong, damned love, again. Ward 101. The anorexic ghost treasured and ate the last few milk candies. These days the snacks had never repeated, and it had rarely recovered appetite, so the spirits of the whole group had improved. The bad news, to chase those snacks, the hard-earned savings they sold for cash were almost gone. Tomorrow the doctor should leave. The good days pass too fast. After she leaves, how will we live? The stitching ghost, a female ghost, sighed like a heartbroken lover. Before she goes, we must find a way to become her contract ghosts, said the mania ghost, feeling itself clearly tilting toward an anxiety tendency. Just picturing the intern doctor leaving tomorrow had the whole ghost jittery, wishing it could pack itself into a box so the doctor would take it along. Doesn't the doctor refuse contract ghosts? Even for free she will not accept, muttered Bed 2, the persecutory delusion ghost. Is there any way to make her stay forever? The stitching ghost snatched a pillow and thumped it, displeased. Don't spout harebrained schemes, insist on forcing her to stay and anger the doctor, and even if there's a way, it won't include you. The persecuted one gaped for breath, then collapsed. This won't do, that won't do, then forget it altogether. Silent till now, the anorexic ghost slowly said, what if we seize the property title certificate and make her the director of Kong Tai Hospital? The other three ghosts stared, dumbstruck at the anorexic ghost. The doctor is that good. Once she becomes director, she definitely won't ignore everyone, the anorexic ghost continued. The other three grew brighter-eyed by the second. Right, the stitching ghost sprang up and led the chant, we must bring her under our banner before she leaves. Only then can everyone eat their fill and live fine days. While Lam Dong and Vie Kwok were still thinking how to stop the Exia ghosts' revolt, the pathological ghosts on floors 1 and 2 had already begun to act in secret after whispering among themselves. In the staff canteen, a nurse ghost was eating when 3 pathological ghosts, as if mad, teamed up to attack. The nurse ghost dodged, and its share of food fell all over the floor. Heartbroken, the nurse ghost raged, I will lock you all up, solitary for a whole month. Hearing that, the pathological ghosts attacked more wildly, having suffered verbal provocation. Their loss of control and accidental manslaughter of a nurse could be understood, perhaps. The nurse ghost had not expected the rowdies not only to show no restraint but to press even harder. Flustered, it darted left and right, fleeing for its life. What does it look like for hospital staff to be chased by pathological patients? While speaking, a ghost planted the restraint rod called calm order into a troublemaker's neck and subdued it with ease. Head nurse, the nurse ghost exclaimed with mixed relief and joy, like seeing a savior, had you not gone out on business? Just got back and was heading to the canteen for a meal, didn't expect this ruckus. The head nurse ghost deftly subdued 2 more, these ones never learn, daring to openly assault hospital staff in the staff canteen, this time we cannot let them off lightly. Right, the nurse ghost echoed at once. Still basking in reunion joy, they did not expect the canteen doorway to fill with more pathological ghosts, blocking the exit. At the serving window, canteen staff ghosts fell, more pathological ghosts poured out from inside. Unwittingly, the nurse ghost and the head nurse were ringed by more than a dozen pathological ghosts, eyes gleaming with ferocity, clearly up to no good. The head nurse's heart sank, what seemed a few random troublemakers now looked planned and premeditated. Pathological riot in progress, the staff canteen has been seized, security is rushing to reinforce, unrelated personnel please remain in rooms to avoid accidental injury, repeating. The hospital broadcast began to loop. Hearing the notice, the players thought hard, were they unrelated personnel, should they find a room to wait or head to the canteen to help? Van Han was pondering too when the Whitecoat department chief ghost passed by and shouted to her, why are you still dawdling, come with me to the canteen to support. Perfect, no need to think, an intern doctor clearly must go. Van Han hurried after the chief. Halfway there, a young male ghost stopped them, Doctor, my heart feels heavy, I want someone to talk to. Van Han was about to decline and tell him to come tomorrow, but the chief's face suddenly blanched with terror. Trembling, he ordered, then you don't go stay and chat with him properly, you must satisfy him, and fled as if chased. Van Han, she studied the young ghost, his face wholly unfamiliar. Strangely enough, on day 1 in the instance, she and Qian and Lam Dong had toured floors 1 through 3 together. A 4th floor patient, Van Han asked. The young ghost nodded, I'm Vang Bao Bao. I'm Van Han, she glanced around, this isn't the place to talk, shall we go to the office? The young ghost agreed. On the way to the office, he suddenly stopped, stared deeply in a certain direction, then parted his thin lips, die. The next second, the system prompted, a player has died, current headcount present, 8/12. Only then did Van Han understand how the other players had disappeared. The young ghost turned back and explained of his own accord, this is my ability, the ghost domain. Within the ghost domain I can see everything and control everything, whom I want to die will die. Van Han asked, how large is the ghost domain? The youth, just enough to cover all of Kong Tai Hospital. Overall strength SS grade, or SSS grade. Van Han did not know. Appraising the young ghost, the system only displayed? Ghost? Grade, patient of Kong Tai Hospital, ability unknown. If asking more is useless, better to show directly unable to probe. In the office, Van Han poured the youth a cup of clear heart tea, have some tea and we'll talk slowly. He seemed unconcerned that she might meddle with the tea, he sipped and praised, good tea. Then he entered the topic, Doctor, do you believe there are parents in this world who do not love their own child? I do me, for instance, Van Han poured herself a cup and answered casually. Obvious surprise flashed across the youth's face, and after a moment a strange light shone in his eyes. I want to hear your story. Nothing interesting, Van Han's tone grew distant as if sinking into memory. I was born into an ordinary family, with an ordinary pair of parents. They worked ordinary jobs, drew average wages, lived like most people. They should have bustled until retirement and begun their second spring. Fate had it that when I was little they took me for an intelligence test, and the result marked me far above normal genius category. From then on I became a lottery ticket for life. If they invested, years later I would carry the family aloft, helping us climb class. From then, my life was crammed with study, either at school or in cram classes, with not a sliver of leisure. If I ever wanted to pause and play for a moment, my parents would say that while I rest others strive and that slacking will let them catch up. I asked why they did not strive, how could they play to their heart's content, and they said they were past the age for learning and had missed their chance. As a child I believed that excuse for a long time, grown a little and thinking it through. One knows you live to old age and learn to old age, what chances missed. They simply found learning too tiring and did not want to. They told me to improve a little every day, over time it would become a leap, yet they themselves refused to make any change and did not care for that daily inching. They understood every principle but found effort too exhausting, so they sought a substitute to bear the toil. Unfortunate for me, with intellect far beyond the norm, I was the perfect substitute. The young ghost fell silent, deeply empathizing with her plight. I have tasted love and know what it looks like, thus I also know that later it truly was not love. Van Han coolly laid bare a cruel truth as if wounded to the core and now indifferent. The young ghost asked again, have you often been hurt by worldly pride and prejudice? Van Han, often. The youth froze. How could it be often? I once cut my hair short because severe shedding from overwork and study, and was accused of posing to look cool. Later, by habit, I let it grow to my waist and was scolded for loving beauty too much. I remained myself, sharp mind, outstanding learning ability, even my work rest stayed the same, yet there were always people who criticized just for my hairstyle. Perhaps they lost in study and could only attack elsewhere to feel superior. The young ghost sighed. I was shunned for being too tall and mocked for my name. Your parents named you? Van Han asked. Unexpectedly he shook his head. I wanted to be called that. Van Han, curious. My parents were very loving, so loving they felt children were superfluous and would get in their way, he said slowly. Under pressure from elders they reluctantly had a child. Later they threw me to my maternal grandmother while the two of them traveled the world on a honeymoon. I was raised by my grandma. She liked to call me Bao Bao, and I like being called that. So later I asked to change my name and have used it ever since. Doctor, his voice grew soft, like releasing a question buried long. One naturally has the right to a name. No organization or individual may interfere. It's clearly they who are wrong, so why am I the one bullied in the end? Van Han thought, because the world does not always stand with the right. To stubbornly oppose the whole world ends badly. When the world worshipped geocentrism, one who clung to heliocentrism was burned at the stake. The reasoning is sound, but she felt he would not want to hear it, so she echoed him with a resentful face. Yes, why is the world always so unfair? Why can people never empathize as if they themselves had suffered, and understand another's pain? Since the world plants a kiss of violence on me, why should I repay with a song? Better to sink together. The youth was stunned, then suddenly smiled. I really do like you. Don't go and stay at Kong Tai Hospital and keep me company. Ah well, Van Han looked troubled. If you stay, you need not do intern work, he added. You only need to chat with me now and then. Sounds not bad. Van Han hesitated, momentarily unable to decide. With me here, no ghost would dare bully you, he said, little but brimmed with confidence. Let me think carefully, she fretted, acting pensive. What are you hesitating about? He frowned. In this cold, harsh world, kindred spirits should huddle for warmth. Van Han lowered her lashes, thinking deeply, clearly tempted. After a while she lifted her gaze, eyes firm, lips parting. Die. The young ghost, his heart felt slammed by a sledgehammer, grievously wounded, he spat blood. Die 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 die, Van Han said 5 times in a row, smashing him into critical condition on death's doorstep. Why? He clutched his chest and glared, brimming with unwillingness. I just deceived you, she dropped the bomb with utter calm. While this world does have substandard parents, my parents treated me very well and never forced me to study. In fact, with my intellect I grasped many things at a glance, so I had heaps of time to play. I said what I did not because I had lived it, but because I knew you wanted to hear it and I needed to stall for time. The young ghost laughed from rage. Fine, very fine, to think the one I chose to trust in the end is someone like you. His scolding thundered on, yet Van Han remained virtually unharmed and even a bit smug. She, a genius in the art of deception, a newly risen star. While chatting, she had deliberately stretched time to secretly use the world's source to simulate a ghost domain. To be frank, this SS-grade gift is very hard to simulate, and Kong Tai Hospital is the young ghost's home turf, its original ghost domain already spread across every corner. Van Han opened another ghost domain atop the base one, tantamount to invading a firewall. Only after a long effort did she seize ownership. Worldly pride and NK books prejudice are not so simple. Do you truly believe you have never stood on the arrogant side and harmed others? She asked. He snorted and answered without hesitation, of course. Really? If a woman is battered by her husband, do you assume husbands do not hit for no reason and that the wife must have erred or cheated first? Have you refrained from judging heroes by grades and instead weighed each student by character, virtue, and fairness? Do you think long-haired men are effeminate? Can you accept men in women's clothes? Do you despise the poor or hate the rich, having great martial strength? Have you felt the weak deserve to be bullied? She questioned one by one. He was speechless. He lacked confidence to claim 100% innocence. So, empathizing as if oneself had suffered is truly hard, Van Han sighed from her heart. What she said about being forced to study was false, but her superior intellect was true. At the start she did not know the abnormality was herself and wondered why, though the teacher taught so, others never seemed to learn without rolling review. She could not fathom why with a glance she could foresee the future while others could not even imagine it, and after she carefully described it, some even said she worried too much and thought strangely. So she long ago gave up seeking others' understanding. I know what I am doing and that is enough, she smiled at the young ghost. The talk is over, time to go. Go die, go die, go die, the youth roared at her in fury. But Van Han was unscathed, overlapping ghost domains, and on this ground she was now the rightful sovereign. Do you think I did not know you were stalling to re-seize the ghost domain? Do you think I did not see that if my strength were lower, I would be throttled into submission whether I wished it or not? Is taking others for fools not also a kind of arrogance? Die, Van Han looked at him and coolly added one more cut. The next moment the youth's expression froze, he collapsed and died outright. Some still think prejudice is merely the high and mighty scorn of the strong toward the weak, but that too is arrogance, for the weak also harbor prejudice toward the strong. For instance, the poor hating the rich and assuming all wealth is ill-gotten, or that the strong think far ahead, which the weak may only grasp years later, yet in the years before understanding, the weak casually mock, criticize, and jeer at those with foresight. Prejudice is everywhere. A world without prejudice is unimaginable, Van Han lamented. When water is too clear, there are no fish. To draw absolute lines of justice is too hard, so let us simply play the set called The Justice of the Strong. She was the winner and she decided, happily settled, no rebuttals accepted. The youth's eyes stayed wide, dead without peace. The shadow rose of its own accord, swallowed the youth whole, tidied the field, erased traces, and restored everything to its former state. Then came the placement list. Floor 1, Van Han, intern doctor. Floor 2, Ken Xian, intern doctor, Van Thursday, nurse. Floor 3, Lam Dong, intern doctor, V Kwok, patient. Floor 4, Dong Han, nurse. Sanitation block, an unnamed passerby a canteen, Han Lo, Q-man. Time rewinds by half an hour. The hospital speakers keep looping rescue calls as player doctors and player nurses, everyone except Van Han, rush to the cafeteria to reinforce. V Kwok, playing the patient on the third floor, happens to return to his room right as he sees a ghost coming down from the fourth floor toward the first. His heart thumps hard. He recalls that during his internship on the fourth floor a nurse ghost said there was only a single patient there. Now that patient leaves on their own. Isn't this a superb chance to scout the fourth floor? Two voices argue in his head. One says stay put in the ward till 7 days are up, then return safely to reality. No need to risk it. The other urges that wealth is sought in danger. A heaven-sent opportunity lies right here. If he still cannot seize it, then he is trash. The first retorts that he barely feigned madness to break out. Why walk back into the tiger's den? The second rebuts that the situation has changed. The patient ghost is gone, so the danger on the fourth floor has dropped sharply. Besides, his talent favors retreat. If he does not gamble now, he will be stuck like this for life. V. Quack aches to grow stronger and win merit and fame, so his inner scales tip. At last he leaves a shadow double in the ward to act as if he never moved, while his true body turns into a dark blur and slips up to the fourth floor. Never in his dreams did he expect the young ghost's power to be a ghost domain, and the entire hospital lies within its bounds. He rummages for clues on the fourth floor, makes a noise a bit too loud, and the next instant he is torn apart. Elsewhere the cafeteria is a mess. Lam Dong assumes the troublemaking ghosts and the Rakshasa ghost are one faction, ordered by the Rakshasa to stir up trouble. Thinking the deed is done, he keeps his mouth shut lest the clerk ghosts use failure to report promptly to grade him poorly. Yet the ruckus in the cafeteria has nothing to do with the Rakshasa ghost. It is two separate waves. Clerk ghosts race to the door to rescue their colleagues when whoosh, a big crowd of patient ghosts blocks them. Whoosh again, and another crowd cuts off the way out. The clerks are stuffed like dumplings. Rescue is a joke and they fear they themselves will be swallowed. The reinforcement crew freezes. Lam Dong sweats as the revolt is far larger than he expected and they likely cannot win. Abort the rescue. Break out first, the white coat chief ghost orders, and at that very word black hair fills the air, weaving cocoons that trap the whole team. You will not escape this time. Laughter rings outside the cocoons. From now on you are the patients and we are the doctors. We will let you taste being forced to take medicine each day and to punch the time clock by the rules. The chief ghost's face hardens. He murmurs low, from now on split up and run. Everyone who escapes is one saved. Kenshin asks, puzzled, where is the director? If the director acts, can he not suppress this easily? The chief ghost looks mortified. The director left a month ago and never returned. Whether alive or dead is unknown. In short, he cannot help now. The outside player helpers fall silent. Can we just replace the director? Kenshin tries again. The property certificate naming the director was taken away. We have searched for a month and failed. We keep this quiet. We do not dare let the patients know. Kenshin is speechless. Lam Dong grits out. The Rakshasa acts for the one in his heart. If we present the person he wants, then I will shred you. Dong Han roars and lunges. Before the problem is solved, the players start a civil fight. Van Thursday stares as the two male players wrestle. Lam Dong even blurts, am I wrong? He is doing all this to meet you. Why don't you go meet him once? Dong Han only meant to shut Lam Dong up. But the more he hears, the more he loses control. His eyes redden pitifully and the thread of reason snaps with a clack. The chief ghost steps before Dong Han and thunders at Lam Dong. For the Rakshas's heart he covets the hospital clerks. How can we, to save our skins, hand over an innocent clerk? Lam Dong is stunned. Van Thursday too. This is a ghost yet somehow more righteous than players. Kenshin quietly edges a few steps aside, fearing the males will truly go berserk. But it is too late. The clerk ghosts nearby flare up as well. One yanks the chief ghost's coat, barking, why stand so close? Back off. Another draws a stun baton, glances at Dong Han as if to fight for him, and charges through the crisscrossing black hair. The chief ghost slashes at Lam Dong with a scalpel. I will not let you hurt him. A guard ghost swings the baton to strike from behind. One human and two ghosts brawl, heedless that a whole pack of patient ghosts lurks outside. Make them stop. Kenshin sends a hidden shout to Dong Han. Now is not the time for a civil war. But Dong Han does not listen. He squeezes out of the hair cocoon, crying, so scary. They want to kill me. Soon the patient ghosts outside also turn on one another. The Azura scene stuns Kenshin, and Van Thursday thinks, I assumed his close quarters skill matched ours. Who knew his talent was this strong? With a flick he drags the dungeon into a bloodstorm. A dungeon of rank S truly must not underestimate any player. The cafeteria staff lounge is empty, yet a figure appears in the mirror. Han Lo looks around. The troublemakers have run, let us go out. Two-man's feelings are mixed. Just now he used his talent to see a fierce mob of patient ghosts marching to the cafeteria for breakfast. Knowing the situation had shifted, he told Han Lo and planned to split up and run, but Han Lo, loyal to a fault, hauled him into the mirror without a word. The patient ghost swept the room and, finding no one, left. After a short wait, Han Lo mutters, looks like the situation is under control, and moves to step out. Two-man grabs her and shakes his head. Outside is chaos. Patient ghost versus patient ghost, clerk ghost versus clerk ghost versus players, fighting everywhere. Han Lo blinks. Who is fighting who? How long can you stay in the mirror each day? Two-man asks. At most 6 hours, but I do not plan to linger. If I stay 3 hours straight or a full 6 in a day, I will be stuck for good and cannot return to reality, Han Lo says. Two-man nods. That is enough. By plan he keeps his eyes scouting. The instant he spots an enemy, they Hide in the mirror. If the area is clear, they hunker down in the lounge and do nothing, calmly waiting for the game to end. Han Lo now sees they truly are talents that complement each other, sharing fortune and hardship and communicating with cool heads at all times. That is a proper partnership. Today, remembering an old teammate, he cannot help cursing all day. Doctor, other Slayer ghosts have gone mad. I came to protect you. The Stitch Ghost, wearing the mantle of justice, bursts into the office. Van Han lounges on the chair sipping tea. Thanks, sit and have a cup. The Stitch Ghost inhales and almost faints at the fragrance, gulps a cup down and smacks its lips. Fragrant, delicious. It tries to restrain its glee to spring a surprise later, yet it cannot help blurting, Doctor, you are so good you should be the director. Do not worry, we will surely help you. Van Han pauses and eyes it, puzzled. Before she can ask, a heavy knock sounds at the door. The Stitch Ghost runs to open it. It is Qian, the second-floor intern. Something big happened. Qian says gravely, both patient ghosts and clerk ghosts have gone mad and bite whomever they see. Do not worry, it will be fine soon, the Stitch Ghost says with full confidence, believing that once everyone grabs the property certificate and hands it to the doctor, the chaos will settle. Yet the certificate is not stored in the hospital. No matter how they make a scene, they cannot find what is not there, too. Satul. Things one side must yield, but at this point who will back down, so it can only end in no quarter death. Unaware of the true gravity, it still beams, wishing to be the one and only to shield the doctor and to be first to congratulate her when the certificate arrives. With such awareness, surely it deserves a generous snack gift. The doctor is so kind, she will surely grant it. Qian cuts at a glance and says to Van Han, the director took the property certificate away, now no clerk has the authority to stop the patient's riot. I come with a sliver of hope to ask whether you have a way. Van Han lifts her gaze. Why me? I watch your streams and know your power and your character. Qian answers frankly, I would not ask anyone else, but you, I feel, are both willing and able to intervene. No wonder he invited her to jointly inspect rooms at the start, he had already recognized her. The invite seemed casual but was carefully weighed. I will try, Van Han says, taking out a blank property certificate to fill in. Moments later the system prompts, note, the proper target of a blank certificate is a vacant room. Target does not meet the rules, please fill another address. No good, she says. The Stitch Ghost, having heard the director took the certificate away, already goes dumb, and hearing no good it panics harder. If the doctor cannot ascend to the director's seat, then this is not a problem jailing a few can solve. There is no other way. Van Han sighs lightly, yet as Qian's face shows disappointment, her silhouette suddenly swells, blanketing the sky above Kong Tai Hospital. What is that? Ghosts inside and outside the hospital freeze, gawking at the ever-growing shadow until it covers the whole tract of land, and then, with a long gulp, it swallows Kong Tai Hospital whole. Run, the surrounding ghostly residents scream. Their first thought is that a Quivong of rank SS has lost control in broad daylight and is rampaging. Terrified of being caught in the splash, they scatter in panic. Van Han activates the Talon concealment, hides deep within the shadow, steps onto her own empty ground and points left, spit the patient ghosts here, points right, spit the clerk ghosts here, points forward, spit the third-floor patients here, points back, release the players here. She partitions the main groups to stop cross-assaults so that each goes to its own place. Meanwhile the colossal shadow searches while digesting. To speed it up, she fuses the world's primal source into the shadow. After a while the patient ghosts and clerk ghosts collapse to the ground and stare up in terror at the dreadful darkness. A hierarchy. Pressure among ghosts makes their teeth chatter and their bodies lock like stone statues. The players fare little better. A mere glance at the shadow sets the heart pounding as if facing a prehistoric beast, yet long habit tells them that going limp is certain death and running might yet save them, so they sprint in all directions away from the dark, as they think they will die any second. The system chimes. Note, due to unknown factors, the current dungeon is vanishing. The game ends early. Players may choose to leave at once or remain within the dungeon. Warning, the dungeon is out of control. Players who remain may face extreme danger. The players are dumbstruck. They were sure death was near, yet the pass came easy after all. For some reason, Lam Dong was deliberately targeted. The ghost star carried huge bundles of flowers out but still couldn't beat the opponent. The new ghost howled madly, pounced to dig out his heart and lungs. Lam Dong couldn't react in time and his left arm was torn off. Earlier he had no time to settle accounts while fleeing. Now that he had a retreat, he shouted furiously, accusing Dong Han of colluding with night demons and causing this mess. Dong Han pretended not to hear, chanting nonsense, then sneered that on the first day the guy had already signaled with his eyes almost ripped out. If the opponent could cleverly recruit helpers, why couldn't he use his talent? Things turned out like this because everyone had fault. Dong Han didn't bother explaining. opened the interface, operated a few times, and teleported away. Jingchun looked at the huge shadow and sincerely sighed that although she didn't know how Van Han did it, it seemed increasingly powerful. With everything resolved, she left contentedly. In the distance, Han Lo's face couldn't hide her smile, thinking how smart she was to secure the precious ghost chef ahead of time. That was a huge jar of wine. How much was that worth in ghost stars? Even divided equally, it was a great harvest. Han Lo had both struck it rich and passed safely. The corners of her lips couldn't come down for a long while, yet she didn't forget Xiao Man, asking if their talents matched so well they should team up for future dungeons. Xiao Man, who'd long wanted the same but didn't know how to say it, simply replied okay. Elsewhere, seeing players teleport away one by one, the whitecoat supervisor stood dazed, staring where Dong Han disappeared. While the patient ghost slipped off quietly, Van Han smiled faintly, hiding her merit and fame. Congratulations, player, for clearing an S-level dungeon. Your performance was outstanding. You received rewards, 10,000 ghost stars and a special item empty real estate certificate. After leaving the dungeon, Van Han rested for a while, later planning a special training course for students, but was told that rifts in time and space had appeared all over the country and volunteer teams were being sent to help. She sighed that first came veterans with combat experience, then soldiers hardened by strict training, later rookies who'd only had a few days of rough instruction before being sent to the front. If battles still hadn't ended by then, civilians would take up clubs and become militias. Jana asked if that meant the situation was bad. Van Han shook her head, saying she wasn't predicting a single campaign, but that any war, if it dragged on, would always repeat this cycle. Jana gave her a strange look, saying she seemed different now. Van Han smiled that if she told her she was actually very smart, what would she do? In a flash, Jana imagined several positions suitable for Van Han, considering her reliable nature and steady work style. Even two special posts might fit. Then she paused, asking if Van Han had kept silent on purpose because she foresaw being given heavy responsibility, truly looking like someone wise enough to hide brilliance at first sight. Van Han thought the mindset of students and working adults was never the same. Students think she's not as good as me, he's not as good as me, only I'm the best, ha ha ha, while office workers say yes yes you're the best. Now take this task too, Jana said, since you're so smart let me test you, and seriously asked, if two cities request support at the same time, one with surplus manpower, one in famine, how would you convince everyone to send more aid to the second city? Van Han saw through immediately that this wasn't a test but a problem she couldn't solve. Jana retorted, just answer if you know. Van Han pondered briefly and said, I donate some supplies to the second city, then 10 times that to the first. Jana was stunned. How could the well-staffed city receive 10 times more materials? That gap would draw criticism. Van Han said no plan or person survives full scrutiny. If the first city didn't want future ridicule once the truth came out, it would voluntarily ask to send its aid team to the second. If the supply gap was even larger, they might form their own rescue team to go there. So cunning. Jana sighed she preferred her salted fish look. Van Han replied, I don't want to use my brain either. I truly wish for world peace so I can slack off comfortably. For my dream to come true, you'd better work hard. Jana was speechless, thinking though she was willing it still felt like letting someone else do the work for her dream. Truly a modern day Chu bye bye. Just as she was leaving, Van Han suddenly said wait, her gaze passing Jana toward the distance. Something's off. Jana asked what. Van Han looked around the freshmen coming and going. Out of every 10 people 1 or 2 had strange X marks floating above their heads, moving with them, always staying aligned. At first she thought it was due to talents, but there were too many marked freshmen, unlike any specific abilities effect. In the short chat she'd already seen 5 with identical marks. She told Jana to call the exorcist senior. Though confused, Jana did so. The senior named Shubai was on campus and arrived quickly. Among the group, Van Han chatted idly, asking why he hadn't joined the volunteer corps. Jana said even if they wanted to help they couldn't take all veterans away. What if the academy itself had incidents? After all, their academy was the most accident-prone in the nation. Van Han also found it odd, so many cities nationwide, why was theirs hit so often? Even the Forbidden Life Zone had happened twice, other places weren't that unlucky, some hadn't seen one case. Jana said who knows, feels like our city's being watched. Her careless remark sparked a vague suspicion in Van Han's heart. At that moment Shubai arrived asking what's going on. Van Han said some freshmen looked abnormal, please check them. Hearing it involved freshmen, Shubai's expression turned serious, asking which ones. Van Han quickly stopped a few with marks above their heads. The freshmen protested they weren't possessed. She could test with exorcism candles if she wanted. Jana lit one. The flame shone on the student without any reaction. She looked at Van Han, waiting for a reason. Van Han said, I can just tell he's different. The freshman complained pitifully he had the same hands, legs, eyes, nose and mouth as others. What's different? Van Han said she didn't know, so she called the senior. Just felt wrong. Don't rush, wait till the check is done. The senior made the freshman stand still. He cooperated obediently. The more he examined, the darker Shubai's face grew. Not possessed but marked. Jana was startled. What does that mean? Van Han understood, explaining originally the ghost realm and real world were like two isolated islands, hard to cross, but now through these marked people it became much easier to reach the other side. The freshmen acted as links connecting both worlds. Jana realized it's like once bound they became compasses pointing across the ocean. Shubai nodded grimly, asking, earlier you said many marked in our academy. Van Han said I've already seen 6 or 7. Realizing the seriousness, Jana said wait here, I'll organize a full faculty student check, and hurried off. Shubai thanked her, saying thank goodness you found it early. Van Han wasn't optimistic, asking if the marks targeted only their academy students or all players. Shubai's face changed drastically. Van Han sighed that with spatial rifts increasing and city attacks spiking there must be a connection. The all-school examination caused such commotion that even the education director was alarmed. When asked why, they explained some students were marked, serving as bridges linking ghost realm and reality. Upon hearing the full story, the director nearly fainted. The assistant continued, reporting that so far over 20 freshmen were marked plus 3 seniors. Checking their recent activities, the only common point was performing sacrificial rituals during dungeon runs. 2 graduates, Van Han and Shubai, handled inspection and cleansing. Cleansing the entire faculty and students took about 5 hours. The issue was this could be a trap set for all players, not just horror academies, but nationwide checks were needed. The director rubbed his temples and resignedly began calling higher authorities. The marking incident caused a massive stir. No one expected the frequent recent disasters to stem from this. Soon every region launched self-inspections determined to remove all marks, but if it were easy to spot they wouldn't have needed Van Han to uncover it. In areas lacking experts no one could tell who was marked or not, so they simply scanned every player. Half a month later local incident rates visibly dropped. Many rejoiced, thinking the crisis turning point had come, yet others secretly worried. Some players refused checks, some slipped through during dungeon travel. Large-scale cleansing could only slow the merging of 2 worlds, not stop it. Jana firmly declared, if we want peace you must ascend the Ghost Empress throne. After the Kang Tai Mental Hospital dungeon, Van Han no longer resisted the idea, realizing that once crowned the heavy administrative work could be delegated by other means. But if the throne was empty or occupied by others it'd be even messier. So hearing Jana, she simply said, then you'd better work hard. Jana was speechless. Though she was willing, it still felt like making others labor for her dream. Truly a modern era. Chew bye bye. The interval since the last game has been 30 days. The 15th game is about to begin. This instance is Noble Kindergarten. Difficulty: a number of players present, 3 out of 3. Main mission: survival, stay alive in the instance for 3 days. Side mission: as the acting head teacher, gain praise from 80% of the students. Due to unknown influence factors, livestream function is disabled for this run. Van Han read the final line and understood at once. Unknown influence factors? Wasn't it simply because she had been elected street chief in the Scarlet District, thus unlocking higher authority? Back then the system had announced, congratulations, player has obtained S-grade talent invisible. Multiple permissions merged. Invisible, inaudible, unspeakable, SS-grade talent, evolved. You are a being that cannot be seen, heard, or named, meaning, no one can look upon her face, hear her tale, or call her name. To protect the audience, any instance containing her would henceforth be flagged as unknown influence factor and have live streaming disabled. You 3 are the new substitute teachers. The senior ghost inspector eyed them critically. When his gaze brushed over Van Han it flicked away instinctively. Our kindergarten isn't a place for just any stray cat or dog to sneak in. Only true elites of education are fit to teach our pupils. Labeled a random intruder, Van Han, even if you're merely substitutes, you must meet the full standards of certified teachers. One mistake, no mercy. His face stern, his eyes full of warning. The burly male player on the left let the lecture pass in one ear and out the other, just waiting for the real topic. The youthful man on the right actually listened carefully, memorizing the rules. Van Han mused, if anything goes wrong, it won't be her misfortune, but this kindergarten's doom. Smiling mildly, the inspector, oblivious, continued grandly, the bunny class, the blaze class, and the piggy class are short of homeroom teachers. Pick one, the burly man said. I'll take blaze class. The name suited him. The young man said, I'll take bunny class. Van Han said lightly, then I'll manage Piggy class. Fine, off you go. The inspector looked them over from above, waved dismissively, and sent them away. Van Han entered the Piggy classroom. Inside, a dozen ghost children played freely, racing toy models, drawing pictures, blowing harmonicas, daydreaming. She thought, these kids live happier than any she ever tended at the Dragon Phoenix kindergarten. Sensing her presence, a little girl looked up warily. Who's outside? Van Han stepped in calmly. I'm the new substitute teacher. The girl's eyes gleamed, then she smiled sweetly. Teacher. This model is missing a leg. Can you help me find it? Van Han glanced over a human-shaped figure of dubious material, obviously not a proper toy. She thought, it wants me to take a leg from something still alive. She refused. Since it's missing parts and uneven anyway, why not use your own arm to play with and share the rest with your friends? At once the girl's expression darkened. Van Han sat at the podium chair, watching the ghost children play, acting the picture of composure. Soon a watermelon-headed girl trotted up expectantly. Teacher, our art teacher said I paint very well. If I use bone ash pigment, I can create a masterpiece. So, can you buy me bone ash paint? Van Han said evenly, great artists aren't made by tools. Even with soot or pencils they can create fine work. Practice your skill, don't blame the tools. The girl drooped. Teacher, if you're poor and can't afford it, just say so. She sulked away. Van Han remained still, unbothered. Faint resentment flickered on the children's faces. A few whispered conspiratorially, then rushed up again. Teacher, play with us. Be good, play on. Your own, she said. Teacher has work to do protecting everyone's safety. Let's play hide and seek. If you win, we'll obey whatever you say today, declared a curly-haired ghost boy. Hide and seek? Van Han swept her eyes over the room. How many joining? 10, he puffed his chest. If you find all 10 of us within 3 hours, you win. Raise your hands, let me count, she said. 10 tiny ghosts lined up, 2 others kept to themselves. She placed a hand on each shoulder, memorizing them. After a moment she sighed, since you insist, fine, I'll play a bit. The curly boy cheered, adults can't lie to kids. Promise. Of course, she summoned softly, Shadow, come. You all run, it'll catch you soon. The 10 ghosts, they stared at the 2S rank Shadow, too frightened to move. The watermelon-headed girl shouted, that's unfair. You're supposed to seek. It's me seeking, Van Han replied innocently, that's my shadow, part of my body. In a sense, it is me. Silence fell, even the 2 who hadn't joined peeked over nervously. So, she asked mildly, are you breaking your promise? As she spoke, the shadow's dark gaze swept over them. The curly boy swallowed. Who dared lie before a 2S rank ghost king? Yet to keep their word meant playing hide and seek with a monster. Either way was death. We'll play, the model building girl bit her lip, but we need 5 minutes to hide. That's fair. All right. Van Han smiled. The game began. 10 ghost children scattered. The curly boy laughed from afar, idiot. No limits on the area, you've already lost. His voice faded, Van Han's face stayed calm. You're the idiot, she murmured. From her last instance she'd learned if the world's core could mimic any talent, why wait or improvise? Better research and copy the best ones ahead. She'd asked Senior Zhao Na for academy records. While marking each child earlier, her palms had touched them, binding them. Now she shared their sight and hearing, knowing their direction and distance. It was the upgraded version of Xiao Man's B-grade talent, now able to track multiple targets and pinpoint their positions. In short, she held 10 coordinates and was playing hide-and-seek with a full map. 10 minutes later, go hunt, she told her shadow. It darted off excitedly, ready to turn the game into a massacre. What an amusing game, Van Han mused. The 2 non-participants sweated cold, sensing the substitute teacher was scarier than a ghost king. Blaze class, the burly player introduced himself as Teacher Big Tree. Like Van Han, he was pestered into playing. He agreed, adding, we'll play what I say. The kids exchanged looks and nodded. Big Tree chose high-intensity jump exercises, leading them in a grueling workout. When some moved sloppily, he ordered them frozen mid-pose, going one by one to correct their form. The ghost kids, utterly exhausted, one by one they gave up, admitting defeat. a few tough ones hung on, hoping he'd collapse first. They jumped through the whole morning, 3 straight hours without rest. By lunch, the last stubborn child's legs were trembling. The player praised, "Good stamina. Call it a draw, no losers." The poor kid almost fainted. Buddy class. The young man called himself Teacher Skylark, claiming to be best at singing and wanting to sing for everyone. The children planned to let him sing once then change games, but after hearing him they couldn't stop. Each time he finished a song they clamored, "So nice. Sing another," and he did, song after song, the whole morning like an endless jukebox. The ghost kids listened, spellbound, forgetting to suggest anything else. Noon, the Piggy class students lined up pale-faced to the cafeteria. Worse off were Blaze class kids, legs wobbly, steps unsteady, ready to topple. Just then the lively Bunny class burst in, full of energy, shouting, "Our substitute teacher's amazing. Sings so well, so many songs we've never heard." Piggy class students bristled, lucky to get a good teacher and now showing off? Intolerable. The model-playing girl lifted her chin. "Our substitute teacher, a 2S rank ghost king, played with us all morning, chased all morning," yet they still called it played with. A living 2S rank ghost king? Many Bunny class kids gazed with envy. Blaze class kids, so we alone suffered, got no benefit at all, ha. The Noble Kindergarten Part 2. The students of the Blazing class had no idea that their substitute teacher was actually the round-faced demon disguised as a fat person. They thought he was just another teacher, maybe a singer, or perhaps someone who played with the 2S Demon King. So, with mischievous intent, they turned the morning lesson into calisthenics. Before long, one by one began pouting and bawling loudly. The Bunny class students enjoyed their music, but couldn't help envying those who got to play with the 2S Demon King. They whispered among themselves, wondering if they could swap the Lark teacher with the Piggy class teacher for a while, play with the Demon King first, then swap back later. Because the little demons kept crying, the cafeteria became unbearably noisy. The grade leader walked in to check on the students' lunchtime behavior and happened to see the whole scene. Frowning, they said, "So this is the substitute teacher? Not even able to handle the children." Just as they were about to scold the substitute, the tall tree-like teacher shook his head and said in a calm, steady voice, "A noble kindergarten, yet even the children are poorly taught. Such big kids, and still no steel willpower. Crying over trivial things, how can they ever become anything of worth?" The tone was filled with disdain, as though disappointed in the entire education system. The grade leader was speechless, yet somehow it made sense, so they decided to hold off judgment and give the Blazing class's substitute another chance. The substitute didn't disappoint. With one sentence, order was restored: "If you cry again, you'll get double afternoon training." Instantly the children wiped their tears, controlling their emotions. Lunch was stewed chicken drumsticks, braised beef with potatoes, rice, and desserts of mung bean cake and sticky rice ball. Van Han felt the quality of the meal somehow improved since her arrival but couldn't pinpoint why. Soon, the children ate eagerly, filling the cafeteria with only the sounds of munching. After lunch came nap time. The Blazing class collapsed onto their beds, asleep within seconds. The morning had truly exhausted them. In Bunny class, the Lark teacher sang as usual. The children drifted off peacefully. In Piggy class, Van Han said, "We agreed that whoever lost at hide and seek must obey me for the day. Now, everyone get on your beds and sleep. Don't make me repeat myself." The little demons were reluctant but obeyed. "That's right. Naughty children will be eaten by the 2S Demon King." Van Han turned off the lights and left quietly. Yet, moments later, one restless child opened his eyes. "Falling asleep without reason is a major fault," said the winged thunder demon, grinning, climbing out of bed and opening the window to fly away. "Her figure is that of the 2S Demon King, don't mess with her," warned another. "Be good for a few days, don't cause trouble." "No, I can't swallow this humiliation," the thunder demon hissed, still sneaking out. The window opened, he leapt and vanished into the shadow's mouth. Outside came Van Han's quiet sigh. "Didn't I say naughty children will be eaten by the 2S Demon King?" The children froze, one burst into tears but quickly covered their mouth, terrified to make a sound. Others hid under blankets, muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me." That noon, most of Piggy class didn't rest at all, anxiously watching the clock for nap time to end. At 1:45, Van Han drew the curtains and woke them. The grade leader happened to be patrolling and checking on substitute teachers. A tiny demon ran straight into their arms, crying, "The substitute ate my classmate." Shocked, the grade leader looked inside, but all the students were accounted for, except the tattletale. With a black line of frustration, the leader grabbed the little demon, scolding, "How dare you slander a teacher? You'll be punished." The boy was confused, not even understanding what he'd done wrong before being carried away. The thunder demon muttered angrily, "It's all your fault." Van Han calmly replied, "If you'd stayed put, nothing would have happened. You caused this." Furious, he went to the grade leader to explain, hoping to save his friend. But after hearing the whole story, the leader punished them both, buy one, get one free. Van Han thought, not too bright indeed. How could anyone know she bore the form of a 2S demon king and still provoke her? His parents are both S-rank demons. Even if he's in child form, his power is nearly B-rank, whispered a twin-braided girl who hadn't joined the hide-and-seek earlier. He's proud and hates authority. So if we behave, there's no danger, right? The teacher punishes bad kids and rewards good ones. That's fair, Van Han smiled. Then if we're good, what reward do we get? Hopefully not another play session with the Demon King. They grew anxious even while curious. Van Han took out 3 bags of milk candies, handing 3 to each of the 10 remaining children. "Stay here and don't wander." "I'll be back soon," she said, walking off casually without worry. The children stared at their candies as if they burned their hands. "Does she think we'll eat anything sweet?" scoffed one, unwrapping and popping it into his mouth, then blinked. "It's actually good." Facing the 2S Demon King without fear, "What are you all thinking?" asked the braided girl. A short-haired boy suddenly said, "We're safe only because this is a kindergarten." "Wait till we leave, try opposing her then. Your parents will break your legs." The others fell silent. "So what now?" "Simple. Ever heard of Mimic Rules Horror? Act like good kids. The substitute won't bother us." The kindergarten had a teacher's office where staff could rest while kids napped. But it wasn't for players alone, sometimes other demon teachers came too. "One goat or two, it's all the same. When you sing, mind letting my class listen too?" Van Han asked the lark teacher. "That's not really appropriate," he murmured. "Money isn't a problem," Van Han said, tossing a wad of 10,000 ghost coins. His eyes widened. "It's not about money," he tried weakly. She threw 2 more stacks. "Fine," he sighed, he'd just claim ignorance of the rules. Thus, Piggy class joined Bunny class to enjoy the concert. "So it's not about the money," Van Han mused, "it's about not having enough of it." Just then, a demon nursery teacher entered, angry at what she'd overheard, ready to lecture them. Van Han grabbed her hand. "You're the art teacher, right? After the concert, how about substituting for us and teaching painting? Don't worry, I'm generous." She shoved 2 stacks of ghost coins into the teacher's hand. The art demon froze. She didn't want to yield, but the sum was too large. "There's no such precedent in this kindergarten," she began, then sighed, "but from today, there is." Soon, under Van Han's arrangement, Piggy class attended a mini-concert and watched the art teacher paint. The whole afternoon they were bathed in art, deeply impressed. "How did she even pull this off?" they whispered. "Even the grade leader couldn't arrange this easily." The short-haired boy shrugged. "When the 2S Demon King asks, who dares refuse?" Now they truly understood the power of their substitute. At dinner, the 3 classes gathered again for comparison. Bunny class boasted, "Our lark teacher sings so well." Piggy class replied, "He really does, and the art teacher paints beautifully too." Blazing class went silent. "Why so quiet? Too happy to speak?" Piggy class teased. "Our teacher said we must forge steel wills," one said, voice trembling, "so we trained one-on-one combat with him." Remembering it brought tears, they wailed again. After dinner, the grade leader returned the two punished demons. Scolding, the kindergarten is a place of order. No more slandering teachers. The two bowed their heads, mumbling apologies. When the leader left, the thunder demon smirked, "At least we didn't have to play with the demon king this afternoon." The others blinked. "We didn't play either, we listened to singing, watched painting, and even got candies." The thunder demon turned to stone, struck by lightning of realization everyone else got art and sweets, while he'd been punished. "That's not fair," he yelled. "It is," Van Han said gently but firmly. "Good children earn rewards. Bad ones earn punishment. That's the rule, remember it next time." Nighttime for sleep had arrived. After a day of exhaustion, the students of the blazing class were itching to rush back and flop onto their beds. Teacher Greattree raised his voice to remind them, "Once you're back, shut the door and latch the windows tight, and after 8 o'clock don't go outside. If anyone still has extra energy to sneak out at night, tomorrow we'll add extra training." The blazing class kids shuddered and chorused, "No extra energy left, no extra training, teacher, see you tomorrow." If they could speak their hearts, they would have shouted, "From now on we hope to never see you again." But the words were already out, and a substitute teacher would be subbing for 3 full days, so the blazing class could only squeeze their eyes shut, count down on their fingers, and wonder how long until liberation. Teacher Lark escorted the students back to their rooms, crooning them to sleep one by one, and only after a long while did he leave the dorms. Teacher Lark is truly patient, won't even let them put themselves to sleep and still bothers to lull them. The nursery ghost teacher grumbled, with eyes not quite eyes and a nose not quite a nose, looking displeased no matter how long he stared. "With this kind of coddling, when will they grow up enough to shoulder a side on their own?" Teacher Lark smiled kindly, "If I sing them down, they sleep sounder, sleep well at night, and they have spirit by day." How sound! An earthquake at midnight wouldn't wake them. As a nursery teacher, you can't just pamper one way. The nursery ghost struck the pose of a senior about to lecture the substitute. "Hey, leader. I happen to need you," Teacher Lark called into the distance, then turned to apologize to the nursery ghost. "I've got business, I'll go first, we'll chat next time." With that, not waiting for a reply, he jogged after the grade leader. The nursery ghost got left midway through his sentence, standing there stewing alone. Over in the piggy class, Van Han stood like a game show host. "Now we're playing a new game. Rules are, from 8 tonight to 6 tomorrow morning, no one leaves their personal dorm. Best if you sleep, if not, that's fine. But during that time do not make any noise that affects other rooms. Better to keep the windows locked and, the whole time, stay under your blanket lying properly in bed. If you don't follow this, some unpleasant things may occur. If everyone obeys all the rules, tomorrow I'll reward you." A timid student asked, trembling, "What happens if we don't?" Van Han smiled meaningfully without answering straight, "All right, go rest." Piggy class, how are we supposed to sleep like this? They were all afraid of sleepwalking and accidentally running outside. "If you're not at ease sleeping in the dorm, then sleep in my shadow's belly?" Van Han half joked. At that, the kids bolted, each one faster than the last. The dorm doors opened and shut and at last clamped tight like a black tortoise shell. Half of Van Han's shadow split off to remain behind his guard, while she herself walked away muttering, "Substitute teachers have their own dorms too, so nice." That night, the blazing class knocked out the moment they lay down, the bunny class fainted right after the lullaby, and the piggy class huddled under their quilts shivering. Every last one behaved. At dawn the next day they lined up for breakfast. Blazing and Bunny were brimming with energy, while Piggy looked haggard, dark circles big as bulls. "Did you on the upper floor sneak out to play last night?" a Bunny student whispered, eyes full of envy. "Piggy, what nonsense! Sneak out to play? As if we'd dare." They sat up all night guarding the door, scared the 2S Ghost King would burst straight in if the room's workmanship was poor. "But you can't lose face whatever you lose," the born stubborn Piggy kids declared. "Teacher said we'd get a reward today, we were too excited and couldn't sleep." "Your teacher is so nice," Bunny replied, eyes going red with envy. The next day, Teacher Greattree kept leading physical training. Rest a bit, the kiddos can't jump anymore." Seeing so many ghost children squatting on the ground, the rest who were standing had their legs shaking, and it didn't look safe either, so he finally relented and let them rest half an hour. The kids sprawled flat, thinking this sub truly wants to forge us into iron bodies. The stray had trash about weather and producers got blown clean away, bodies numb, minds emptied, no time to birth stray thoughts. That's good for everyone. Teacher Greattree smiled kindly. Over in the bunny class, after A full day of singing yesterday, the students clamored for Teacher Lark to switch things up today. Best if, like Piggy class's sub, he could stage a fresh show daily. Teacher Lark pondered. Rare chance, today we'll do special training. Great, great. The kids thought special training meant the sub would spar with them. In reality, it meant students paired up and practiced by fighting one another. Teacher, isn't this not so great? A bunny student pouted. If it were the blazing class's teacher great tree across from them, they'd be odd. But Teacher Lark looked easy to bully, and everyone wanted to fight the teacher. Even little kids know who's easy to push and who isn't. Good, we'll train like this, Teacher Lark said in a tone that brooked no interference. Then he rolled over a big drum, gripped the mallet, and began to pound, dong, dong, dong. As if the mallet didn't hit drum skin but struck straight into the heart of every ghost. A little more listening and the ghost children's blood boiled, their fighting spirit surged. Some had good focus and patience and knew moderation in their blows. Some cared nothing and pounded their partners as if they were enemies. After several exchanges, even the disciplined ones were drawn into the fire, and their hands got heavier. Half an hour later, Teacher Lark stopped the drum. Bunny students were covered in wounds, lying or sitting all over, little wolf eyes glaring at opponents, and only a few could barely stand. All right, real combat experience +1, we're done for today. He put away the big drum and carefully bandaged his pupils. When the music ceased and reason returned, Bunny began to reflect. What on earth possessed us to request a new variety? Wasn't sitting to hear singing fragrant enough? In Piggy class, Van Han beamed. You've been so good, all of you are good kids, I like good kids best. To show praise, she gave each little ghost a soda and some beef jerky. New day begins. Today we play another game, are you excited? Piggy, do we look excited to you? Van Han swept the room and declared, iron-tongued, seems everyone is really looking forward to it. Piggy, huh? She ignored them and continued, now for the new rules. This period is a hands-on cooking craft. We'll learn to make milk pudding. Milk pudding uses eggs, cow's milk, and caramels. I prepared the ingredients in advance. Each student may draw 3 portions. Method: heat a suitable amount of caramels to melt into syrup. Beat the eggs well, add milk and syrup, and stir, then pour into containers and steam until set. Here's a teaching video. It's me personally making milk pudding from start to finish. Next, watch the video and, using limited ingredients, successfully produce 1 portion to clear the stage. If you use up your ingredients without success, you fail. If you don't make it yourself but steal another ghost's result, you fail. You're all smart good kids, don't disappoint me. Now, begin. Piggy kids were spooked, quietly twisted their soda caps and took a sip to steady their nerves. Then, to their surprise, their moods brightened. Facing a tough situation, they still felt cheerful and optimistic, which fell off. The wary ones dared not drink more, the gullible ones went glug glug and down theirs, even reviewing. Tasty, love it, want more. Emotions tidied, the 12 Piggy students began. The recipe wasn't hard, but the hands were all child hands. One moment the heat too high and the caramel burned, the next the eggs were badly beaten and splattered across the floor. Van Han sat nearby, cool and detached, rarely lending a hand. There were reliable ones too. The melon bowl-cut girl who once begged Van Han for ashes as pigment worked steady, melting caramels into syrup, then adding eggs, milk, and syrup, stirring smooth in setting. The steamer, and the 2-braid girl, who hadn't joined hide-and-seek, saw many friends burning theirs, thought a bit, and chose to dissolve the caramels using a bain-marie. Little Curl watched others succeed but failed herself and burst into tears. She peeled the caramel wrappers and, instead of putting them into the pot, stuffed them straight in her mouth to gnaw. Soon the melon-cut girl finished first, holding her product up to Van Han. Teacher, I'm done. Van Han tasted a spoonful. The caramel's a bit scorched, the pudding's a bit oversteamed, but since you're the first to finish, I'll count it as a pass. The melon-cut girl was overjoyed. Teacher, what's the reward then? That ash pigment from before. Could you? Okay, go back and wait. Before bedtime tonight it'll be delivered to your hand. Van Han agreed. The girl rejoiced. Teacher, you're the best in the world. The others watched and thought, this kid is crazy. Oh, also, the melon-cut girl had turned to leave but halfway clop 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 ran back, energy overflowing. Teacher, what about leftover ingredients? Van Han glanced at her. Handle them yourself. Having just gotten the promise of pigment, the girl seemed to have eaten tiger gall, fearing nothing, and rattled on. What if I just eat them? What if I give them to classmates? What if I use them to make a second milk pudding for myself to eat? I said handle them yourself, Van Han replied. The girl understood at once. No bad means allowed. Back at her spot, she repeated the steps, set a second batch to steam, and waited, swinging her legs. Then the two-braid girl brought a portion for judging. Good flavor, pass, Van Han said, spoon after spoon, and soon ate more than half. Teacher, I'd like to claim 3 more portions of ingredients as a reward, the two-braid girl said. Van Han looked up and granted it on the spot. The braid girl went to the straight short-haired boy and began directing by voice. Before long the boy passed too. The two whispered briefly and split up, each finding another classmate to tutor. The melon-cut girl, huh? Passing should be enough, why are they teaching others? Are they that harmonious and kind? How did I never know? The other two thought differently. This is a rules-based survival game, more allies, more advantage. Little Curl panicked, I don't know how, not at all. Teach me. The model-making girl hissed, zip it, their choices are targeted, they'll first help the ones closest to success. You'll likely be in the very last group. Nonsense. Little Curl started to argue and then saw the other girl carry up her product, becoming the fourth to pass, Little Curl, and began to flounder. In truth, the model maker wasn't entirely right. Little Curl wasn't among the last group, she was the last one. Thanks to ghostly unity, the piggy class passed one after another. Only Little Curl kept ruining batch after batch and had to beg for more supplies. Finally, the two-braid girl couldn't take it and coached her personally. Handle ingredients separately, first melt them in a bain-marie, put in 6 caramels. I said 6, why are you tossing them like that? Melted? Then lift them out. What are you scrubbing now? Lift them out now. Clatter, bowl down, fresh syrup all over the floor. The girl fell silent, itching to thump a ghost. After mustering the strength of oxen and horses, the syrup got done, and Little Curl began cracking eggs. The braid girl, exhausted, swapped in the straight short-haired boy to continue. Tap lightly to make a hole, otherwise you'll crush the shell. Gentle, gentle. Don't add milk now. If it fails, you waste 2 types of ingredients at once. Start stirring, pour into the syrup, set it to steam. All right, take it out. No exaggeration, Little Curl's success was entirely due to teammates carrying her. The classmates hauled and dragged until they finally fished her ashore. At tasting time, Van Han had a single spoon and set it down. Looks acceptable, you pass. Great. Piggy class cheered. The earlier finishers beamed and congratulated her, but Little Curl, after so many failures, had no ingredients left, so she could only watch others eat while she chewed beef jerky to say to herself, all right, lunchtime is near, don't fill up on snacks, said Van Han, lazy from a whole morning of judging, rising to lead the kids to the cafeteria. While the teacher wasn't looking, Little Curl slyly scooped a piece from her own work and popped it into her mouth, and tears sprang to her eyes. It was sweet and fragrant and unbelievably good. First watch, plus 53W of nutrient juice. Van Han, the tastiness is the ingredient's credit and has little to do with the maker. Little Curl, QAQ. Lunchtime. The Hung Hut class, the Though class, and the Hio Hio class sat in the cafeteria staring at each other in silence, all feeling truly stifled. Hung Hut class students, the training is too exhausting, too exhausting. We won't last another moment. Though class students, we don't want to listen to singing, we don't want special training, we want to swap homeroom teachers with the Hio Hio class. Hio Hio class students, the other ghosts are all living pretty well, only we are scrambling to survive. This life is unbearable, we need a way to change teachers. The girl with watermelon-shaped hair still missed Van Han's promised reward of bone ash paints and didn't really want to give up their substitute teacher, but the other kids in class thought differently. They unceremoniously pressed her down and started digging a pit for the other classes. Our sub-teacher is amazing. She gives us drinks, gives us beef jerky, and even teaches us to make milk pudding. That milk pudding is silky smooth and so delicious. If she hadn't stopped me, I could have eaten pudding till I was full and skipped dinner. The Though class was dumbfounded. In a day, the happiest moment is mealtime in the cafeteria. The greatest joy is going there to eat. How could milk pudding taste better than an actual meal? They didn't believe it unless they got to try it too. This beef jerky is from our sub-teacher. To promote their substitute to the outside world, the twin-braid ghost girls gritted their teeth and split some jerky to share. Other Hio Hio kids imitated them and handed it around as well. Of course, they only gave it to the Though class. Even if the Hung Hut class asked, they wouldn't get any. In earlier small talk, Hung Hak kids had been driven to tears many times. Everyone knew the Hung Hak class's new sub-teacher was really lousy, so no class wanted to swap with them. That's also why the twin-braid ghost girls praised Van Han with a single magnifying word, praise the other side until their heart wavers, then they'll agree to switch. If it were a single scolding word, everyone would know it's a trap. Who would jump in? They'd run far, far away. The others understood the braid's intent and chimed in with a chorus of praise. Yesterday the 2S Demon King played hide-and-seek with us, super fun. We want to play again when there's time. It was my first time watching the art teacher finish a whole painting, all thanks to the sub-teacher's arrangement. Right, she even gave Bonash paints to students as prizes. And this morning she gave us jerky and milk candy. The Though class was clearly tempted, nibbling jerky and calculating. Just then, a Heo kid sighed as if troubled. I also want to hear the Nightingale teacher sing again. I wonder if our teacher could invite him to perform one more time. That's easy, the Though class finally decided. We swap teachers, you get your singing, and we play hide-and-seek with the 2S Demon King. Everybody's happy. That might not be so good, the Heo class hesitated. Think it through. Our Nightingale teacher doesn't just sing for any other class. The Though class tilted their chins, full of lofty pride. From a distance, Van Han, who could hear them, thought, no, he's very easygoing. The Heo class debated fiercely and, in the end, reluctantly persuaded the dissenters and agreed to swap subs in the afternoon. Though class, great. Heo class, great. Hung Hak class, why aren't you swapping with us? Why? Afternoon came, and the whole Though class filed into the Heo classroom, treating Van Han's wishing bowl on the lake as if it were the place to submit wishes, and excitedly made their requests. We want to play with the 2S Demon King too. NK books. We want milk pudding too. And jerky. Van Han, if everyone is this eager to make wishes, it isn't impossible to grant a few. Dinner time. After listening to songs all noon, the original Heo class deliberately asked, well? Isn't our substitute especially great? Did you cry from how touching it was? In just half an afternoon, many former Though students spat in disgust. Bah! Hung Hak class, we also want to change homeroom teachers QAQ. The original Heo students kept weighing it and figured that other subs might be fierce, but none fiercer than their own. So after repeated pleas from the Hung Hak class, they gritted their teeth and agreed, fine, you can borrow our sub-teacher tomorrow. Hung Hak class, great. The former Though class, now knowing the Heo sub style, go get swindled, you fools. Before bed, the Nightingale teacher, as usual, sang to the kids. Unexpectedly, as soon as he sat down, before he even opened his mouth, the Though class looked at him, sighed deeply, and said, Teacher, you're actually not bad. Nightingale teacher? Weren't they complaining before that he could only sing and couldn't do real lessons? Why hand him a good person card at night? Just what did they experience this afternoon? Day 3 of the game. The Though class clung to the Nightingale teacher and refused to let go, while the Heo and Hung Hak classes swapped substitutes. The moment the Heo class entered the Hung Hak classroom, the Big Tree teacher greeted them with overflowing enthusiasm. I've heard all about it. You love physical training, so you suggested swapping subs. Don't worry, everyone. Even though we only have a short day together, during this brief time I'll give my all to satisfy you. The naive Heo kids thought that no matter how bad it got, it couldn't be worse than staying in Heo. 40 minutes later, every child's face changed color. Help! This training is murderous. We want to switch back. But by then, it was too late to run. Over in the Heo room, Van Han hadn't even decided what game to play when the Hung Hak class proactively filed a request. Teacher, we want to play on our own. Van Han stayed non-committal, sinking into thought. If you think ghost children are little and therefore just kids, that's far too naive. She clearly remembered how, on her first day, the Heo class dug pits for her. First they made her go find model parts, then a certain ghost asked her to bring Bonash paints. Back then, she refused without a second thought. Later, she quietly consulted a ghost who specialized in early childhood art. That nursery teacher ghost told her a specialty shop sold art supplies. One set of Bonache paints cost 14,444 kwisaw, with more than 100 colors included. In other words, if Van Han hadn't been cold-blooded and iron-willed, if she had softened even a little on day one of the instance, she would have spent 14,444 kwisaw, and even had to leave the designated zone to buy paints for the kids at a specialty store. Seeing Van Han silent for a long time, the Hanghak class panicked for no reason and shouted assurances one after another. "We won't go anywhere, we'll just stay in the classroom. We'll tinker with models and zone out, that's all. Teacher, you don't have to mind us, do your own thing." After 2 days of being yanked into training by the big tree teacher, their greatest wish now was to lie flat and do nothing. Finding their tone sincere, Van Han chose to believe them for the moment. She patted each Hanghak student on the shoulder and said kindly, "All right then, you do your own thing, I'll keep watch in the room." The Hanghak class cheered, "Thank you, teacher." Salted fish met salted fish, everyone happily lay flat together. After watching a while and seeing they truly behaved and did nothing bad, Van Han even brought out jerky, milk candy, and soda as rewards. Having suffered 2 days of misery, the Hanghak kids tasted this treatment for the first time. They were moved to near tears. "Boo-hoo, the Hio-Hio sub-teacher really is the best." Lunchtime. The original Hio-Hio students, steps unsteady, practically flew into the cafeteria. Worse than the physical pain was the mental blow. Turns out the Hanghak sub was even more brutal than the Hio-Hio sub. They'd racked their brains to leap out of the fire pit, only to jump into a wolf's den. Had they known, they would have stayed in Hio-Hio. At least after passing a checkpoint they'd get snacks as rewards. But in Hanghak, after agonizing training, all they earned was an aching, exhausted body. "At lunch let's talk to them and switch back," the little curly-furred one said, eyes vacant, feeling like his soul had stepped out of his body. Staying in Hio-Hio, while dangerous, didn't hurt before death fell. In Hanghak, you wouldn't die, but the entire time was torture. The model-playing ghost girl said, it might not be possible. To prevent the Hanghak kids from running away once they learned their sub's true face, the original deal had been to swap for a whole day, not just a morning. Now they couldn't seize the advantage and had trapped themselves instead. "No need to panic," said the short, straight-haired wave-headed boy ghost. "They'll propose switching back on their own. Once they do, we agree, and that's that." The Hio-Hio kids thought this was reliable, but none of them expected a barrage of praise instead. "The Hio-Hio sub is amazing. As long as we don't leave the classroom, we can do whatever. She basically doesn't interfere. And she gives us treats. The jerky smells so good. The milk candy is delicious, fragrant and sweet. The soda tastes great. One gulp and it cured my cravings." In the end, 1,000 words condensed into one sentence. "A sub this wonderful and you still want to trade her away? You're the weird ones. Hio-Hio and Tho-Tho kids? Who are you talking about?" Seeing things veer off the expected course, the little curly-furred one grew anxious. "If you want to switch back, we can reluctantly agree." The Hanghak class blanched. No, we don't want to switch back. We agreed on a full-day swap. It's only half a day, how can we switch already? Please keep the big tree teacher. Don't you dare stuff him back on us at random. We refuse delivery. Hio-Hio class? Not switching back? Are they serious? Books. The watermelon-haired girl pouted alone. Bonache paints worth 14,444 kwisaw, and our teacher just gives them away. Who else has that kind of flair? She'd said it in the morning, our teacher is the best, don't swap with other classes. Sadly, no ghost listened. She was furious. In a corner, the Nightingale teacher casually brought it up. After yesterday afternoon's swap, the Tho-Tho class suffered a huge blow. What did you do? Van Han, all innocence, I just played with the kids and fulfilled a few wishes. She hadn't planned to, but they all asked for it. I see, said the Nightingale teacher, unconvinced but unwilling to pry. The three of them were veteran players. Who doesn't have a secret or two? No need to overthink it. The main quest of this instance is simple: have kindergartners undergo 3 days of boot camp, the Big Tree teacher concluded. Van Haan, Nightingale teacher, what kind of respectable teacher puts kindergartners through boot camp? This strategy sounds simple but actually involves gambling. Run it badly and the grade level leader will ding you for mistreating students. Luckily, the grade lead didn't care this time, so it ended without incident. Featured comments in the reply area, hashtag after becoming a ghost I'm in a spooky world kindergarten trading rule weird tales hashtag after the Empress takes the throne, the whole ghost realm turns into rule weird tales hashtag recommendation, add a math class, learn 1+1, on tests, ask college level math, fail and you're locked in a darkroom. Obviously someone didn't listen in class. The problem is a lack of disseminative mathematical thinking. If they taught you 1+1, why can't you self-study the rest hashtag reply area closed again? A brief explanation, here's what happened. On Tanjan, strong woman no CP novels attract a cadre of pedagogical correctors, notorious for poking at such works. I used to avoid writing strong woman no CP for this very reason. After repeated pestering for 1 to 2 months, the author finally had enough and began deleting comments. It went smoothly at first, but on the evening of the 16th, when the author tried to delete, she discovered she'd lost moderation rights for the comment section and couldn't delete anything. How do you lose that privilege? Readers whose comments were deleted appealed. Moderators felt the author made a mistake and revoked her deletion rights. I didn't delete people calling the story boring or saying a certain instance was bad, I only deleted the pedagogical corrector comments. With no delete rights and nowhere to reason it out, I just went bang and shut the comment area to eliminate future trouble. Hashtag whoever likes that bitterness can keep it. I won't watch the correctors nagging anymore. I want them gone from my site hashtag blacklisting. A few readers would solve it, but years have passed and we still don't have that feature. So I'm closing comments hashtag fine by me. Toss out the worldly noise and focus on writing the tale I like hashtag. Congratulations to the player for clearing an S-rank dungeon. Your performance inside the dungeon was outstanding. You are awarded Ghost Stars *5000, special item vacant real estate deed *1. After 3 days of review ended, watching the kindergartners impatiently seeing off the 3 senior class teachers, their gleeful little faces made Van Haan chuckle. So you do no fear, huh? After resting a few days, when she was about to run the special training course for students, Senior Truna stopped her. The street warden election is nearing its end, and the Queedy campaign can kick off at any moment. Get yourself ready. Here's the dossier we scraped on your rivals. She handed over a stack of files. The mood snapped her back to pre-college exam days. Before an exam, candidates don't need to do anything except review. If the neighbor's mutt keeps barking, parents even have to go argue with the neighbor so the dog will quit yapping for a few days. As Van Haan drifted off, Senior Truna's voice sank. I don't want to load you with pressure, but facts are facts. Under your name the jurisdiction grows wider, the ghosts under you grow more numerous, and the foes humanity will face ahead grow tougher. Van Haan, I know. Truna patted her shoulder and quietly left. Staring after that retreating back, Van Haan fell into thought. In the refectory at mealtime, she heard students discussing how a forbidden life zone of S rank had been found deep in the mountains. Because it was remote and seldom trodden, by the time it was discovered it had fully formed and was openly expanding in all directions. Because of this, a nationwide sweep was launched to audit every place once more. The result, beyond the first discovery there were 2 more S-rank forbidden life zones, and 1 SS-rank forbidden life zone. While the government was meeting on how to break them, bad news hit. A certain coastal region suffered heavy casualties, more than half swallowed by white mist. They searched manpower to investigate and found that besides forests and forgotten corners, there was an SS-rank forbidden life zone out at sea, already formed and expanding outward, which was why it had engulfed the nearest towns. On the surface the waters seemed calm, but underneath rip currents were already heaving. Beyond the 5 forbidden life zones, spacetime rifts were appearing more and more often. The Academy formed volunteer teams to assist. Many who went out never made it back. As Van Han once said, first come veterans blooded in combat, then soldiers forged by severe training, then green recruits shoved to the front after a few rough days of drills. If the fighting still hasn't ended by then, common folk will grab staves and turn into militia. Those words were becoming reality. Van Han, while she reads the files, her shadow can do the work, nothing gets delayed. The thought had barely risen when the shadow, brimful of the world's origin power, tore through the void and vanished without a trace. Shadow Trait 5, Ren Spacetime. For a short span the shadow can leave its host, traverse space, and carry out a pursuit and kill. Van Han, hunting forbidden life zones, how is that not a hunt? The plan was sound, pity it was one step late. The coastal SS rank forbidden life zone has been broken. Participating players, 115, survivors, 49, the mist has dispersed. City A's S-rank forbidden life zone has been broken. Participating players, 20, survivors, 17, the mist has dispersed. City B's S-rank forbidden life zone has been broken, broadcasts pelted out the news. In a blink the 5 forbidden life zones were felled across the map, leaving only one SS rank zone. Van Han rerouted the shadow to go aid, and before it even reached the target, the final SS rank zone was broken too. Makes sense, a vast nation, talent in droves, it's not like nothing moves without me. If it were left to her alone, a travel time to set out, digestion time after devouring a zone, and only so many hours per day she could draw on the world's origin, it would take about 7 to 10 days to wipe all 5. But with national forces deployed, the hidden danger was erased in the shortest time, stopping further spread. With that settled, Van Han focused on the dossiers and told the shadow to return. It has been 18 days since the last game. The 16th game is about to begin. This dungeon, Qui de Battle for Hegemony. Difficulty, SSS. Current headcount present, 1/1. Side quest, ascend the throne, within 30 days, defeat every rival, seize every street, and become the Qui de failure unpunished. Side quest, warlords at large, within 30 days, if you cannot defeat all rivals and seize all streets but do not lose your title turf, you will become a regional warlord. The Ghost Realm breaks into factions, each fights for itself. Failure unpunished. Note 1, streets pair off for PK 2x2, victory rules are drawn at random. During the Hegemony event, Street Warden exclusive powers are suspended. Ghost gates operate only within the dueling streets, no entering, no exiting. After the event, transit resumes. Note 2, the Qui de Hegemony is a major affair of the Ghost Realm. The entire campaign process is public. Ghost Realm residents may join the real-time discussion. Note 3, because a human player is participating this time, the campaign is also public to humans. Live broadcast function forcibly enabled, cannot be manually shut. A bare-bones map of the Ghost Realm unfolded before her, street names were scrubbed, leaving only markers numbered from 1 to 30. Depending on who the warden was, each street showed a different color. Because Van Han held several streets at once, her zones on the map were all planted with blazing red flags, eye-catching in the extreme. Did she just call me Mom? May those traffickers die 1,000 deaths, at a glance I knew that's my child. Mom told you already, only 4 meals a day. Asterisk Goose Girl. Goose Girl. Boo-hoo-hoo, Mom can finally see you again. Damn you, system. These past months Sis has entered dungeons day in, day out, yet not a single glimpse of her. You tell me, aren't you just begging to be killed? On receiving the live broadcast notice, fans swarmed the room and poured out their longing. Some first noticed a mismatch, current headcount present, 1/1. The rich lady has never opened her own live, only wandered through others' rooms. A change of heart today? Warm-hearted onlookers replied, Qui de Hegemony, the campaign is forcibly public. Fans, if we can watch, that's enough. Whatever. Boo-hoo-hoo, Goose Girl, Mom missed you so much. Passers-by, we know you're excited, but breathe. Look carefully to confirm she's your Goose Girl, get it right, then scream. The reason, among more than 20 contestant panes, the one at the lower right was mosaicked, covering the contestant's figure, the other panes didn't look alive at all. Fans? Why the special treatment?
Humans aren't allowed on camera? Is that it? As doubts snowballed, the system answered right on cue. To safeguard all viewers, mosaic is necessary.
Human contestant panes carry a special marker easy to tell.
Everyone, fans snarked, if we can't see the face and bare our hearts here, what if the mosaic lifts and we're staring at a stranger? How embarrassing would that be? While the grumbling rolled on, the system matched PK foes and drew the win rule. Street 3 vs Street 5.
Win rule: within 7 days, if one side's street warden surrenders, dies, or that side's ghost resident count drops below 1/2.
Note, if no winner after 7 days, a new match will be made.
The whole hegemony lasts only 30 days, dawdle a little and you won't conquer everything in time.
Human live chat? What's this? Before fighting humans, the wailing ghosts fight each other first? Ghost Realm Channel. Resident 01536, PK with another street is fun. Fight. Fight.
Resident 06151, slaughter all you like, the survivor is the winner, hurry it up. Resident 14102, if they get reverse crushed, even better, I love to watch. The front comments fit the Ghost Realm's usual style, then the tone flipped, Resident 03709, why only PK them? If you've got guts, PK our street, I'll tie up our warden and deliver them to you.
Resident 01285, my lord. I truly, sincerely want to serve under you and risk my life for you. Please take me. A few baffled residents? The battle hasn't started and minds are already melting? Resident 01536, don't joke like that, it's not funny.
No sooner said than done, the ghost residents of Street 5 bolted toward Street 3, shouting as they ran, don't strike.
We surrender. You finally came. I've waited so long.
Believe me, my heart is only for you, I'm nothing like them.
Street 5's warden?
In a blink, 12% of their residents defected, and the number kept climbing. So you've chosen death, the Street 5 warden roared, swelling into a giant spider-faced demon and spewing webbing at the defectors to block them.
It spat gobs of venom too, hoping to kill one to cow 100.
The shadow stepped before the ghosts, its body suddenly towering. It gulped down the web and the venom, never slowing, and dove at the spider face, swallowing it whole in one go.
Move, move, move. Street 5's residents seized the moment to flee. Ghost Realm viewers were stupefied.
Resident 06151, this is not the PK I pictured. Resident 22447, drop below 1/2 means brawl until one side has more than half dead. It doesn't mean more than half the residents, run next door.
Human chat gaped too. We thought the Quid de Hegemony would be deadly and brutal. Turns out, that's it?
At first, 30 days felt tight, now, at this rate, 2 streets a day isn't outrageous,
NK
right?
Books. 10 days to unify the Ghost Realm, not even exaggerating, right?
Confirmed by the Shadow's moves, that's our Goose Girl.
Ay, Goose Girl's a beast, mommy loves you. Too insane, too insane, too insane.
Real-time numbers plunged. As Street 5's resident count hurtled toward the halfway line, the system chimed first, Street 5's warden has fallen.
Street 3 wins.
Street 5 merges into Street 3 warden's jurisdiction. On the map, Street 5's blue pennant vanished, replaced by a fresh crimson flag stuck on that street, showing the manager had changed.
Ghost Realm Channel.
Resident 06151, if the residents had known at dawn that the foe was this terrifying, their frantic surrender would be understandable.